Hey, what's going on? It's your boy BT, and we are live here on YouTube for the Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder Grand Arrival reaction. It is your boy BT. We are live here on True School Sports. It is currently 4:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in sunny South Florida. So wherever you're at, wherever you're tuning in from, I hope you're doing well. Hope your day is going well. And obviously the big fight is upon us. The big week is upon us. With Wilder versus Fury, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to dissect. So we're gonna take a couple of hours. I don't know if it's gonna be 1 hour. I don't know if it's gonna be 2 hours. I don't know if it's gonna be 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. It might be 7 hours. We just don't know with this live. But right now, as I'm speaking, the grand arrival is happening on Top Rank. So if you guys are joining me, you can go watch and you can go join the Top Rank Grand Arrival, or the Wilder Fury Grand Arrival, I should say, because this is a co-promotion, so we don't want to shit on anybody. We don't want to slag anybody off. But let me just make sure my audio is good. Okay. All right, it appears I'm good. So we're good. So we're here. We're live. We're rocking on True School Sports. Wherever you're watching the fight, wherever you're watching the live from right now, please do me a favor, smash that like button if you haven't done so already, and also drop me a comment. Let me know what city, what state, what continent. Let me know where you're checking in from, and I will give you a shout out. So we're actually going to go ahead and go back to the Tyson Fury Deontay Wilder Grand Arrival reactions, or Grand Arrival. I should say this is the Grand Arrival reaction, but we're going to go back to it because I was just watching it. They were just introducing Emmanuel Navarrete and the guy he's fighting next. So Navarrete is back in action this week. Obviously the looked at to be the number one fighter at 122. So he's got to fight this week against Filipino fighter named, what's his name? I got it right in front of me. Gio Santissima, who's 19-2. So he's looking to make an impression this week. And the undercard has been getting a lot of criticism from like fans. Like I mean, people say, well, the undercard to this fight is trash, and there's nothing on this undercard worth watching, and I don't agree with that. I think there's some good fighters on the undercard for sure, and it's actually going to be at least one good fight on the undercard. I think that Amir Imam Javier Molina fight is going to be a good fight because with those two, you got Imam. We'll get into that in a second. But let me pull the grand arrivals on my computer in the other tab. So we got it right here. Let's see. It's good to see a co-promotion because we got the PBC commentators working with Top Rank, so you see like Ray Flores with Christina Punch, so that's pretty cool to see. But anyway, enough of that. Let's turn the volume on. You guys drop your comments down below, and I'll get to them in a timely and orderly fashion. Unmute. Go back to live. Where we at? See if we got any comments. My main man Justin K says salute from LA. How you doing, champ?
The commercial was
there we go.
During the Super
shout out to Justin, man, and shout out to David. I don't know why. Hold on, bro. Yeah, I plan on being live for a couple hours at least. So if you guys got anything in regards to Fury versus Wilder, you get your questions in, you get your opinions in, and we'll definitely get to that in a timely manner.
That's something that, when you look at heavyweight boxing, it used to be the premier sport in the United States.
That's right. The premier sport.
Stuff. Couldn't wait to sit ringside at Caesar's Palace and watch the big fights. And Ray, this kind of has that feel from the lead up at Super Bowl and for seeing this fight promoted on billboards and radio stations everywhere, to just how it's starting to feel already this early in fight week. It's going to be a very special night, and I'm so blessed to be a part of it. I know all these guys fighting on this undercard, and all the media here covering it as well has those same sentiments.
Absolutely. You also see Bob Arum around here, the Hall of Fame promoter as well. Carl Moretti, Sam Watson from Premier Boxing Champions, Brad Jacobs as well, the entire group.
Yeah, guys, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get some stuff sorted out on my computer here.
In the house already for this massive event. Don't forget, follow us on social media at Premier Boxing, also at Top Rank Boxing as well.
I mean, fair enough. Listen, Deontay Wilder could get Fury out of there in the first round with that kind of power.
Coverage of what it is to get ready for a prize fight of this magnitude.
Oh, you're one of those, David. You think boxing politics saved Fury in the Otto Wallen fight? You're not the first person I've heard say that.
Here back in January of 2015. Once again, fighting for a second straight time back here in Las Vegas. We saw him in November when he knocked out Luis Ortiz. Tyson Fury has fought
a little bit more of that, a little bit more working off the jab, a little bit more fighting off that back foot like he's so comfortable doing.
That's right, Christina. You talk to him. Let's see, okay, I think Wilder won this Fury lot. Wow.
Well, getting to your point, Christina, people talk about Tyson
Hold on,
Fury
guys.
not having it.
Give me 1 second. All right. It is currently 4:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Miami, Florida. It's the week of the big fight. It's the week of arguably the biggest fight in the year in boxing between Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. And I think it's going to be a big one, man. It's going to be a big one. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to dissect. So we will dissect it. We will talk about it. And I'll get your guys' comments in a timely and orderly fashion. But I was on YouTube today because, I do spend a lot of time on YouTube. I'm always editing videos and putting stuff out and whatnot. And I got a chance to rewatch a little bit of the first fight and whatnot. And while I was watching it, because sometimes when you're on YouTube, even if you're not subscribed to somebody, you can see like you can see like who's live on another channel, and you can kind of you can see what they're talking about. So I saw Hearn International. Hearn International was live on YouTube, and I saw his video. The title of his video was like Tyson Fury lost the first 4 rounds to Deontay Wilder, or Deontay Wilder won the first 4 rounds against Tyson Fury. So I clicked into that today, and that was just, it wasn't as bad as like a BFTB, but it was still a shit show. It was pretty bad. But as far as the first fight goes, because I feel like before we get to the rematch, we should kind of touch on the first fight a little bit. The first fight between Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury was an absolute classic. It was one of the best boxing matches you'll ever see in your life. You saw, Tyson Fury, a guy who had really fought 2 tune-up fights, going in there with arguably the hardest puncher in heavyweight history, in Deontay Wilder. And I liked, because people always say like the arguments I hear the LDBC and people who don't like Tyson Fury make, they say, oh, well, how did he win this many rounds when all he did was feint and showboat and he didn't really hit or hurt Wilder or anything? And my thing is, like, if you're asking that question, my question would be like to you, my counter question to you would be, do you know the criteria of boxing? Like, do you know how boxing is scored? Do you know what the 3 criteria of boxing are, which are ring generalship, effective aggression, and defense? Because, I mean, listen, there were many times in those first 4 or 5 rounds of the first fight where you saw Tyson Fury breaking the rhythm of Deontay Wilder, getting him to bite on the feints, controlling where the fight was fought, how it was fought. yeah, I mean, anybody who knows what they're watching could clearly see that for the first half of the fight, or the majority of those first 4 rounds, he was doing that. So I don't know what people like Fanon and people in the LDBC get off talking about. Oh well, Wilder won the first 4 rounds and whatnot. So it is what it is. I thought Fury won that fight. When I watched it on pay-per-view, I thought Fury won it pretty wide. When I watched it and rescored it, I had it a little bit closer. I actually had Fury winning by like 2 points. I had him up like 115 to 113 or something like that. So I had it a close fight the first fight. Once you took my emotions out of it and I just got rational and rewatched the fight with no commentary, with no emotions involved in the fight, I thought it was a close fight. But with it being a close fight, with Fury Wilder being a close fight, I still thought it should have been a clear, unanimous decision for Tyson Fury, and I do classify that as a robbery. Now, everybody always says, well, oh, BT, you can't just say someone got robbed if it was a close fight. And my answer to that is yes, you can call a fight a robbery if it was a close fight and the right person didn't get the decision. Because listen, there's plenty of fights that have been close over the years in boxing, but most people know that a certain fighter won the fight. An example of that would be like Andre Ward Kovalev won. That was a fight where you saw, the majority of people thought Sergey Kovalev won the first fight. It's funny, I'm wearing the Sergey Kovalev shirt right now, which is I don't like wearing it as much these days because he took a dab against Canelo, but that's another story for another day. He clearly won the first fight. Kovalev. He was the effective aggressor. He showed great ring generalship. He clearly won the first 5 rounds of that fight, clear. And while Ward did get better as the fight went on, there were still rounds that Kovalev was winning. And the knockdown, even if you give Ward every round for the knockdown, or if you give Ward the majority of the rounds except 1 round for the knockdown, Kovalev still wins that fight by like a point because it's with the knockdown being the difference. So that fight was a robbery. This fight was a robbery, the first fight, and then like John Ryder, Caleb Smith, that was a clear robbery too. So just my opinion, but there's a lot going into this fight. There's a lot going into this fight. You have Deontay Wilder who's coming into this fight. Pretty much, he's got this like, I don't want to compare him to Mike Tyson in his prime because he's not as good as Mike Tyson in his prime. But the way people are talking about Deontay Wilder right now, you would think that they're talking about a prime Mike Tyson because everybody I've asked about this fight, like the majority of people I've asked about this fight, they say, oh well, Deontay Wilder, he's gonna hurt him, he's gonna hit him again. It's just the way that people are addressing Deontay Wilder these days. It seems to have changed from the first couple of fights, from the first fight, or even before the first Fury fight. When people talk about Deontay Wilder versus Fury, so he kind of has this aura to him because he knocked down Fury in a vicious fashion in the 12th round. Then this guy Wilder, he knocks out Brazil and Ortiz in devastating fashion. So he's got some good momentum behind him, and he's undefeated, and his record looks great on paper. So I get it. I get why people are talking about Wilder the way they're talking about him. But I think, listen, personally, look, I've always believed this. I've always thought Tyson Fury was the best heavyweight in the world. I still stand by that. I've always thought he's better than Joshua. I've always thought he's better than Wilder. If you go back to 2017, 2016, when he wasn't even boxing, and I was making videos about Fury, I always said if he ever came back and if he was even 50% of the fighter he was against Klitschko, he's the best heavyweight in the world. And not only do I think he's 50% the fighter he once was against Vladimir Klitschko, I think he's even better. I think he's more than 50% than of that fighter. I think he's a lot close. We might see the best version of Tyson Fury on Saturday night, and I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that as we progress throughout the live. But it's your boy BT. We're live here on True School Sports. Of interviews I've done over the last month, where you got trainers and fighters talking about the fight, giving their opinions on it. So check that out. There's an interview with Amir Imam that just came out. He's fighting on the undercard. Got an interview with Bill Haney, Devin Haney's father, that just dropped. What else? Jorge Rubio, Jesse Robinson. Just all kinds of great stuff on the channel. So go check it out if you haven't done so already. Anyway, let's get to some comments before we move any further. Let's get to some comments. So let's see. What are you guys saying in the comments? My man David Mason. What's my man David Mason saying? He's saying, I am from the UK, but I think Wilder will win this. Fury should have lost to Wallen by TKO. Only boxing politics saved him. I addressed that earlier. I don't think boxing politics saved him. I think Wallen had some success early on. He obviously scored that cut early on, but I feel like with him, he was pressing the action, but he wasn't really able to impose himself on Fury. It almost seemed like when the cut happened, he began to target the cut, and he wasn't really able to have the same success he had in the earlier rounds because he was targeting the cut so much, and he kind of forgot, he forgot to go to the body, and he was headhunting. So I'm just saying, man, it was a good fight. Otto Wallen's stock has definitely went up since that fight. Hopefully they put Otto Wallen in with another good heavyweight because I think he deserves it after a performance like that. He gave a good account of himself against Fury, but I'm going to respectfully disagree with you, my main man, David Mason. Let's see. We got we'll go to David Mason again. He says, Fury is not as elusive as he used to be. That 10-stone weight loss has taken its toll, and he has not recovered to his former self. We'll see on the fight night, right? We'll see on fight night because, they say the boxing ring is a chamber of truth, so we'll see. My man Just K says Wilder in the first fight was fighting too emotional, and that was the detriment to Wilder. However, Fury got a gift in the Jack Reese count. So we go again with the Jack Reese count thing. Listen, I don't think Fury got a gift in the Jack Reese with the Jack Reese count because, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because this kind of frustrates me about boxing and boxing fans sometimes. It's like, boxing fans, when it comes to championship fights, they ask for the referees to not impose themselves or get involved and give the fighter every opportunity to finish the fight. And that's what Jack Reese did. Fury beat the count. He was on his feet at like 9. And he made sure that Fury could still stand on his feet before he just let him out there. So I don't think it was a gift. I think that was actually probably the best thing to happen to that fight, because if it wasn't for that count, then we don't get the action we got in the 12th round. And my thing is like this. People always complain about Deontay Wilder saying, well, Fury got a gift. Jack Reese helped Tyson Fury. He was on the payroll. He helped Tyson Fury. And my thing is like the one underrated fact of that round is that people forget is there was well over 2 minutes left in that round when he got knocked down. And when you watch the way Wilder's approaching Fury, the way he's attacking Fury, you see him headhunting. You don't see him going to the body. You don't see him changing the angles when he's throwing punches. You don't see anything that would allow Wilder to finish the job. Put that exclamation point. Show that extra bit of quality that you need to basically, nail a guy like Tyson Fury to the canvas. And you know what's funny? I've said this in previous videos. That was a scenario where his piss poor matchmaking from early in his career came to bite him in the ass, because we all know Wilder had a pretty padded record up to that point, and his record's still pretty padded anyway. And because his team, Shelly Finkel and Al Heyman and people like that, because they never put him in fights with like tough veterans that could give him rounds and things like that, he never really had to learn how to properly finish fighters. He would just boom, let's go home. And to his credit, it's worked. But when he fought a guy who could take the shot, get up, and fought back, he didn't know he didn't have the tools in his toolbox to finish the job. So that's just my perspective on the matter. But hey, we all have different perspectives. My man Dave Mason also says heavyweights today are poor. If you want to see a great heavyweight fight, watch David Tua versus Ika Biabuchi. That was a war, and yes, that was a war. That's actually one of my favorite fights from that era. I would say we talk about the 90s heavyweights. That's in my top 3 favorite heavyweight fights. Him and obviously Bo Holyfield is number 1. Bo Holyfield 1 is number 1 for me. And then that one might be 2 or 3 because, those two right there, that wasn't even a title fight. That was a non-title fight, if I'm not mistaken. So those two are throwing hundreds and hundreds and thousands of punches. It was just nonstop action. So, yeah, definitely an underrated classic, a good shout. And if you haven't seen David Tua versus Ika Biabuchi, make sure you go watch it. Oh, what else we got? My man Fiat Voltanis Tua says at 270 pounds, if Fury can time a straight right, encounter or a stiff jab while Wilder's attacking? A KO is not far-fetched for Fury to win. No, it's not. It's not far-fetched at all. Not at all. And the thing is, like, and I want to touch on this a little bit because I think I actually have the qualifications to properly talk about this. And that's, Tyson Fury, with Tyson Fury hiring Sugar Hill Stewart, and now listen, I I don't know a ton about Sugar Hill Stewart. I know he was Emmanuel's like, I think he's his nephew or something like that, or Emmanuel was his uncle. I know he's worked with Tyson Fury in the past. I know they brought Andy Lee on board. I know those things about Sugar Hill Stewart. I know he's been on the Kronk gym. I know he's very influenced by the Kronk style. And I can speak about the Kronk style because here in South Florida, you know, I go to gyms here, and we have a couple of people who spend a lot of time in the Kronk gym. You know, one of my good friends, Stacey McKinley, who trained Mike Tyson, you know, he's heavily influenced by the Kronk style. And also my main man, Jesse Robinson, another guy who's heavily influenced by the Kronk style. And Kronk fighters, they're known for training for knockouts. You know, they're always, you know, if you look at any Kronk fighter throughout the history of the Kronk gym, I don't care if you're talking about Tommy Hearns, James Toney, Joe McClellan, they always have, you know, good jab, a right hook, and or left hook, and a right hand. But like and I know that sounds kind of like basic, like, oh, he has a good jab, a good right hook, and a right hand and left hook, because, you know, those are really the 3 of the 4 main punches in boxing. You know, the 4 main punches in boxing are a jab, a straight, a hook, and an uppercut. Kronk fighters tend to have 3 of those 4 down pat all the time. They're a little bit more pronounced though, like, because, you know, you fight some fighters, right? Like if you fight some fighters from some gyms, like I give you an example. We'll take a gym in the UK, for example. Like, we'll say Adam Booth fighters, like Adam Booth. He's a well-renowned trainer in the UK. His fighters tend to be reflex fighters. So, you know, they box their hand. He teaches them to box their hands down, use the reflex, use the athletic gift. So you get the guys like David Haye, Josh Kelly, George Groves, people like that. You know, and they tend to, you know, fade really quickly later on in their careers. You get fighters, you know, like from that gym, and then the people from Kronk, you know, they fought a lot of guys from Kronk like to fight with the shoulder roll. You know, you had guys like, you know, James Toney. You had people like, you know, Tommy Hearns, who had a great left hook and a great right hand. They always had those 3 things down pat. And with Tyson Fury, it's like, if you look at the first parts of his career, if we go back to when he first broke into the States, when he fought Steve Cunningham, he was a much different fighter. You know, he wasn't the Tyson Fury who was just extremely slick, moving side to side and outpointing you to a decision. No. Steve Cunningham hurt him in that fight, Tyson Fury. And what did Tyson Fury do? He walked the smaller Steve Cunningham down, and we saw him get in the trenches and fold them up. And that was a lot early in his career. But as he matured as a fighter, as he realized that, hey, I'm 6'9", I can box, I can move, I don't have to do this. Then we saw him, you know, particularly just shoot the jab out, move, slip, roll, you know, sometimes shield punches. And because he fought in that style, you only see Tyson Fury using maybe 1 or 2 kinds of punches, primarily a jab. Sometimes he'll mix in a right hand, but it's really just a lot of jabbing, feinting, and moving. That's what was winning him a lot of fights at the world championship level. But now it's like, okay, I would if what I know about Kronk to be true is going to be is being applied to Tyson Fury and adjustments for his style, then you can expect Tyson Fury to be shooting punches a lot more. You can expect Tyson Fury to not run away from the power of Deontay Wilder. And as crazy as this sounds, because this is a philosophy of the Kronk boxing gym, he's gonna go to the power. You know, Stacey McKinley, I've interviewed him plenty of times. He talks about this. You know, you got to go to take away the right hand of a fighter like Deontay Wilder, a long, rangy, dangerous, you know, punch like Deontay Wilder. You can't be afraid of the power. You got to go to the power. So if Tyson Fury fights the way he's been talking about, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see him go to the power. You're going to see him, you know, occasionally tie him up. You're going to see him sometimes not just block punches. He's going to shield punches, which are a bit different. So, you know, when you sometimes fighters block in all kinds of ways. Sometimes you get fighters with a high guard. Sometimes you get fighters who just slip their head and move this way. Sometimes you get fighters that, you know, answer the phone. And then some fighters, like, you know, if they can time a punch, they shield the punch. So rather than blocking the phone, or, you know, rather than blocking a punch on the ears, you know, or as they say in the boxing gyms, answering the phone, you know, they'll just bang, they'll shield the punch, they'll shield the punch and counter off of it. And these are the kind of things that if what I know about Kronk Jin to be true are applied to Fury, you're going to see him do. You're going to see Tyson Fury shielding punches and looking for counters off of that. So look for when he fights Deontay Wilder, look for him to shield punches with his left hand and counter with the right. So if we see Wilder throw a jab, we will see Tyson Fury shield the left and then counter with the right down the middle. These are the things you can expect from Tyson Fury. And to I kind of got off tangent, but going back to this guy's question, he mentioned the 270 pounds for Fury. I have I'm not gonna lie to you. I like Fury. I want him to win, but I'm a bit worried for him if this fight goes past like the 6th round, because he'll be a bit heavier going into the fight, and more weight isn't always a good thing. More weight doesn't always guarantee a knockout. I mean, if weight equated to knockouts, I mean, Jarrell Miller would be Mike Tyson and fools left and right, but it's not about weight. If this gets past round 6 and Wilder's able to really put some mental pressure on him, and I'm not even talking about even hurting Tyson Fury. Like, if he can just put the mental pressure, get him to fight when he doesn't want to fight, get him to move and pivot when he doesn't want to pivot, and expend mental energy, then that's gonna make Tyson Fury the weight could be a factor because of that. So it's just something to think about. But I hope I answered your question. Anyway, what else we got? Let's see what else we got. Let's see. I'm so sick of these excuses. Long count. Wait, my broken hand. Wilder got outboxed the majority of the fight. He made Wilder look like an amateur. Deal with it, you sissy soft, cotton candy, Mickey Mouse, gumball machine fanboys. Okay, I added that part. I added that last part in there, but you get the point. Yeah, listen, there's been a lot of excuses from the Deontay Wilder lovers group, or as I call them, the LDBC. The Deontay Wilder lovers group. They've been over there on the other side of YouTube, flapping their gums, talking about the count, talking about how Wilder was wrong and Wilder was cheated and he got screwed in America, and how could America do this to him, and he's the American champion, and blah 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 blah. Listen, I like Wilder. Listen, I've grown to like him. I've always, actually not grown. I've always liked Wilder. You can go look up videos in 2015 when I was talking positive about Wilder. Check the receipts. Deontay Wilder has been, up until recently, he's been a witness protection program for boxing. I give him credit. I give Fury credit for making this fight, for giving the fans the fights they want to see. Because listen, I couldn't stomach any more of the Joshua Wilder negotiations. I mean, that was a pain in the ass to cover every single day here on YouTube, because at some point in time we just want to see the fucking fights. That's what it comes down to. We just want to see the damn fights. So I'm just happy it's happening. And you know what? Side note. I'm really interested to see how the Wilder Lovers Club, and I'm not gonna call them by their names on YouTube, but the Deontay Wilder Lovers Club. I'm very interested. I'm going to be very interested to see how they react if Tyson Fury beats Deontay Wilder. I would love to see what happens. So, we'll see. We got my man Lockdog. He says, in the big grand scheme of things, neither one of them was controlling the fight, so I'm going with the draw, but I can debate Fury winning. See, that's a fair and balanced assessment right there. Shout out to Lockdog. You're right, because if Fury had been controlling the fight, he's not getting dropped twice. And if Wilder was controlling the fight, he's not getting his freaking head boxed off. So, I mean, that's why it was such a great fight, because they were so evenly matched. But, now we're going to see who can make the adjustments and who's truly the better fighter. I see you guys talking about Usyk. Anyway, I want to just kind of talk about whatever right now, but we'll talk about, the first thing we'll talk about is our main man, Eddie Hearn. There's been a lot of talk on this channel recently about Eddie Hearn. Recently he was here in Miami. I talked to him a couple of times. I asked him that question about Tyen Booth and if he watches Tyen Booth, and then just all of a sudden, 2 weeks after I asked him that question about Tyen Booth, he just shuts, not him, but somebody shut down Tyen Booth's channel, and now Tyen Booth is making YouTube video, not YouTube videos, but he's making videos on Patreon. So if you want to go see Tyen Booth, go over there. But now he's spinning more narratives. Let's see what he said. I got an article here on TalkSport. You know what? We'll screen share it. We will mother love and screen share. Why not? Let's see. Go over here. We'll go to share screen. F it. No? Okay. Evan, no screen share. We won't do screen share, but I'll read you guys a quote. So the article came out on sportbible.com, and I also heard Bob Arum kind of chime in on this on an IFL TV interview. Eddie Hearn commented about the Fury Wilder rematch this week, and he gave his opinions on it. So here's what he said verbatim. He said, I quote, I thought Fury might win the fight, but I've heard a few things in the camp and stuff like that. Listen, it might be rubbish, but now I do think Wilder's going to win the fight by stoppage. I hope he doesn't. I'd love to see Tyson Fury make the fight because Tyson Fury will fight Anthony Joshua. He actually wants to fight Anthony Joshua. I know AJ wants to fight Tyson Fury. It's a very quick deal to make with Tyson Fury. Now listen, all this BS about he heard a few things in camp. I'm gonna quote my friends in the UK for a second. That's bollocks. That's bollocks. It's bullshit. And it's just Eddie Hearn trying to get his name in the news. And listen, fair play to him. He accomplished it here on True School Sports. We're talking about him. Listen, man, like the heavyweight division, it's divided right now because you got Fury and Wilder. You got Fury and Wilder, who are potentially going to have the greatest trilogy. You know, again, this is still not. You know, it's not concrete yet. But if let's just say the second fight is great. Let's just say somebody gets knocked out the second fight. It's a very fun fight. It goes 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds. The fans are happy about it. They want to see a third fight. Then all of a sudden, you're looking at a scenario where Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder could potentially be putting on the best heavyweight trilogy the division has seen since Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield. And who wouldn't want to do that? Who wouldn't want to make history and do that? Obviously, in a perfect world, we'd want these guys to fight for undisputed. But you know, whether you agree with Joshua or Wilder, they had a window to make that. They had a window to make that fight. It didn't happen. So really, I can't be bothered. If Fury and Wilder want to fight each other, great. If Joshua wants to fight Wilder, great. If Wilder wants to fight Fury or Joshua, great. But I'm just done talking about the negotiations. I have my opinions on it, but I really don't care much for it. I just want to see the fights. Let's see. He says, but what if the fight turns into a phone booth style brawl in the later rounds? That's a whole lot of weight bearing down on Wilder's 220-pound frame. No, it is. It is. That it is. I mean, you know what? That's like, you know, one of my really good friends in boxing. I haven't seen him in about a month or so, but one of my really good friends in boxing is Riddick Bowe. And whenever I talk to Bowe, I always ask him about like how he would fight certain fighters. And I remember I asked him like last summer when I was at the gym. I asked him about, you know, how would he fight Deontay Wilder? And he's pretty much what you said. Like he told me that he would shoot the right hand of the body. He would crowd him. He would just work that body, lean on him, get him tired. And I feel like that's the kind of strategy Tyson Fury is going to adopt. And I feel like he's got to adopt that style, you know, because Wilder has that Mike Tyson-esque kind of factor to him right now. Obviously, he's not as good as a prime Mike Tyson, but he's got that Mike Tyson factor to where he feels like when he hits something, it's gonna fall down. And when you're a heavyweight and you really believe that you're the baddest man on the planet and that anything you touch is gonna fall down and it's gonna move when you tell it to move, you know that makes you an incredibly dangerous person. But sometimes that can also work against you. It can work against you because you rely on your power and because you believe in it so much, you won't really look to do anything else but land the big shot. So, you know, I think Tyson Fury, I think Wilder believes in his power so much that he doesn't think that Fury is crazy enough to actually come out and fight him. But the thing is, I think Tyson Fury is crazy enough to come out and fight him. That's why Tyson Fury left Ben Davison, who he was very comfortable with, you know, because listen, him and Ben Davison, they're like great friends. You know, they had a very good relationship together. You know, they were very comfortable together, sometimes too comfortable, but he brought in a guy in Sugar Hill that was going to bring something different to him. So you don't bring in somebody different to your camp if you're not going to make the adjustments to try to get a different result. So I'm looking forward to him hopefully doing that and leading on Wilder, maybe even tearing his freaking rotator cuff out of his socket and going UFC because, you know, we know Fury's been doing that UFC, that MMA training. So who knows? Maybe we see Tyson Fury apply some grappling, some UFC MMA like grappling tactics to the fight. You know, you can never rule anything out with Tyson Fury. But yeah, man, I'm really excited for this fight. But yeah, just so many things going on this week. You know, a lot of fighters have been coming out recently talking about I saw Marvin Hagler, Marvelous Marvin. He was talking about how he wants Deontay Wilder to win this fight. So shout out to Marvelous Marvin. He's back in his own. One thing that is a bit concerning for me for Tyson Fury, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. One thing that is kind of concerning for me, another thing that's concerning for me about Tyson Fury, and it's not anything new, but I feel like it's been happening a lot more, and he's been talking about it a lot more recently, and that's all this retirement talk. I had this theory in boxing that it's never good for a fighter to talk about retirement before a big fight, ever. Because basically, once a fighter is talking about retirement at all, then they're halfway out the door already. So Fury's been talking about a lot in interviews recently about how, after this fight and 2 more fights, he's done with boxing. He's been talking about a lot about his life after boxing, retirement, what he's gonna do when he retires. But we don't hear Wilder talking about that as much. We hear that more from Fury. So when I hear that, psychologically, that concerns me about Fury, because is he 1 foot out of boxing already? I mean, because we know he's kind of unstable as a person. His personality is like he's up and down every day. So, I like him. I want him to win. But will he be stable enough? Will he be focused enough? And when he faces adversity, will he be switched on enough to continue to grind through the adversity? Because he has been talking about retirement quite a lot recently. Well, what do you guys think? Let me know in them comments. Make sure you smash that like button if you haven't done so already as well. There was obviously a lot of stuff that happened in boxing this past weekend as well. I was supposed to go live for Caleb Plant versus Vincent Feigenboots, but that wasn't I wasn't able to get that done. But I got a chance to catch some of it. Caleb Plant looked good against a guy in Vincent Feigenboots that pretty much like he was made to order. His style was tailor made for Caleb Plant. He was slow, plodding German fighter. And Caleb Plant was able to just throw combinations, box him, move him, hurt him. Just basically look like $1 million in front of the hometown crowd in Nashville. And it was good for him. Now you got Canelo talking about Canelo. Apparently they made him an offer, and he was talking about how Canelo's team is trying to pull the same thing they did to Sergey Kovalev on him, and he was having it. So we'll see how that goes. Bob Arum also recently revealed in an interview on IFL that Naoya Monster Inoue sold over $100,000 in tickets in his first 24 hours of his ticket sales for his fight with Casemiro on April 25th going on sale. So that's an encouraging sign for the Monster here in America, because there was a lot of questions about if he could sell in America, how commercially viable was the Monster, but it appears that he's doing all right for himself. So shout out to the Monster. And then obviously there's been rumblings of I don't think it's official yet, but apparently Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders is gonna be a thing May 2nd. So we'll see. But yeah, there's 14 on here. Does anybody want to come live? If anybody wants to join the live and talk about Fury versus Wilder, you're more than welcome to come on. I'll put the link down below. So if any of you want to come in here and speak on the fight, let's see. Here's the link. I'm gonna drop the link in the comments. So if any of you want to come in here right now and talk about the fight with me, boom, there it is. You click that button right. You click that link right there, and you can come in. But I'm interested. I'm very interested to see like what Wilder's gonna come in at, because I remember after the first fight. Like, I'm going to say about 2 weeks after the first fight, there was a lot of talk about him bulking up. Like, I think he wanted to be like 250. Now, obviously, he's not going to come into no damn fight weighing no 250 against Tyson Fury. I think that was just all talk, and they realized that if they did that, that would actually work against them. Like, that would work against them. But I am interested. I'm very interested to see like what happens. Like, is he going to come in at 220, 225, 230? Like, what's it going to be? Either way, we know Fury is going to have like a massive weight advantage against Deontay Wilder, but it's still something to think about. David, my man David Mason is sticking to his guns. He's saying Fury's washed up out of the wall and beat him. That's not true, champ. That's not true. That's what I'm saying. My man Charlie Lexi, he said Fury will be better this time. He just lost 11 stone last time and outboxed Wilder. Exactly. Now he's match fit. Now he's had time. He's had time to get accustomed, to being match fit again. He's gotten some good rounds. Listen, I said after the Otto Wallen fight that the Otto Wallen fight was the greatest thing to ever happen to him in preparation for Wilder. He got a lot of rounds. Got about 9 or 10 rounds against Otto Wallen. And he had to go through some adversity, so good for him. Wilder. I mean, although Wilder did fight better people, he got what, 7 rounds, something like that. And to be fair, he hasn't really made any crazy adjustments as a fighter. He's still just knocking fools out. He's just knocking these fools out senseless. It's not like Deontay Wilder became this great body puncher, or it's not like Deontay Wilder learned how to move around the ring better or cut the ring off any better than he did the first time he fought Fury. So I don't think Fury is really fighting anybody like dramatically different in this version of Wilder. I think he's going to fight somebody that's still a fantastic, an exceptionally hard puncher, but he's fighting somebody that is, the same, a more confident person, but the same person. Let's see. Wilder needs to go to the body more often. I don't know why he stopped going to the body the first fight when he was connecting. You know what it is? It's just like especially in boxing, you're a creature of habit. So he never had to go. He never had to go to the body the whole 40 plus fights on the way up. So why he's not gonna learn it on that night in a big fight in the Staples Center on his first pay-per-view. It might have worked in spots, but he's not going to continue to do it over and over again because he didn't have to do it over and over again. It wasn't drilled into his head. His trainers don't, teach him how to do that. And that's one thing I interviewed John David Jackson, and that's one thing he said in one of our most recent interviews. He said that either Wilder doesn't listen to his trainers, or they just don't teach him how to do certain things in the gym. And that was one of the things that he mentioned was body punching, going to the body. And things like that. And I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure if it's because they're not teaching him that in the gym, or if because he doesn't listen. But whichever it is, it's either one is bad. Either one is bad. Straight up, either one of them is bad. But yeah, it's what is it? 5:14. You guys drop your questions down below. Any questions, any comments, any opinions about this fight are more than welcome in the comments down below. I'm going to be live here for about, 3-4 hours. We're going to have fun with this one. So anybody who wants to join, you're welcome. In fact, hold on. While I'm sitting here, let me share this on Facebook. Let me share this junk on Facebook. Boom. So you guys just keep commenting. I'm gonna share this on Facebook right now while I'm sitting here. Oh, it is also worth noting, and I want to let you guys know, I don't know if anybody here is from Texas, but me and Pops, we will be going out to Dallas for the Roma Gonzalez Calia 5 fight on February 29th, which is on the undercard of Mikey Garcia versus Jesse Vargas. So if you're going to be in the Dallas area around the time of Mikey Garcia versus Jesse Vargas and you want to meet us, feel free to hit me up on Instagram at Just a Kid from Dania, or hit me up on Facebook. All my links are in my about section on my YouTube channel. I'm pretty easy to reach. I'm looking really forward to it because this is Roma Gonzalez's first world title shot, or first world title fight since he got brutally knocked out by Rong Visai. So it's a chance for Roma Gonzalez to get some redemption in his career and become world champion again. And listen, like his legacy is already great. His legacy is already great. Like, win or lose this fight, he's going to the Hall of Fame. No doubt about it. With that being said, I'm looking forward to seeing how he looks against a fighter in Calia 5 who is, who's been starving for a fight like this, and now he's getting it. What do you guys think about that fight? Wilder is a one-trick pony. It's a great trick, undoubtedly, but sooner or later he's going to get found out. Correct. He's going to get found out. It might be against Fury, it might be against Joshua. Hell, it might even be against Andy Ruiz or Dillian White, but I believe he will too. And listen, if he doesn't get found out his whole career, then it's like the most legit one trick of all time. There is no one trick more legit than Wilder's power. I don't know why, but I got a feeling Fury's gonna get knocked out cold. I can't wait for this fight. My man Lost Survivor. He said I got a feeling Fury's gonna get knocked out cold. Well, listen, that's why we're all tuning in, right? We know Wilder can put Fury out, and there's a growing number of fans that believe that Fury can put Wilder out, with the adjustments he's made in camp. So I'm hyped for it too. In fact, normally I would go live for these fights, but I'm actually going to a really popular bar to watch the fights. Well, what are you guys? Where are you guys gonna watch the fights? Are you guys watching it at your house? Are you guys gonna watch it with your friends? Are you guys going out? Because I'm going out for this fight. I'm going out with some friends. I'm gonna probably have a couple of drinks. I'm gonna go to the Delray Beach Boxing Club where they have a bar. I'll probably do some interviews. It'll probably be the first time that your boy BT does interviews with alcohol in the system. So be on the lookout for that. Be on the lookout for that. Let's see. Did I miss anything? I'll tell you this though. I'm really excited to see my boy Amir Imam fight on the undercard. I'm really hyped about that fight because Amir Imam, he's been somebody, as many of us know, he was getting a lot of hype back in 2015, 2014, around at that time. Then he had the loss of Granados, and then he just hasn't really been able to recover since that fight. He had the world title shot against Jose Ramirez, came up short. Now he's with Top Rank. He fought a soft touch, a bum his first fight, but now he's stepping it up a bit. Now he's fighting ex-U.S. Olympian Javier Molina, who's light punching, but it's a good matchup for him, and we're gonna really see if he's still got anything left in the tank, as far as being that world championship material. Boom. Okay. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. My man Charlie Lexi says PPV. So you're watching on pay-per-view. Hey, that's the way to go. But honestly, I don't feel like spending the 70. I think it's like 75. I don't know if it's 75 or 80, but it's like a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of money for the pay-per-view. And if I had it, I'd pay for it. But I'd rather go out. I'm gonna go out for this fight. I'm gonna go do something I've never done before. I'm gonna go to the Delray Beach Boxing Club. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, there's a boxing gym here in my area called the Delray Beach Boxing Club. So it's like a regular boxing gym. It has like a ring and it's got bags and everything a boxing gym has. But behind the ring, there's like a bar. There's a legit bar with 4 or 5 flat screen TVs, and they got a whole smorgasbord of just alcoholic beverages, and people around South Florida, when there's boxing on, they go to this bar and they go to watch fights. I never gone to it before, as far for a fight, but this is the fight that I'm gonna go to it for. So it should be fun. It should really be fun. Charlie Alexis says that the pay-per-view is £25 in the UK, which really it's nothing for America. When I see UK pay-per-view prices and I hear you guys complain about the pay-per-view prices, I scratch my head. But I don't. Maybe they just adjusted to whatever the medium income is in the UK. I don't know. You guys can inform me. It's ridiculous in America. I mean, it's ridiculous. And God forbid you get a mega fight like Mayweather Pacquiao, because Mayweather Pacquiao was $100. I mean, Mayweather Pacquiao was $100. I bought it too. I was one of the millions who bought that 36-minute tap dancing session. Yeah, I bought that pay-per-view. I I bought some good pay-per-views, but then I bought some really shitty pay-per-views. Like I bought that one. I actually bought Berto versus Mayweather. I bought that pay-per-view. I bought Pacquiao versus Broner last year, which was actually the last pay-per-view I bought, period. I bought Pacquiao versus Broner. I bought Fury Wilder 1, Judah Mayweather, any Pacquiao pay-per-view I bought pretty much. Yeah, but it's ridiculous here. HB says Tia was fighting Loma and Tank is fighting Leo Santa Cruz. What does that say about Tiafimo? It says, and that's my man HB. Let's put him on the screen. That's my man HB. It says a lot about Tiafimo. It says that Tiafimo Lopez wants to be great. It says that he believes in himself. It says that, not only does he think he can be great, but he knows that he can be great. And fair play to him. Like, I don't think the May 30th date is officially finalized, but whenever they fight, that's going to be one of the most anticipated fights of the year because that's one I've been talking about a lot here on this channel for about a year. As for Gervonta Tank Davis, I was at the gym recently and I was talking to Amir Imam, and he asked me about Tank Davis and what I thought about Tank Davis, and I told Amir straight. I said, listen, they got this dude in the witness protection program for boxing. They got him in the Gervonta Davis witness protection program. Straight up, he's in the witness protection program. He's not fighting nobody, at least not anybody that's going to truly threaten him. And, we just call a spade, and he laughed at it. He thought it was funny because it's true. I mean, how are you going to fight Leo Santa Cruz? It's a joke. But, they got him on training wheels, and when he's in it, listen, there's going to come a day when he gets knocked out at the most. He's going to get knocked out, and it's going to be completely unexpected. Like Mayweather Promotions are going to be shocked because the lifestyle he lives outside the ring, and we're talking about Tank Davis here, the lifestyle that he's living outside the ring, he you can definitely tell he enjoys the fame more than the actual sport of boxing. You see him, he's at celebrity basketball games, he's hanging out with Trina, he's in music videos, he's hanging out with Drake and celebrities, he's getting fat in between fights. He looks like freaking Grimace in between fights. You can't be that way. You always have to stay hungry and dedicated to the sport because, especially around his weight, around his weight class, there's killers everywhere. Everywhere. You got Ryan Garcia, who all of a sudden is beginning to look like nothing but the truth. You got Teofimo Lopez. You got Rolando Romero, Rolly. You got him. He punches dumb hard. So listen, I'm gonna tell you this about Tank Davis. I like him. I think if Mayweather put him in some real fights, he'd be good for boxing because the one time he put him in a real fight against Pedraza, he looked like $1 million. He looked like what his nickname implies he is, which is the one. He looked like the future of boxing. But it's just it's really sad what's happened to his career because after that Pedraza win, he looked so amazing. I thought he was really going places. I thought he would. That win had me believe that he wasn't going to be the next Broner, and then no sooner than those thoughts coming into my head, he starts becoming like Broner. He misses weight against Fonseca. He's beating up his baby mother at the celebrity basketball games. So it's truly sad. Charlie Lexi asks, what do you think about Daniel Dubois versus big juggernaut Joe Joyce? I think it's a hell of a fight. It's probably one of the best fights that could have been made outside of the champions, really. These are two fighters that I think are really close to fighting for a world title. I think I think both of them, whoever wins this fight, will be really close to fighting for a world title. As far as styles, I think it's great for Dubois. I think the style matchup is great for Dubois because and it's great for the fans too because we finally get to see Daniel Dubois tested against somebody that we know has good amateur pedigree, is going to be durable, can punch a little bit, and isn't just going to go away, because Dubois had one fight that really mattered last year, or two fights that mattered. He had the fight against Nathan Gorman, which was the most important fight he had last year. He passed that step-up fight with flying colors. Just flying colors, no issues whatsoever. It was an easy fight for Daniel Dubois. He made it look easy. Then he had a fight against Razvan Kajanu. That was early in the year last year, and he passed out flying colors. But everything else besides that was straight cherry picks. Ebenezer Tatev, you had the worst cherry pick I've maybe ever seen in my life, and I'm not saying that lightly. Fujimoto. So I'm happy to see him in there with the big juggernaut. I'm picking Dubois to win. I just think like with him, I think he will be a world champion at some point. I think he will. I think he's gonna grab a belt at some point. I think he stops Joe Joyce somewhere around the 6th round. Somewhere around the 6th round, because I think Joe Joyce is going to. I actually think Joe Joyce is going to try to put pressure on him and try to really take the fight to him and bully the bully. And I think it'll work to his detriment. And even if he doesn't do that, I believe Daniel Dubois, even though he's like 22 years old, I think he's matured so much as a fighter that he has it in his locker. He has it within his skill set to beat Joe Joyce with his boxing skills, with his jab. Obviously, it's the big boy division. It's the heavyweight division, so we don't want to see him beat him with his jab. We want to see him beat him to death with a right hand, but I'm going with a Daniel Dubois 6th-round KO. My main man, Kieran Betts. What's good, champ? Shout out to Kieran Betts. He's always here. How you living, Kieran? You good? You all right, mate? Aman says, Aman. Oh, Aman. Aman is cute. Aman is kind of cute. I don't know if Aman is actually a girl. I don't know if Aman's actually a female. Because, sometimes people troll, but Aman looks kind of cute. He says, who y'all got for the rematch? I got Tyson Fury. I kind of wanted to wait. I plan on doing like a prediction video, and I want to give like an official prediction. But I got Tyson Fury. I think the adjustments with Sugar Hill is going to be good for him. I think we're going to see Tyson Fury's full talent on display in this fight. I don't think he's gonna fight the kind of fight where you see him on his back foot, jabbing and rolling and just using his legs to win a decision. I think we're gonna see a Tyson Fury that cuts the distance, closes the gap, is shielding punches, countering off the shielded punches, and looking to hurt Wilder. And I think he does hurt Wilder. I'm not sure if he's gonna stop him, but I think at bare minimum he'll drop Wilder. So yeah, I'm going with Fury. I don't have an exact prediction right now, but I am going with Fury. Okay, he said, "All good, brother. Hope you're well. I'm fantastic. I'm doing well, man. I'm happy to be live on YouTube. Always a pleasure to be live here on YouTube. But yeah, what do you think about I'll ask you, Kieran. What do you think about Fury versus Wilder? It's a hell of a fight. It's a big fight this weekend. While I'm doing that, I want to run through the undercard actually, because I was gonna do a separate live for the undercard, but I figure we might as well. We're going to really camp out and be here for a while, so we might as well just run through the undercard because we got time. Got some time. For those of you who are here right now who are new to the channel, make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you super chat if you feel led to. Super chat, donate to the channel if you feel led to. Subscribe, do all that good stuff. Give me your predictions for Wilder Fury. Let me know what city, what state, what continent you're watching from. I'll give you a shout out. But let's go to the undercard. Let's see who's on the undercard. Let's see who the appetizers are. And there are a couple of pretty notable fighters on this undercard, so I don't get why people are pissed off about the undercard. You're getting some pretty good fighters on the undercard, exciting ones too. It's not like they just put talented fighters who have boring styles. No, they put fighters who are talented and have exciting styles. So let's run through it. So you got Rolly. You got Rolando Romero. One of the sleepers at 135. He's on the come up. He's 10-0. I believe he has 10 knockouts, but let me see. He had 10 knockouts or 9 knockouts. Let's see. 10 or 9 or 8. I know he's got a high knockout percentage. Rolly's got, what has he got? 9 knockouts. So listen, for those of you who don't know Rolando Romero, or Rolly as he is affectionately called in the Las Vegas boxing community and boxing in general, this kid right here, he really burst onto the scene when he had his beef with Ryan Garcia. There was a sparring session at the Mayweather boxing gym between Ryan Garcia and this kid Rolly, and Rolly was putting it on Ryan Garcia. He was beating the dog shit out of him in sparring, and in doing that, he got his name off of that. They had a little beef, and that's a fight that maybe we could see down the road as Rolly begins to become more of a factor. So he's fighting on this card. This is his 11th professional fight. He's fighting somebody that I actually know of because this guy trains in South Florida. He's fighting a guy by the name of Arturs Ametovs from he's from Latvia, I believe. Is he from Latvia? He is in fact from Riga, Latvia. So shout out to Riga, Latvia. Arturs Ametovs. He's 5-0 with 2 KO. So just looking at his record, we can see that he doesn't really have like a lot of punching power. And this is a guy in Ahmedtov's who, you know, he comes from a kickboxing background. He had a lot of kickboxing fights. He trains in the Boca Pau under Derek Santos, who's a good friend of mine. And I actually know one of his friends as well. On paper, just looking at the fight on paper, I haven't really seen much about Ahmedtov. I know of him. I have friends who know him, who've sparred him, and I've heard good things about him. But then I also know Rolly, and I have friends that know Rolly, and I've seen and heard good things about Rolly. So just on paper, looking at this fight between Rolly and Ahmedtov, who comes from a kickboxing background, who hasn't got a stoppage since his second professional fight. You know, he boxed one guy to a majority decision, a 6-3 guy to a majority decision in 2019. And then since then, he scored 2 unanimous decision victories against a 6-5 guy and a 10-3 guy. So this is the biggest fight of his career. And you know, if he's like, cause my friend who knows him, if he boxes anything like my friend who knows him, because they're from like near the same country, I think Rolly will be able to really hurt him going to the inside. You know, because Rolly's a really, really hard puncher. I mean, if we're talking about that weight class, you know, with the likes of Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia, Gervonta Davis, you know, just those big names at that weight class, other young fighters. None of them, and I repeat, none of them are punching as hard as this kid right here. This kid is knocking fools out. You know, there's plenty of things I hear about in Vegas because I have friends. I have friends and I have people that I know in every part of the country in boxing, and sometimes I hear things about sparring sessions. I'm not going to disclose who Rolly spar, but this guy has knocked out a lot of pros in sparring. And I know sparring and fights are different, but he's someone who I think the best is yet to come. So I'm expecting not just a good performance from Rolly this week, but a sensational performance from Rolly this week. So, you know, fair play to him. Good luck to Arthur Ahmedtov from Delray Beach Boxing Club or Boca Pau. You know, he's a South Florida trained fighter. So, you know, best of luck to him and Derek Santos. And may the best man win. What else we got in this card? We got all kinds of fights. So that's one fight on the card. That's one fight that's kind of intriguing to me because I know the opponent. I know of the opponent, and I also have connections with Rolly. We also got Sebastian Fundura. Yes, that's Sebastian Fundura. Now, many of you guys may not remember Sebastian Fundura by name, but you'll definitely know him by if you've seen him. Sebastian Fundura is a PBC prospect. Sebastian Fundura is like 6'1". He's like a 6'1", 154 pounder, and he's been fighting a lot of PBC undercards. And he's a good fighter. He's a really good fighter. He's fighting a guy named Daniel Lewis from Australia. Daniel Lewis is 6-0 with 4 KOs. I don't know much about Daniel Lewis. So let me see. Let's see if they got anything about him. Apparently, he was an Olympian. So he's, you know, Sebastian Fundura is fighting an Olympian from Australia. So, you know, should be a good fight there. You know, Fundura is a long, rangy guy. I mean, he's about as long and rangy as you can get in the weight class. So this will probably be a good test against him. And I look forward to seeing and learning about Daniel Lewis, who was apparently a 2016 Olympian for Australia. So that's a good matchup. We got Isaac Lowe. You know, a fellow gypsy. You know, friends with Tyson Fury. Managed by Tyson Fury. I believe also managed by MTK Global. So we got he's fighting Alberto Guevara, and this is the same Alberto Guevara who many of you may remember. That name might sound familiar to you. Alberto Guevara is 27-5 with 12 KOs. His 2 of his 5 losses have come in his last 2 fights. His last fight was against Shakur Stevenson. He was the guy that I believe he fought as a late replacement because Shakur Stevenson was supposed to fight somebody. I can't remember who it was, but he was supposed to fight somebody. They pulled out, and then he was a late replacement, and Shakur Stevenson pretty much stopped him in Newark in front of the hometown crowd. It was a mismatch. He's fighting Isaac Lowe. Isaac Lowe is pushing up the rankings. You know, he's slowly moving past the British rankings and European rankings, and now he's beginning to move up to the world rankings. And you know, we got Isaac Lowe 19-0-3 with 6 KOs. You know, not known as a puncher, not known for his punching power. Funny enough, one of my friends in the UK, who's a fellow prospect, you know, he's not quite at the level of Isaac Lowe yet, but he sparred Nayo and Master Inoue. My main man, Raza Hamza, from Birmingham, UK, he's 14-0-1 with like 7 KOs. He called out Isaac Lowe, and that it hasn't dropped on my channel yet, but there's a video of that coming out later. So, who knows? Maybe my man Raza Hamza can get this fight. So I'll be looking at Isaac Lowe, and I'll be, watching this fight real closely so I can talk to Raz about this later. But Isaac Lowe, a good fighter, good boxing skills. But I think, once he really steps up to the creme de la creme at the world level, I think he's going to get found out because, truthfully speaking, we look at Isaac Lowe's career. We look at some of the guys he's gotten draws with. I mean, he got a draw with Ryan Walsh. And Ryan Walsh, I mean, you should not be getting draws with Ryan Walsh. If you're someone who's as talked about and as as touted as an Isaac Lowe, you can't be getting draws with the Ryan Walsh of the world. I mean, this is the same Ryan Walsh, got outboxed by Lee Selby. Ryan Walsh is a decent fighter, but he's not somebody that Isaac Lowe should be drawing with. So Isaac Lowe is a solid fighter, but I don't really look at him to see a world champion. But his fight with Alberto Guevara, it's something to look out for. So you had that fight. You got probably the most. You know what? I'll say this. Probably the most interesting fight of the entire card. I'm not gonna lie to you. The most interesting fight of the entire card, I think, is the fight with Gerald Washington and Charles Martin. And I'm gonna tell you why it's the most interesting fight on the card to me. Because that's an in-house PBC heavyweight fight. So the winner of this fight, I believe, will be getting a title shot in this year. I genuinely believe that and the reason I say that is this. You got Gerald Washington, right? Obviously, we know Gerald Washington. He is what he is. He's not really that great of a heavyweight, but he gave Wilder a good fight on short notice a couple years ago. So if he gets a win against Charles Martin, then he can use his account in the Wilder fight along with the wins to get a rematch. You got him coming off a good win, a really good win, probably the best win of his career. He's coming off the best win of his career against Robert Helenius. He fought Robert Helenius in July of last year. And what did he do? What did he do? What did our main man Gerald Washington, the ex-USC football player, what did he do to Robert Helenius? He took him up and he crumpled him up like a piece of paper and he folded him up like a blue steel chair like The Rock and Chris Jericho, and he stopped him in the 8th round. And now he's fighting Charles Martin. And listen, people are always going to joke about Charles Martin because, he walks his earth like a god and things like that. But Charles Martin, unbeknownst to many people, Charles Martin is actually on a 2-fight winning streak. Yes, he's on a 2-fight winning streak. So he got stopped against Adam Kanaki late in 2018. Then he fought. His winning streak began when he fought on the Spence Mikey Garcia undercard in Dallas. And he fought Gregory Corbin, who was 15-0 at the time. And I knew Gregory Corbin because Gregory Corbin was a guy that trained here in South Florida with Jesse Robinson and people at the Heavyweight Factory. And that was actually a fight. I remember going into that fight, I thought Greg was going to really, put it on Charles Martin because I was looking at Charles Martin as a beaten fighter. Greg had been waiting for that kind of opportunity for a while. Greg was a very talented fighter himself. Like, he won the National Golden Gloves in America for, I think, a heavyweight, in 2005 or something like that. He was a really good fighter. Like, he was a really good fighter, but then he went to prison for like 10 years, so he lost all his prime. So basically, when he got out of jail, his boxing career, he was playing catch up the whole time, and then eventually he lost a bar, and then he was used as a Philip Pergovic opponent, and Pergovic knocked him out in like a minute, maybe even less. And we haven't heard from Gregory Corbin since, but I consider that a good win because he was undefeated, and a lot of people, believe it or not, a lot of people giving Gregory Corbin a good chance in that fight. So he beat him via disqualification because Corbin kept, hitting him below. Then he fights Daniel March, a tough journeyman, and he stops Daniel March. So he's on a good 2-fight winning streak. Got some decent names on his resume. Now he's fighting Gerald Washington, who I think would be, if he were to win the fight, let's see, if you look at his resume, I think Gerald Washington might be the best win of his career because, his best win of his career, but, if he doesn't ever get another win heavyweight, his best win is against Glasgow. And that was a weird fight because Glasgow, when he fought for the vacant title, he fell and he broke his ankle and he couldn't continue, so he just got the title by default. But Gerald Washington, is going in as a favorite. I was looking at the odds last night. Gerald Washington is going in as a favorite. And hey, I think Charles Martin, because the thing is, I watched Gerald Washington fight, and he's a bit older. He's got more miles on the odometer now. He's not the slickest guy in the world, and he's not gonna really hurt you with his punching power, too often. He did stop Lanius, but he's not really known for his punching power. And I think sometimes he exchanges too much with fighters. And I feel like if he falls into some of those tendencies, Gerald Washington against Charles Martin, that would favor Charles Martin, because Charles Martin in this fight is definitely the harder puncher. That's the one thing Charles Martin does great. That's the one thing he does good, is punch people and punch them hard. But you got to be there for him to punch, because he's got slow feet, and he's not the most crafty person with his feet. So I'm looking at this fight. I'm looking at this fight as like a 55-45, maybe 60-40 in favor of Gerald Washington. But I'm really, right now, for me personally, I'm leaning towards Charles Martin, because I just think at some point in that fight, you're going to see Gerald Washington sit there and trade with Charles Martin when he shouldn't trade with Charles Martin. But if he doesn't do that and he's just patient and he boxes and not try to press a knockout, I think he beats Charles Martin. But I'm leaning towards Charles Martin because I don't think Gerald Washington has the discipline to do that. That's my opinion. Okay, well, what was the other fight? We had Charles Martin, Gerald Washington, and we also had got Emmanuel Navarrete on this card, so that's going to be a good fight. You got Subriel Matias. He was the guy that I think he was he the guy that I think he killed Dadashov. Did he kill Dadashov? Yeah, Subriel Matias, the Puerto Rican prospect, good fighter. 15-0, 15 KOs, been folding everybody up they put in front of him. And yes, he was the guy that fought Dadashov. And he gave Dadashov a really good fight. Beat him pretty badly. He beat Breeders Prescott, stopped him. He's got some decent names on his resume. And he's fighting Petros Anayan, 14-2-2. And Petros Anayan, he's coming from the country of Russia. He's coming from Russia, 14-2-2 with 7 KOs. And when you look at his resume, there's not really any recognizable names. He's fought mainly just domestic level Russian opposition. But he's fighting Matias. This looks to be like a walkover opponent for Matias on paper. Matias is a good fighter. I don't think he's getting enough hype as far as Puerto Rican prospects, because right now all the talk of Puerto Rican prospects is like Xander Zayas, Edgar Berlanga, guys like that. But I feel like his name should be more included in the conversation. So there's that. And then the fight, obviously, I mentioned this earlier, I'm most excited for. You got Amir Youngmaster Imam returning to the ring in his most significant fight since the Jose Ramirez title fight where he lost. He's fighting Javier Molina, and Molina's a good fighter. Molina's 21-2, not known for his punching power. He only got 9 knockouts, but Molina, former U.S. Olympian, so he comes from he has a good amateur pedigree. He's coming off of a good win against where he recently stopped Hiroki Okada, who's a solid fighter in his own right. So that, to me, if you're looking from a competitive standpoint, that's probably the best. That's probably the best fight of the night, in my opinion. Aside from the main event. My man Sean Ramsey, what's up, Sean? How you living? What's good, Sean? Haven't heard from you in a minute. How you doing, champ? You good? We got my main man Nathan Ogden or Nathan Carey. I don't know what you want to call you, Nathan, but you're here. Nathan, do you want to hop on? Do you want to come on live since you're here? Yeah, he said, yeah, let me come on the show. Okay, Nathan. Hold on, let me put my headphones in. Let me put my headphones in. Let's jump. Take that shit out. Hold on. Let me get you set up, Nathan. And you know what? Anybody who wants to come on, you're more than welcome to come on. Anybody's welcome to come on. Like Adrian Broner says, anybody can get it. African, Mexican, Pakistan. Boom. All right, so there's Nathan. There's the link. If you want to jump on, you jump on. There it is. Be nice to get somebody else's thoughts instead of me. So we're right now we're patiently waiting for Nathan to join the live. If any of you guys want to join the live, it's right there. The link is right there. You can hop on, let your opinions, let your voice be heard. Be part of the untouchable True School Sports empire. My man Lost One, he says, "Hey, True School, what's good, man? How you doing? What do you think about this fight coming up?" Nathan says that Charles Martin's gonna outbox Gerald Washington. You hear that? He walks this earth like a god. Damn, have we really been live for an hour already? Holy crap, we'll be live for an hour already. It's crazy. Been live for well over an hour already. These lives just fly by, man. Time just flies by. But I really enjoy talking to you guys. I do enjoy talking to you guys. Looking really forward to the future of True School Sports and the channel. There's a small possibility too, guys. There's a small possibility I might cover a fight on Friday because there's a Telemundo card here in there's a Telemundo card here on Friday. You know, you got Robeisy Ramirez, the guy that beat Shakur Stevenson in the Olympics. He's the main event on that card, and you got some local fighters. So I might go to that card. They give me a press pass. If not, I'm good with that too. Yeah, Sean, you want to join? Hop on, Sean. Hop on. All you got to do is click that link right there. You click that link right there, and then I should be able to, like, put you on here. So you click that link right there, and you're good to go. Let's see. Let's look at some more boxing news while we're sitting here. While we're sitting here. We're going to pull up some of this boxing news. Apparently Johnny Nelson has been speaking to the media about Isaac Chamberlain. Many of you guys know, and I know if Nathan's here, he's gonna say Isaac Chamberlain is a bum at some point. But one of my that's all Sean. Okay, never mind. Sean Ramjer is here. Let's see what Sean got to say.
What's going on, man?
Sean, let's see.
What's going on? You hear me?
What's up, Sean?
Not much, man. Just checking out your live.
Yeah, what's good?
Nothing, man. I'm just you caught me in the middle of walking home from work.
I feel you. Okay, you can hop back. You can hop back on later if you want.
Yeah. You how long are you staying on for?
I'll be live for a while. I got a couple hours.
All right, cool. I'll hop on a little bit.
Okay.
All right,
Sean. There he is. There's the man, the myth, the legend himself, Sean Ramjer. He was here. So look, as you guys just saw, the floor is open. If you want to come here live and you want to talk boxing, if you want to tell me if I don't know shit about boxing, if you want to tell me I do know shit about boxing, if you want to just give your opinions on Wilder Fury, the floor is open to anybody. Anyone can get this work. If in fact, like right now, like if that midget from the LDBC BFTV, if that midget BFTV, if he came here right now, I would let him come on. And I wouldn't mute him. So the floor is open, but I'm like really excited though for this. I'm really excited for this fight, and I'm pretty encouraged too. Like Bob Arum said that Monster Inoue is out here selling tickets. Like he sold $100,000 worth of tickets in his first 24 hours. Which he said was a shocker. Like he said it was a shocker that Inoue sold so many tickets against, for the fight with Casemiro, because he was under the impression that people didn't know who the hell Inoue and Casemiro were, but he was gravely mistaken, and he underestimated the power of the smaller weight classes. So that's just that. Recently, too, guys, I don't know why, but I've been binge watching a lot of as far as boxing, I've been binge watching a lot of Floyd Mayweather. Like I've been binge watching Floyd Mayweather. Like I watched this fight with Angelman Freddie the other night, and I watched this fight with Henry Brucelis. Those are two like underrated fights for Floyd that nobody talks about. You know, he fought Angelman Freddie when Angelman Freddie was coming off the heels of a win over, I think, Arturo Gatti. He had stopped Arturo Gatti. Like he was in a good run of form. And then he fought Floyd, and Floyd just folded him up like it was nothing. It was easy work for Floyd. So that was a good fight. That was actually here in South Florida. And then he fought when he fought 140, he fought Henry Brussels or Bruxelles, who was Miguel Cotto's sparring partner, and he was actually testing the waters at that time against Henry Bruxelles. And it was such a mismatch and a cherry pick. Like, they only sold like 4,000. What's funny, what people don't realize about Floyd Mayweather was that before he became Pretty Boy Floyd, he was putting up like Andre Ward ticket sale numbers. Like, the guy was not selling tickets at all. He was selling no tickets. Because when he fought Bruxelles, he fought him in Miami at the American Airlines Arena. And he sold like 4,000 tickets. There wasn't even one national writer there to cover the fight. Like, it was pretty bad. So that was one of the fights that probably made him became who he later became. Sean says, he asked me, do I think Floyd is coming back? Hopefully not.
Sean says,
I'm good on that one. But I mean, I hear things, because I mean, I know a lot of people in the boxing world, some people who are connected to Floyd or that have spent time around him or know people that know him. And sometimes I hear things back from people. Like, one person told me that Floyd went broke and that he's gonna fight again. Another person told me that any rumors that you hear about Floyd being broke aren't true. So you hear all kinds of things. Personally, I think he'll be back at some point. And I think it's going to be completely, like, when he comes back, I think it'll be the most BS fight of all time. Like, it's going to be like Floyd versus a MMA fighter or a kickboxer again. It won't be against like another boxer. I think he's not going to fight a boxer ever again, but I do think he'll fight like an MMA fighter again. Lost Survivor says, I miss those HBO 24/7 pay-per-view fights. Who doesn't? When you consider how piss poor the presentation is in comparison, from the Zone and Showtime in comparison to HBO, it's to go figure. I miss it too. I don't necessarily miss like the bias. Like, I remember when Jim Lampley used to have the Fight Game, the TV show. And it was horrible. They'd have a new pound for pound king every week. Romo Gonzalez wouldn't even fight. He'd be the pound for pound king one week, and then all of a sudden he's number 5. If he comes back, it might be because of his tax troubles. People on the street are saying this too. Yeah, I mean. A lot of people have told me about this, so it's not like it's anything crazy. Thomas Moreland, shout out to you. I don't know if I shouted you up. Okay, we're good. We're good. So apparently, Johnny Nelson was speaking to the media because in the UK at the Repton Boxing Gym they had this thing called the Gloves Up, Knives Down campaign, and it's basically a campaign in the UK for the youth to join. It's an initiative started by a couple of local boxing gyms in like London, where obviously stabbings and the knife crisis it's like a big thing over there. So they started a campaign called Gloves Up, Knives Down, and Isaac Chamberlain, who's a good friend of mine, cruiserweight prospect, 10-1, 4 KOs. He's got his next 2 fights scheduled. He's fighting March 28th in Coventry on the Craig Richards, Shakan Pitters undercard, and he's also fighting April 25th in Crystal Palace, London. So his next 2 fights are scheduled. He's going to be active again. 2020 is the year of get back for Isaac Chamberlain after a year and a half out the ring. He's going to be a different fighter when you guys see him next. But Johnny Nelson, who was, the longest ever reigning cruiserweight world champion. He had 13 title defenses of the WBO title. And he spoke very glowingly of Isaac Chamberlain. And I wanted to read it to you guys and give you guys my opinion on what Johnny Nelson said about my friend Isaac Chamberlain. He said, I quote, I'm a massive fan. There's a couple of guys I'm a massive fan of in the UK, and he's one of them. And then he also said something along the lines of that he's doing the right things in his career, getting away from the UK, coming to America for training, and that he kind of reminds Johnny of himself, which was the fact that Isaac Chamberlain didn't have a big amateur background. He didn't have like big promotional backing coming out the box. Everything he's got in boxing, he's fought for, and everything he'll get moving forward, he'll continue to fight for. So it's good to see that people like Johnny Nelson, he also said about Isaac Chamberlain, he said, I quote, give Isaac time because all of a sudden he's going to grasp back on the scene again, and they're going to say, wow. And it's nice because I want them to look back at Isaac fighting Lawrence Coley and look at how much he's improved now to what he was then. And I can attest to the improvements of Isaac Chamberlain. This is a guy ass down here in Miami at the Kangaroo Boxing Gym, and when he comes back, I'm telling you guys, he's going to be someone to watch in the cruiserweight division. I'm telling you. Remember you heard it here first. When he starts climbing those cruiserweight rankings, remember you heard it here first. Straight up. Remember you heard it here first. So yeah, that was one piece of boxing news I wanted to share with you guys. What else? We had Golden Boy, what's his name? One of the Golden Boy executives recently spoke out, and he said that Ryan Garcia versus Jorge Linares is a very viable fight because that was the fight that's been rumored to take place next for Ryan Garcia. They're saying sometime in the summertime at Staples Center, which makes sense because Staples Center is a great venue. Obviously, it's been great for boxing over the years, and it'll probably be great for a Ryan Garcia fight. But here's what Golden Boy's matchmaker Robert Diaz said about everything. He said that here's what he said. He said that he's confident that the fight will happen. He said, I quote, where is it? Oh, he didn't say anything about it. He just said that it's a viable fight. Okay. What the hell? What kind of article is that? It makes no sense. Marvin Hagler hopes Wilder beats Fury, then faces Joshua. Let's see. What's the marvelous one saying? Because he's not really a guy. He's not really a guy that speaks out loud. Let's see. What's the marvelous one saying? Hall of Famer and former world champion Marvelous Hagler hopes Deontay Wilder beats Tyson Fury so he can take on Anthony Joshua in a heavyweight unification bout that he believes is way overdue. Then says, I quote, it's great to see the heavyweights come back into the picture again because they've been out of focus for a long time. Guys like Tyson Fury bring a lot of excitement. He's a character, and Wilder's the type of person who's unpredictable. You don't really know what kind of style he's going to come into the fight with. I don't think he's going to fight Fury with the same way as he did the first time. I believe this time too that he's going to make sure that if he gets him down, he's not going to be able to get up. I'm looking forward to the fight. It's an unpredictable fight because you don't know what game plan they're going to have going into this fight. I can't predict anybody, but I would like to see Wilder get a shot at it because I like to see him and Anthony Joshua because that fight is way overdue. I don't think now it's about money. It's a personal thing between the two of them. Who wants to be the champion of the world? So there you go. The former undisputed middleweight champion asking the question we all want the answer to. Who the hell wants to be the heavyweight champion? Who wants to be the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world? That's what I want to know. Because, I'm happy the fights are happening. I'm happy that this fight is happening this week. But like, regardless of Wilder winning or Fury winning, that's the question that's still going to loom over this division. Is like, who the hell wants to be the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world? Who wants to follow in the footsteps of the great fighters like Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield and guys like that? That's what I want to know. Straight up, that's what I want to know. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, Marvin Hagler is back in Deontay Wilder. That's all you need to know. Marvin Hagler is back in Deontay Wilder. It is also worth noting that for those of you who are very interested in the Golden Contract Tournament, because a lot of people like the Golden Contract Tournament, I just saw that they had the draw today for the 140-pound bracket of the Golden Contract Tournament in the UK. And the matchups are set. So your matchups are as follows. O'Hara Davies coming fresh off of that win against Logan Yoon where he beat my friend pillar to post. He's fighting Muhammad Mamoni, 23-3 with 3 KOs, who actually I believe just scored a KO in his first fight in the Golden Contract. And I think that's a good fight style wise because you got the technically improved O'Hara Davies coming off a big win against Logan Yoon. You know, he has a lot of confidence coming into this fight. He's fighting a guy, Muhammad Mamoni, who is probably the most technically skilled fighter in the whole entire tournament. So this is going to be a true test of how much O'Hara has really improved in the gym. So I like that fight. And then you got oh no, my bad. Okay, no, scratch that. O'Hara Davies is not fighting Muhammad Mamoni. He's fighting Jeff Ofrey. So Jeff Ofrey was a late replacement in the tournament. He's a guy that doesn't have a lot of punching power. He's only 10-1-1 with 3 KOs. But if you look at his record, he had fought like 3 times in like a span of 45 or 60 days. And they put him on the tournament, and he won. You know, he took the fight straight away after just having a fight the previous week. So Jeff Ofrey proved himself to be a true fighter, and now he's fighting O'Hara Davies in his next fight in the tournament. So that's a good fight, but I'm favoring O'Hara Davies. I just think he's going to be too strong, too big, and you know, technically he's improved as well under Angel Fernandez. So I'm looking for him to win that fight. And then you got Muhammad Mamoni, who I just mentioned. He's fighting Tyrone McKenna. And Tyrone McKenna, he was most well known when we were live for that fight for having the Ninja Turtle boxing trunks on. And, you know, he's a long, rangy, slick southpaw, not a lot of punching power. But neither does Muhammad Mamoni have such punching power. So in that fight, it comes down to skills. And if it comes down to skills, Muhammad Mamoni is going to win the fight. So I anticipate that we're going to get Davies versus Muhammad Mamoni in the finals. And then that'll spoil because the dream matchup for Sky Sports and the UK fans is they want to see O'Hara Davies versus Tyrone McKenna in the final because that would be a big fight for your call and British boxing. But I can't see McKenna beating Muhammad Mamoni. He's just too skillful. Unrivaled boxing talk and news. He says, "Yo, what's good, champ? How you living? What do you think about this Fury Wilder fight? Who you favoring?" I think I was on your channel recently. Was I on your channel recently? Let me see. I watched some video on your channel. I can't remember what video it was, but I watched something. What the hell did I watch on your channel recently? You had a video about... What did you have a video about? Oh, Ty Booth. You had a video about Ty Booth. I watched it. That's what it was. I watched your Ty Booth video. It was good stuff. What do you think about the whole Ty Booth thing, by the way? And you know what? I'll post that question to everybody here. What do you think about Ty Booth getting his channel taken away? Man, we don't need to do all that. Chris Tien says, "Mark, what are you doing here? You're everywhere." Sad news. Cheers for the Patreon link, BT. Yes, no problem, man. It's sad what happened to Ty Booth. And Unrivaled, yes, to answer your question, this stream is definitely open invitation. So listen, not just you, Unrivaled. Anybody who wants to jump on live and talk boxing, I'm actually kind of dying for it. Feel free to come on. There's the link right there. So you click that link right there, and you can you're free to join. You're free to join. You're free to join the live. Anybody can get it. Anybody can come on. Apparently, Mark is everywhere. Apparently, Unrivaled is working his ass off these days. So we're just gonna patiently wait for Unrivaled Boxing Talk and News. Because listen, I know I'm semi-handsome, you know, at least that's what the girls tell me. But there's only so much of BT you can take on camera. You know, we have to get another voice in here at some point. We have to get another opinion. You know, my dad's not here right now, so be nice to get another voice here. All right, so there's our main man Mark. Let's add our man Mark to the stream. So here's Unrivaled Boxing Talk and News. Here he is.
Yo, what's up? I'd go on camera, but like I don't think anybody wants to see somebody like who's virtually naked right now because I'm running around the house.
Yeah. Save that for Saturday night after Fury wins.
I mean, I'm doing a 24-hour live stream for that.
So. 25 hours? How do you? Can you even?
Yeah, you can if you use an encoder and you're able to cross-reference the wire with an hour spare. So I worked it out already.
25 hours. I can't even stay awake 25 hours sometimes.
Well, I'm gonna. Lots of things that you're not supposed to take will help you get through. But no, I want to do it. Someone asked me, can I do something crazy for the thing? So I figure I'll be re-energized after 5 a.m. my time because when Fury wins the belt, like I can be happy. You know what I mean? I can go wild.
The day the fight happens, I'll make history myself. I'm gonna do interviews after I start drinking. I never drink, so.
Oh God, you're gonna be like B-Hop on Seconds Out.
That's right.
Yeah, you were asking about Toyan, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What's my opinions on Toyan's channel being deleted? Probably the same opinion I would have on any YouTube channel actually being deleted. Absolute nonsense. But the fact his channel got deleted, it just comes down to political correctness and people crying their hearts out over every. Apparently, people can't express an opinion, or they can't express what I call not an opinion, but comedy anymore. Because that's what he is. He's a comedian. That's all he is. He's doing comedy.
He literally has like there's a video. I don't know if you've seen it. There's a video of him doing stand-up comedy.
Yes.
Like that's what he.
There's 3 videos, 3 different videos of 3 different routines. Like the dude's hilarious, and he really is I would call like the vocal point of like degeneracy in boxing right now. Like and let's be real, if you're a boxing fan and you're complaining about somebody talking about stuff with a harsh opinion, boxing's a rated 18 sport anyway. Yeah. It isn't for children. So the only thing he probably shouldn't have said was probably about Michelle Joy Phelps. That's probably the only thing.
About her getting raped?
Pretty much, like putting that to the public domain as harshly as he did. But even then, I found it hilarious. I did find it hilarious.
Yeah, like the first time he said it, I was like, oh man, I can't believe he said that. But then when he kept saying it, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, first time probably not. Like he kind of blew up with the Crawford thing, but in all honesty, like people should check out his Patreon. That's what people need to do.
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna get on his Patreon too. I was just talking to him like yesterday.
Oh yeah, you should get an interview with him on your channel, man.
I should. I'm gonna do that one. I'm gonna do that. In fact, I might actually message him right now and see what he's doing. I
mean, it's 11 p.m. If he's not drinking Echo Falls, who knows, man?
No, normally, like when I message him, it's like 5 in the morning over there. He has really weird hours that he's awake.
Safe.
Yeah. Be safe.
He's funny, man. It's sad. It's genuinely sad because I haven't seen any boxing channel have an effect that he had. And what the effect I'm talking about is, no matter where you go, the second he dropped the video, everyone will be commenting, Toyan's dropped the video. That's it. You don't get that with any other channel.
No, you don't. You don't. Like, you go on this channel, and like, it gets like 4,000 views in like an hour. Like, it's insane. He was posting up insane numbers. Like,
yeah, that says a lot. Because outside of like live streams, my most viewed video is like something like 9K or something, 10K. I don't do interviews yet, so like just doing opinion pieces. Because you know yourself, clickbaity stuff is what gets the most views. Really, clickbaity stuff, like, or interviews. Really,
interviews are great. Like my highest view video has 4.5 million views.
Exactly, I already know that.
But it was a sparring. It wasn't an interview. It was actually a sparring session. It went viral because Uriah Faber, the UFC fighter.
Yeah.
He posted it on his Facebook page like a couple years ago, and then
Yeah.
like he posted it, and then like a bunch of MMA websites wrote articles about the video, and it just kept going and going and going. It still is.
Yeah, stuff like that will always grow. Like stuff that's in the gym, interviews, everything like that. Like talking to the people firsthand, they're always going to be at the upper echelon, or like things that were at post fights, like comments from people and being able to rip them apart, or just whatever, all of that stuff. But nah, Toyan, his is just comedy. He's getting 100,000 views on comedy.
Yeah, and like I felt really tempted, like because the Eddie Hearn had the fights in Miami recently, and I felt really tempted to go buy like one of those Coogan Be Safe T-shirts and wear it to the weigh-in.
Bro, I saw that. I saw you ask him. So like you just walk up to him and you're like, "What do you think of Toyan?"
Oh, Eddie Hearn.
Yeah.
Yeah. His whole mood just flipped. Like his whole mood flipped. I never seen him that. I never seen
bro,
that.
He got out of there fast, man. He got out of there fast. From the second you said that, like you could see that his plastic shoes were ready to run. Like he was gone. So
yeah.
But what do you think of the Toyan thing?
I was sad. I was sad about it because like the night before that happened, I was binge watching him. I watched like 4 or 5 of his videos, and then I was going through my comments, and then I saw somebody comments on my video. They're like, Tyan's channel just got deleted, and I'm like, it got deleted. So then I typed it in, and I'm like, yo, this is bullshit. It's the biggest bullshit of the year.
Nah, it is, man. It's definitely bullshit. Like, especially because he was about to drop that Umar video that we were all looking forward to.
Yes.
Kind of seems a little bit coincidental that all of a sudden his channel goes down when Umar is dropped from OFL, you know?
Yeah, they gotta do a podcast together. Tyan Booth and Umar IFL. Umar.
I don't know if Umar would be willing to work with him.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it. There's too much controversy around him right now.
I could see his name being changed to Toyan Umar. I could see that.
Yeah,
like
be sick.
Toyan's hilarious, fam.
Yeah, I made a video recently. I was saying that if Eddie Hearn wants to put YouTubers in the ring, he should put Tyan Booth in against Logan Paul.
Toyan would whoop up on him.
I know it'd be funny though.
Like I know that Toyan gave Eubank a little bit of work. He gave him a bit of work.
He did. I mean, Eubank was struggling for a bit there, and then Tyan hit a wall because he took the fight on short notice.
Yeah, exactly. So you put a guy like that. It doesn't matter that he's got like 11 wins, 10 losses, or whatever. He's a real pro boxer. He's gonna jab him to pieces. He's just gonna jab around him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know he sparred with like Kell Brook and I think Billy Joe as well. So
he's got experience, real experience. Like putting a guy like Logan Paul who picked up the gloves a year and a half ago, and putting him in there with a dude who's been doing this for 15, 16 years. It's a bit of a different thing.
Yeah, that it is. So like, how do you think Fury's gonna win this fight on Saturday?
So I've gone for a bold prediction. I've gone RTD.
Oh, you're going with You're going with the RTD.
Yeah, I think in the first couple of rounds, Fury's going to be fighting orthodox, and then I think he's going to do what he did with Chisora, and he's going to switch to that southpaw stance. And what he's effectively going to be looking, I know that leads him into the right hand, but the way he fights off of the lead hook as well as the jab, and I think he's going to be always circling out, so that straight right can't come. It'll never be at the right angle because of reach. I think he's going to constantly circle out, so he's going to be making Wilder have to use his jab more and try and make him overcommit. And as he overcommits, check him with the right hand right hook check every time he commits, and try and like suck the life out of him and pretty much try and swell up his face off of the right hand, and then like put it on him, and then he's going to chill, make Wilder come to him, overcommit. So we know Wilder's game plan is to be patient. He worked on it with Luis Ortiz. But Fury knows that when Wilder overcommits and he makes a miss, he can make him tired, and he should have put it on him in round 10. So that's his game plan. He said that himself, so he's kind of broken it down, and I think that's what his game plan is. He's going to make him overcommit, but he's going to put hurt on him beforehand.
Yeah. Just kind of like beat him up and batter him.
Beat him up, batter him, then make him overcommit, then beat him up, batter him when he's tired, and rinse repeat pretty much for the fight. Rinse and repeat, just clinical boxing. Clinical. So last time he just boxed, this time he's going to be clinical. And if anybody thinks that he's not going to be fighting Southpaw, go watch his BT trains footage. He was working on the pads with Sugar
Hill.
Yeah, he was working on the pads with him in Southpaw.
Yeah, I was today. I actually listened to I don't know if you know Fanon International. I don't.
Unfortunately, I do know Fanon.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I found my way over to the dark side of YouTube today because I was rewatching the first Fury fight, and I saw his live like in the suggested box.
Yeah.
And the title of the video was like, Deontay Wilder won the first 4 rounds against Fury. So I'm like,
he's saying he's pretty much reporting what Jack Reese said. Jack Reese thought Wilder won the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I thought Fury won round 1, round 3, and round 4. I think round 2 could have gone either way. Really, there was a punch in it. So
yeah, I thought he won about 3 of the first 4 rounds myself. Like I haven't gone back and rescored it since like the week after the fight, but I remember I thought he won the majority of the first 4 rounds.
Well, when I was there, because I went to the first fight. When I was there, I actually thought Fury won it 10-2.
Mm-hmm.
But I also thought after like 2 minutes, 3 minutes waiting on the scorecards that they were going to do a robbery at that point. So you know yourself, you've been to many events. Scorecards take 10 seconds, 20 seconds at a lot of like lower tier events. When they're at the upper events, they seem to take...
They take forever.
Especially if it's a controversial one, they seem to take 2 hours. And I saw another thing. The judge who scored it in Wilder's favor, if you actually go to the clip where Fury is knocked down and you like play it in slow-mo, what you'll see during that count is that judge waving his arms left and right at Jack Reese as if to say, call it off, call it off.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. That's suspect. And if you go and look at that yourself, you'll see it.
I remember one time I went to a fight down here, and it was I think it was Francis Bartholomew versus Mickey Bay.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a close fight. I remember Mickey Bay was Floyd's fighter, and I remember Floyd would go in between rounds and he would talk to the judges, but nobody ever got it on camera. I wish somebody would have got it on camera. So like I saw Floyd talking to the judges, and luckily they didn't get the fight wrong. Like it was a close fight, but most people thought Bartholomew won the fight and he got the decision. But I think it was a majority. Might have been a majority or a split because one judge did give it to Mickey Bay.
Yeah, that was What did you think of that fight? I haven't watched that in a long time, man.
Well, me neither. I only watched it. I mean, when I was there and the day after on TV, it was all right. It wasn't anything crazy. Well, like
I've never watched the Francis Bartholomew fight and afterwards says I want to watch him again. Never.
Nobody has.
Except for the Easter fight. I wanted to see that again. That was the best fight. That was the best fight last year.
That was the best fight in boxing history.
Yeah. I mean, how Nito Donaire in a new way won fight of the year over that? I'll never know.
Me neither.
But now back to the Fury Wilder thing in terms of like scoring. Like I watched it the first time, gave it 10-2 while I was there, but like watching it back a few times, I can see cases where you can split a couple of rounds, like genuinely split rounds, and at best case scenario give Wilder 4. But some people saying that Wilder won 6 rounds and 7 rounds, like that's wild. People be wilding out here, man. They'd be wilding. Like I don't. What do you have it scored yourself?
Well,
I personally have it 9-3 Fury.
I had it like I think 8-4.
8-4. Yeah.
Something like that. 8-4. Even that's generous though. That's kind of generous.
What do you think is generous to Wilder or Fury?
Fury. No, they're not Fury. Wilder,
yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, what do you think of the real main event this weekend? João Santacima and Emmanuel Navarrete.
I don't know much about Jean Santacima. I know Navarrete is a monster though.
Yeah, I mean, look, he took 2 good fights against Dogbay, but since then it's been really bad. Like I know he's active, and I'm cool with a fighter being active, but he's doing with a belt what fighters are supposed to be doing at the start of their careers.
Yeah, staying active.
That's pretty much it. Like he's fighting 5 fights, 6 fights, 7 fights, 8 fights. Who knows how many fights he'll have this year? But we need to see him fight against someone good. I want to see him fight Ahmed Aliyev, man. That's a fight to make. Or Ray Vargas.
That would be a banger. That'd be a banger.
Oh yeah, because Ahmed Aliyev comes for war. Or even if he doesn't fight him, he can fight against Danny Roman.
Yeah.
Because Danny Roman might not have the Ahmed Aliyev fight next.
I think he would stop Danny Roman though. Danny Roman don't punch hard enough to beat a guy like Navarrete.
Navarrete is too quick. Not even quick. He's just too aggressive. Just too aggressive. Just keeps coming and coming.
It's the pressure he puts on you. Like he makes you fight when you don't want to fight.
And the size of him as well. He's huge. He is huge. But yeah, what fight did you think I was going to say when I said the real main event?
I thought you were going to joke around and say Charles Martin versus Gerald Washington.
Actually, to be fair, the bookies have Martin wide in that fight, and I don't think Martin's that good, like good enough to be wide over Washington.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, what were the odds? I thought I seen him like a 4-1 favorite or something.
Was he a 4? I didn't. I mean, I didn't see the odds, but somebody when I was talking to one of my friends last night, and he told me that the odds. He actually told me that Gerald Washington was the favorite, which I'm like, how is he the favorite over Charles Martin?
Hold on. Let's go to Sky Bet because they had it. Right.
By the way, I did message Tyan Booth about joining the live. I said Tyan, I want to interview you on my YouTube channel. When are you free? He said, "Are you back?" I said, "No, I'm not. I'm not back. I'm live on YouTube right now. I can send you a link to join." And then he was like, "Are you going to the big fight?" And then I sent him a link, and then I told him, "Click it if you want to join." We're talking about Fury Wilder right now, and he hasn't responded yet.
Oh, good. That'd be class, though.
Oh, it would be. So
you'd have to say, "Yo, Tyan, thanks for that." Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, be safe.
Be safe, bro.
That one always gets me. Be safe.
Yeah, Charles Martin's 2-5.
Oh, so he's a favorite.
Yeah, he's a 2.5 to 1 favorite.
He's coming off a couple wins. I mean, nothing crazy, but a couple wins.
Not one of his wins is better than Hellenius.
No, they're not. They're not. He fought Gregory Corbin, who I know because he used to train down here, and I interviewed him and stuff. He never fought anybody, and like he was kind of like lazy in training. He was very lazy in training. Like Holyfield, Evander Holyfield would give him advice. He wouldn't listen to it. It was crazy.
Although he was competitive with Kovnacki, but we still don't know how good Kovnacki is.
Yeah. And then what's
like Ariola was competitive with him.
Who? Adam Kanaki?
Yeah.
I think he's gonna get it. I think no matter what happens in this fight with Fury and Wilder, I think Adam Kanaki is fighting Wilder next. I don't think the rematch is gonna happen right away.
Interesting.
I know they're saying there's a clause or whatnot, but I just feel like either way it happens. Like if this fight ends in decisive fashion, like if Fury stops Wilder or Wilder stops Fury, then I think the third fight won't happen immediately, and he's going to fight Adam Kanaki.
Well,
the reason I'm saying that is because like PBC's they've just been fattening up Kanaki for like the last year or so, and he sells a lot of tickets in New York. Like that's probably one of the only times Wilder will ever sell out a fight at the Barclays Center or come close.
Oh, that's sad, man. When Babyface is the one, like. I'll be honest, he has one of my favorite lines in the last 3 years in boxing when he screams, "I'm gonna be a daddy." I was done, bro. I was rolling, bro. Like you take a look at him, like he's just looking like a big fat little baby. "I'm gonna be a daddy."
Yeah.
That had me rolling, man. Oh my god.
He looks like he sells a hot dog stand. He sells hot dogs at a stand in New York.
It doesn't look like he sells any though. He looks like he's eating them himself. He's a chubby lad. He is chubby, but you know what? He can fight.
He's Drumville's best friend for a reason.
Yeah, but like he might be his best friend, but like Jarrell Miller he's fat. He's also solid. because of the drugs. You can tell Kovnacki ain't on. If he's working out, you can tell he ain't on no beds because there's nothing to define him. Nothing. Doesn't even have shoulders. He's just a fat dude who can fight. Bit like Andy Ruiz.
That's right. That'd be a good fight if Andy Ruiz was Kovnacki. I want to see.
They're talking about that. They are talking about that. I'll watch it. They're also talking about Andy Ruiz and Luis Ortiz.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. I would like to see that fight because the LDBC always talks about how Luis Ortiz is the best heavyweight boxer, like technically. You ever hear when the LDBC says that?
Many times, yeah.
Yeah, so like I would like to see that theory get put to the test against Andy Ruiz.
I'd like to see the theory be put to the test against Dillian White. If that's a fight I've always wanted to see, was him and Dillian White.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Dillian and Povetkin, man.
You do or you don't want to see it?
I don't want to see it, even though it's a good fight. I'll tell you the reason I don't want to see it.
Okay, why don't you want to see it?
Even though it's a good fight, the main reason, and quite simply put, if he wins, he's just beating all Povetkin. Right? That's it. That's what nearly everyone will say. If he loses, everything's gone. There is no win in this fight for him. But if he fights Ortiz, and the reason I would like to see it is because he would shut up everybody in the LDBC. He would shut them up. Not Andy Ruiz, not a PBC fighter or a matchroom fighter would shut them up. And that's what the beautiful side of that would be. That's what he gains from it. Especially if he could knock him out.
Yeah.
And he could knock him out quicker than Wilder did. If he was able to do that, I'm not saying he can't, but if he was able to, he'd pretty much shut up a lot of them. Like, I mean, I think Oscar Rivas would beat Luis Ortiz.
That'd be I think you would too.
That's a sick fight, though. I'll be honest. I was contemplating lots of fights at heavyweight with Oscar Rivas, and not one of them's a stinker. Like Rivas versus Kovnacki, banger. Rivas versus Ruiz, banger. Rivas versus Ortiz, banger. Like, this dude just got fights. Rivas versus Joseph Parker, banger. Rivas Miller, banger. Just throw him in there with anyone.
Rivas, Michael Hunter,
banger.
Or Rivas versus Pulev,
banger. Because when people if you can make Pulev fight, his fights are exciting. Look at Bogdan Dinu.
That fight was that was one of the fights of the year. It was one of the best fights of the year.
It was actually one of the best fights to watch, but nobody remembers it because of the sushi incident.
Yes, I know. Oh my god!
But what a fight that was! So if you can bring it to Pulev, he'll go to war with you. If you can bring it to him, just most people can't.
What happened to Bogdan Dinu? Is he gonna fight again?
I have no idea. He's probably still picking up trash cans in Romania.
Damn. Because they threw him when they were Jarrell Miller, and then they threw him when they were Pulev, and that was it.
But he also gave Miller work too. This guy for 4 rounds is dangerous.
Yeah.
Like he rocked Jarrell Miller, man.
Yeah, there's only so much you can ask for a former SWAT team worker with limited boxing experience.
Holy shit! Give me a second. My dog's go bad.
Okay. But yeah, we got our main man Mark from Unrivaled Boxing Talk and News. He's here. It's your boy BT. We're live here on True School Sports. We tried to get Tyan Booth on. He responded to me on Facebook, but now he won't respond. So I don't know what's wrong with Tyan Booth, but we're still gonna try to get him on. TJ4, what's good, champ? He said, salute BT. Good to see you back. I don't remember going anywhere, but I haven't been live for a while, so I guess it's good to be back. I've been putting out videos, I just haven't been live as much. So yeah. What are you guys planning to eat for the Mark, what are you planning to eat for the Tyson Fury fight? Are you gonna have some battered onion rings?
Battered onion rings, yeah. Man, I'd be turning into a contradiction if I were to do that because I've been on a mad diet.
That's right.
But no, in all honesty, no, I am gonna be eating like crazy for it because I'm doing a 24-hour live stream, so I'm getting loads of chicken wings, loads of pizza, man. Loads of chicken wings, pizza, and nachos.
That's what you gotta do. You gotta make sure you stock up heavy on the pizza, heavy on the chicken wings, and you'll be good to go.
And a lot of alcohol.
Yes. Listen, I like the last time I drank, I haven't drank since I was like the day before my last day I was in the UK. I drank. And then before that it was like 5 or 6 months. Like I drink like every like 3 to 6 months.
Well, I come and go with alcohol, like, but sometimes like I'll just drink a fuck ton, sometimes I won't. Like,
Yeah.
I just have a problem with it. So like after quitting it, you can't drink it too much. But like for a big massive event like this, like
Yeah.
I'll go hard like once every like three,
Yeah.
4, 5 months. Like I
Yeah.
didn't drink over Christmas in anticipation for this one fight. That's the honest truth.
You didn't what?
I didn't drink over Christmas in anticipation for this one fight.
Oh my gosh. So you're really looking forward to this fight, like.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I'd rather drink for boxing and eat crazy for boxing than for anything else. Especially because like mate, like I go really far back in boxing, like really far back. Like I was watching it at 5 years old, 21 years. I'm only 26, but like when I say really far back, I've been studying the sport and its history, like for God knows how long. And for me,
Your whole life, pretty much.
pretty much, like when I was 7 years old, I knew who Charlie Borley was. There's not a lot of 7-year-olds who know who Borley
Yeah.
is. Yeah, like so, my granddad's a historian, so's my great grandfather and my dad. I grew up into that kind of stuff. So when it comes down to it, like stuff like this, big fights at heavyweight, we haven't seen. This fight is on the precipice for us getting closer and closer to undisputed. I called that we wouldn't get undisputed in 2017 until 2022. I called it then. So, and I still hold validity to that. I don't think we'll get it next year. As much as some people are saying it, I think there'll be a couple of fights in between, and at the beginning of 2022 we'll get it. And I'm hoping on that. But like, if you think the last two champions to unify in the heavyweight division, like there's a generation of boxing fans who haven't seen it live, including myself. I wasn't allowed to watch live fights until I was 10 years old. I was only allowed to watch tape. So
Why was that?
they wanted my first live fight to be a special event, and they wanted it to be like something that'll be iconic. It didn't matter what the stages were, but just a massive thing. So they wouldn't let me watch till Lennox Lewis fought Tyson.
Okay, so like what oh, Lennox Lewis versus who?
Tyson.
Oh, Tyson. Wow, okay. That was an iconic fight.
Huh?
That was an iconic fight.
Well, yeah, just because of the name notoriety. The fight itself was garbage.
I know.
But I had already watched lots of fights. Like the first fight I ever watched on tape was Duran and Leonard. Very first ever fight I watched on tape. First fight. Then I watched the second fight. They made me watch all those fights. Fourth fight I watched was Leonard and Hagler. Like they had me watch the Four Horsemen era. Like that's what they called it. And then the next ones that I was watching, like I was watching a lot of stuff on Muhammad Ali. I was watching Holmes. I seen tape of McLaren and one fight tape of Jeanette versus Langford, like little shit like that. Just random stuff. They wanted me to see stuff so I'd have an understanding of the sport. Mm-hmm. But we haven't seen two champions unify to become undisputed since Holyfield and Lewis in 1999 in November. That was the last time it happened. And there's a generation of boxing fans who haven't seen it live. Like, even if I were to ask you, did you watch Lennox Lewis Evander Holyfield live?
Nah.
So we don't know what it's like to watch with our own. We had our Buster Douglas moment with Ruiz to an extent. We've had that moment because that feeling, we could only watch back at Buster Douglas and Tyson and understand. But we kind of had that feeling where everyone picked AJ. Virtually everybody picked AJ, who wasn't trying to be biased, and we had that moment. But I don't know what it's like to hear I'm the new undisputed heavyweight champion of the world live.
Me neither.
I don't know what it's like, and I remember when I was a kid and I was first in the gym and everything. Like you've probably boxed and stuff and thought about it yourself. And you've been like on the new in your head when you're doing training on the new undisputed. You never go on the new world. You go on the new undisputed.
Yeah.
And kids have been doing that. And I see kids in the gym doing that even now. They call themselves on the new undisputed from blah, 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 blah. It's not on the new world champion. No, it never will be. And it's a tragedy that there's a generation of boxing fans who haven't experienced that. And the ones out there who are saying, oh, undisputed doesn't matter. You've had that moment. You've had it. Don't say to us that we shouldn't have it. Don't say to the guys who want to see, because I'm sure you want that more than anything yourself. Like the
Oh yeah,
undisputed champion.
I'm sick of all this. Like, I want some clarity. I want to know who's the best. I don't want to. I don't want to say. I don't want this guy running over here saying he's a champion, and that guy over there running over there saying he's a champion. No. I want an undisputed champion.
I want to know who number one is.
That's
Valid,
it.
certified. It doesn't matter what the division is. Don't care who it is either. I just want to see whoever is the best become the best, because that's what writes legacy. That's what pretty much proves you to be. Fighters who weren't allowed to fight for championships, like Borley, like they couldn't fight against Robinson for whatever reason, blah 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 blah, ducking, circumstance, mob, whatever you want to call it, right? But he still fought the best fighters that he could, that he was able to. He still fought all of them. He fought in the Black Murderers Row, fighting the guys like Chase and Holman Williams and Coco Kidd. These were amazing fighters, and guys like Archie Moore, who like he fought everyone in the Black Murderers Row. Like he fought everyone in the Black Murderers Row. He fought Ezra Charles. Like these guys all fought the best, and that's why they're regarded by many people, like in the historical communities, as the best fighters ever.
And their names continue to live on years and decades and a century later, almost.
Like how many fighters of today, in 100 years, will be mentioned in the same level of validity as a guy like Harry Greb or Benny Leonard?
Ooh.
Like how many? Pacquiao, maybe Pacquiao, maybe Floyd.
A handful, like Pacquiao, Floyd, whoever comes out of the heavyweights right now.
But I guarantee you, in 100 years from now, there will still be people who can talk about Jack Johnson, and that was over 100 years ago.
Or Muhammad Ali, or
mate, Muhammad Ali 500 years from now will be talked about. That's the most iconic name ever.
Like the most iconic athlete ever, period.
What he did, he changed the shape of history in America. So there you go. That went beyond boxing. He took a stand in a time where they could silence you. He spoke out. Today they can't. Like I'm on your podcast. I'm on everybody's podcast. I'm on my own podcast. Whatever podcast I go on to, whatever I say, I'm not going to be shot in the head.
That's true.
I'm not going to be shot dead like Martin Luther King. I'm not going to be shot dead like Malcolm X. I'm not going to be shot dead like a president like John F. Kennedy or anything. I'm just going to be able to say what I want. They could silence you back then.
Yeah, they can monopolize your speech. You know, there was no freedom of speech. They could kill you. Like. I mean, to be fair, I mean, in some communist countries they still do that, but in like places like America or
in the Western world, not so much. In the Western world,
not in the West, not like in America or. Well, I know the UK is a bit different though, because I know the UK has like different laws and stuff.
Yeah, but you can say pretty much what you want without being shot in England.
Yeah, you can be arrested though in England.
Depends on what you say and where you say it.
You have hate speech laws and.
Whatnot. Well, hate speech. Can't you actually be arrested in America for hate speech as well? I've seen people be arrested for slurring the transgender community.
Yeah, in certain states, not every state, but certain states. Like I know in California you can.
Yeah, it just depends where you are. Because remember, like as you say, like states. Look at Europe as like states in a way. I know that they're all countries, but they're all the continent's the same size as America. So, like one country, they're all pretty. Like Germany is smaller than Texas.
Yeah, Texas is huge.
So, I mean, Ireland fits into California. Ireland's the same size as what was it, Indiana? Ireland is the same size as Indiana. So, like, I mean, that says it all. Like, you look at places like Pennsylvania, they're bigger than Portugal. You know?
Yeah. Washington and Washington D.C.
Yeah, man. Like America's a funny place, but the whole world's a funny place now. It really is.
That's why, like when I went to the UK in December, it was like just one big culture shock. I was like this is so small.
Yeah, traveling's easy, isn't it? Like how far around the UK did you go?
I didn't really go like that far. I didn't really go around the UK that much because like I kind of went out there with limited funds. It's like a long story, but I just pretty much stayed in. I went to like West Brom in London, West Brom, London. You went to
West Bromwich.
Yeah, I stayed in West Bromwich.
Oh my God! Right. I am fairly certain I know why you went to England. Then
I went to.
You don't need to say why, but like I've been on the internet long enough. I know why someone would go somewhere and it'd be a long story.
Yeah. West Brom. I gotta go again though. I have to go to England again, more prepared next time, so I could really enjoy England.
You going
more.
back to West Brom?
I will go to. Honestly, believe it or not, I kind of like West Brom, but I won't stay there the whole time I'm there. I'll go there for a couple hours. I gotta get out.
Oh, you go to UK and you go to West Brom, not London, not Manchester, not Liverpool, not Newcastle.
You go to West Brom.
Oh my! It wasn't to watch a football game, was it?
No. But my friend, I have a friend that lives there, so that's why I was staying with when I was there.
If you go onto StreamYard, right, and you go to like the private chat,
okay,
that's probably the reason why you went to West Brom.
Nah, that's not why. Hello? Mark. Okay, Mark. I guess Mark left. He said, okay. Well, no, Mark, I don't know why you left, but that's actually not the reason I went to West Brom. In fact, I know a couple of those in South Florida, and I don't even go out of my way for them in South Florida, but that's another discussion for another day. We just had Mark there from Unrivaled. He's back. Okay.
Yeah, I just got kicked
Mark,
off.
You're back.
Yes, I got kicked off, not by you, by my own internet. It just.
No, it was funny because you just dropped that in the private chat, and then you just left. I'm like, man, this guy's a cheeky bastard. This guy just left a lot.
What was I right though?
No, you were wrong. You were wrong.
Oh shit! Fair enough.
Yeah, you were wrong. Honestly, like, I don't even go out of my way for that when I'm here at home.
There you go. Fair enough.
No, I went to the UK for boxing stuff. I went to the UK to go to the boxing gym, but then like life kind of happened before I went to the UK. Life happened, and then like I kind of just went out there on faith, and that you can't go to another country on faith. That's stupid, but I did it. You live and you learn.
I mean, I got lost in Norway going on faith for only 40 quid.
Did you?
Yeah, I went to Norway. Like I was in Finland. I was living in Finland for a little bit. Went to Norway.
Hold on, Mark. Somebody's here. I don't know who this is. I think. Okay, never mind. They left. Never mind. Go ahead.
I lived in Finland for a little bit, and whilst I was there, like I was just like, I'm gonna go over to Norway. I'm just gonna stay there. Like there were some things that I needed to get done with some friends and shit, and I went there, and I ended up like in the wrong place, getting off in the wrong train, and I only had 40 quid, like 40 euro, and there was no trains to get me to that location or anything. Apparently, I'd gotten on the wrong one, so I was on the other side of the country with 40 quid and no way to get back, and only enough money. So I ended up having to pretty much busk in Norway because all I had with me was my guitar. So I was busking on the street for 2 days just to be able to get enough money to get a train back and be able to get back to Finland.
Damn.
So,
that sounds pretty brutal.
That was good fun though.
I'm sure it was. I mean,
it's an experience.
It's a good story to tell.
It's an experience.
It is an experience.
I mean, I did find it interesting that I had an orange peel thrown at me.
Yeah, the orange peel thrown at you?
Yeah, like a big, massive one. Like they peeled the orange off, and they just took the entire peel, like pretty much all, and just threw it at me and smacked me in the head.
Damn. Somebody asked me. SSB20 asked me, BT, is the UK smaller than the Northeast in the US?
Similar.
Yeah.
He said
similar. Is it similar? Similar. Yeah, it is. It is, but I think it's colder. Like I could feel the cold in my bones.
Well, what time of year did you go?
I was in West Brom in December. I was there for Christmas.
Oh crap! Yeah, you were doing that live stream there, weren't you?
I was. Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, you were in. Bro, you went during the windiest time of year. Like it's the wind and the rain that makes it colder, but per temperature, it's actually not colder.
I know, but it just felt different than anything I experienced because I used to live in the Northeast in America. I used to live in New Hampshire. I used to live in New Hampshire, which is really cold. New Hampshire is like right above Massachusetts, so it's even more. It's even further than Boston, Massachusetts.
They're
That was
they're that's on your way up to like Vermont, isn't it?
to where?
On the way to Vermont.
Yeah, it's close to it. Yeah, it's like right there because Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Rhode Island. That's all considered
Yeah.
the New England region of America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you?
Doug said, I thought England was pretty depressing when I went there. Yeah, it was. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was. Especially like where I live, because where I live, it's always sunny.
Fair enough. Where I live, it's not, mate.
Huh?
Where I live, it's not, man. I'm in Ireland, man.
What part of Ireland do you live in?
Dublin.
Dublin, okay.
Yeah, the main city.
The main one.
You call it a city, though. It's tiny, man. You put that up to next to New York, it's gonna look like a suburb.
Well, even like probably Miami, because I live in Miami. It's like,
oh yeah, even next to Miami, it's gotta be like a suburb. It's tiny, bro.
Yeah. One SSS says, I thought Isaac Chandler was with PBC, but now he's with Hennessy. Yeah, he signed with Mick Hennessy all of a sudden because like he was with PBC. He did sign an Al Heyman contract, but then now he's with Mick Hennessy.
Well, that makes sense because Al Heyman probably watched him fight.
Yeah,
I like Isaac, but
I do too. He's got his next 2 fights scheduled. He's fighting the 28th of March 28th, and then he's fighting April 25th.
So what did you think of this Fury Wilder thing? The grand unveiling, shall we call it? The grand unveiling.
The grand arrival?
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to be honest with you. I didn't get a chance to watch much of it because like my computer was being weird, so I just said I'll watch it later. Did you watch it?
Yeah, Fury looked like he was losing with confidence and Wilder looked jittery. He had his hands down, like he was holding his hands the entire time while he was talking. And to me, that's a man who's not exuding much confidence. Where Fury, he was ready for some more. Like he was yelling and everything. He was ready to go.
Well, that's how I remember. I remember when they were at the face-off in LA, and he was like, Fury had just lost his mind. Like he was like, "You big bomb tosser."
Who have you got, by the way?
I've got Tyson Fury. I got Tyson Fury. Stopping Deontay Wilder around the 9th round.
So I have the RTD, you've the stoppage.
Yeah, I got the stoppage.
But that's my specific round prediction, but anywhere from 9 to 12.
Yeah.
But yeah, how do you see the fight playing out then? How do you see him stopping him?
I think when he does stop him, I think it'll be like the second. I think he's gonna drop him at least one time before he stops him. So I think he's gonna drop Wilder multiple times.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a big call.
Yeah, I think he's definitely gonna drop him twice. He's gonna take it with the right hand. He's gonna smother him, and he's gonna catch him something. He's probably gonna catch him like you said with a check left hook or something like that.
Check right. I think he's gonna catch him with the check right. I think that's his biggest punch. That right hook. Yeah, the right hook, especially from the southpaw stance. He's got a beautiful technique on it when he does it.
If he's southpaw, then yeah, the check right. But
I don't think he'll stop him if he fights orthodox, to be honest, unless he gets a lot of twos off. A lot of twos. So that's going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. I really, the main reason I want Fury to win is I just want to see how the LDBC reacts. That's the main reason.
That's not the main reason I want them to win.
It's not the main reason. It's one of them. It's like the second or third. Like the main reason is because I think Tyson Fury, if he wins the title, it's better for boxing. Like.
There you go. For me, the reason I want them to win is I think it's more likely he fights Joshua. I think it's more likely we get an undisputed between Fury and Joshua than I do Wilder Joshua.
Yeah.
Because I also think it's more likely Joshua will fight him. I'm not going to put one blame on one fighter because at the end of the day, if Joshua really wanted to make that fight happen, he could have offered like a complete 50-50 thing and they might have taken it. But they never did do that. So.
No. The fighter's egos get in the way.
Yeah. So, but whereas with Fury and Joshua, I just see them fighting. I see Fury wanting it, and I see Joshua willing to fight him because they've been trash talking for 7 years, really.
Yeah, I hope it happens for the sake of for British boxing. I think it'd be great for British boxing if they fought. It's the biggest fight in the history of the country. if they fought there.
You got asked the question from one SSS.
Oh, he says, BT, thoughts on Badu Jack getting another title fighting after losing twice? Who's he fighting? You know he's fighting more?
Yeah, Pascal, he's got a rematch. I understand that.
Oh, he's fighting Pascal. Yeah, it was a close fight.
That was a fight that was controversial.
A lot of people thought Badu Jack won that fight. I thought he won that fight.
I thought when I was scoring it live, I had money on Pascal. So, like, actually, I had money on the draw. So I actually scored it a draw, believe it, because I had money on it. But watching it back, like, Pascal didn't win. That's the only thing I can say, even because I skewed my scorecard a little bit and gave him a couple more swing rounds. So
Yeah.
that fight at best was a draw for Pascal. At the very best, not a win. So I struggled to even make that a draw. I think that was at least 2 points, Jack. Truth be told.
Yeah.
Truth be told, 2 points, Jack. I mean, and I know he lost to Marcus Brown, but that cut really affected that fight. That cut really, really affected that fight. And Jack is a slow starter.
That cut was horrible, too. Look how he was gushing out just right here, that big old cut.
That slot machine, the jukebox.
Yeah, he had a jukebox. He had a jukebox in the middle of his forehead.
Jukebox slot, like little coin slot. Like that was hard to watch in between rounds, and they really pinpointed on it.
Yeah. Badu Jack is underrated. He's always whooping fighters late in fights. He just starts too slow. Yeah.
Or sometimes he starts very fast and then he capitulates late on, like Stevenson.
Or sometimes he gets dropped early in the fight and it winds up costing him later on. Like when he fought James DeGale. I thought he beat James DeGale, but I'm saying he got dropped early on. So
yeah. I mean, he also fought Groves. That was a good fight as well.
Yeah, I remember that.
He's been in a lot of really good fights, like that Pascal fight, the Groves fight, the DeGale fight.
He's come a long way from losing to Derek Edwards and having a split decision with Alexander Brand.
That is completely true.
Because I remember like whenever he would get like a decent win or have a good performance, I'll go back and look at his career. I'm like, wow, he had a split decision with Alexander Brand. This guy's come a long way.
In some ways, like not style wise, but in terms of, he kind of reminds me a little bit of Porter. And the reason why I say that is he's a really good nearly man. He doesn't quite get over the line.
Yeah.
In his biggest fights, like he does, something happens where it costs him the fight, and the same thing with Porter. Like he'll smother his own work a bit too much, or it's hard to score, or it's just he's there, he's fight, he's game, he's active, but he just does something in every fight. Like Porter will take a bit of time off every once in a while, or he'll go back to boxing instead of brawling, or he'll brawl when he needs to box. Like. So that's what I mean. He just reminds me of him in that way. Nothing stylistically, just very close to getting over the line and never quite gets it.
Yeah. Hyro Galvez says, how would Kell Brook do against 6', 154 like a Jason Rosario or Arizlandi Lara or Hearn or Charlo?
Based on Horde's last fight, he could probably be Horde, to be honest.
I think he would beat the brakes off of Hearn.
The way Horde fought in his last fight, yeah.
He looks like a confused fighter. Like even if we go back before the Julian Williams fight, when he fought like you remember when he fought Jason Wellborn on the Fury Wilder undercard, and he was we were there. He was there trying to outbox Jason Wellborn for like a couple rounds, and then it didn't work. So then he said, "F this, I'm just gonna stop him," and then he just like
Like Horde's a good fighter. Like, don't get me wrong, he's not a special fighter, but like, there's no special effects with him. He's just straight down the middle, come forward, take punches, give punches. That's what he is. He could be him. Who are the other fighters? Jason Rosario, Lara, and Arizlandi Lara, and Jamel. Jamel. Yeah. So we'll do Jamel last, but Lara's slowed down. His feet have slowed. That's gonna be a good fight. Him and Brook, but Brook slowed as well. I wouldn't know who would win that fight. I'll need to see how Castano looks against Teixeira, to be honest, because that was Lara's last fight.
Yeah, that's a good fight right there. Castano and Teixeira, two guys. Like I don't know what it is because I saw the Lara fight, but for some reason, like I need to go back and watch Castano because I just don't remember much about him. Like I know he's Argentinian, I know he's a decent fighter, but I don't remember like much about his fight with Lara for some reason.
No, I like it. I like that fight. Although Teixeira, like he was getting beat up and then he got a beautiful shot off on Adamez. He was getting beat up and he got that beautiful shot off and then he managed to just get the victory. So, but him and Castano should be at war. If Teixeira can fight the way he did for the second half of that fight against Castano, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. Rosario, we don't know. We don't know how good he is. He got that win over J-Rock. Like, I'm not going to jump on the hype train yet because J-Rock has capitulated in fights where he's the favorite, like against Ishe Smith.
He never fights well as the favorite. He's never ever fought good as the favorite in any fight his whole career.
No, but when he's the underdog and he's written off, it lights a fire under his ass like it did against Horde. So, I mean, I'll need to see if J-Rock fights against Rosario. We'll see just how good J-Rock is going into that rematch.
Yeah. Malachias Gray says, Mark who? He said Mark who?
Yeah, I'm a nobody, bro.
He has a channel.
Oh, yeah, I do have a channel, don't I? I forget that sometimes. Yeah, I have a channel. It's called Unrivaled Boxing Talk and News. I talk about everything in boxing.
That's it. That's what he's here for.
Well, nearly everything in boxing. I don't talk much about female game, to be honest.
You don't like the female fighters? Some of them are nice to look at. There's a couple cuties in female boxing.
I like Avril Maffey.
Yeah, I just interviewed her recently, actually.
What's she like in person?
Honestly, I'm not like in person. She's all right. She's nothing special. Like she's got a great body, but like her face is. It's not doing it.
Just let me ask you this question: did it put you off how many times she blinked?
Yes.
Like that's just one. I know she blinks a lot, like a lot.
She does. I didn't realize she was in her 30s. She's like 32.
What? I thought she was like 25, fam.
No, she's 32. Like I was on bot because the thing was I interviewed her recently because the gym she trains at is the same gym that like Amir Mom trains at. So I went to that gym to go interview Amir Mom, and then she was there that day. So I just decided I'll interview her because I've been seeing Avril Maffey around gyms here for like before she was even pro. Yeah. And every time I ask her for an interview, she'd be like ducking me. She's like, "No, I don't. I'm too tired," or whatnot. Like she'll just find a reason not to do it. So I told her, I said, "We're gonna do it this time. We're just gonna do it." So then we did it, and yeah, man. I was googling her. Because before I edited my video, I was like, "Wow, she's 32 years old."
That's mad. But yeah, I don't watch much of the female. Do you enjoy watching the female boxing?
There's only I'm gonna say like 99% of them I don't like to watch. There's only 2 female fighters that I could say I legit like, or three female fighters that I like.
Okay, which 3?
Katie Taylor I like, Amanda Serrano, and Sinisa Estrada. But the Sinisa Estrada one just has to do it just because I think she's fine.
Fair enough. I mean,
but she can actually fight though. All jokes aside, she can actually fight.
I actually like watching the Norwegian girl whose name is escaping me, Cecilia Brækhus.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic.
She's the reason I actually like watching her is because I actually think she's skilled, really genuinely skilled. Her jab is fantastic. I like watching Delphine Persoon, although she's retired now, because she's a brawler. She goes to war. She throws women onto the canvas and everything. I think she's retired, yeah.
No, they gotta get that rematch in, man. She should have beat Katie Taylor. They should have.
They're looking at Serrano, Katie Taylor next, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
That's a pound for
pound. What do you
fight.
think about? That's the best fight. That's probably the best fight in the history of women's boxing, right there.
It's up there. It's a hell of a fight.
It's gotta be up. It's up there.
2 pound for pounders.
Yeah. What do you think about? It is. What do you think about Clarissa Shields? The quote.
Yeah, the quote. Clarissa can box, right? I'm gonna be straightforward. She can box. She can. You see, I'm afraid to comment on Clarissa because anytime you do, as a white guy, you're either a sexist or a racist. And that's a problem for me. I can't critique her, apparently, without being either of those 2 things. I don't like the way she says that she's not ghetto and then defends assault on a 76-year-old man. I think that's pretty much disgusting. The other thing I don't like is when she says that she deserves equal pay to the male fighters. Boxing is a sport where you get what you generate. I'm just going to say this. Who deserves more money? Gallo Estrada when he fought against Chocolatito, right?
Yeah.
Or Clarissa Shields when she fought Hammer. Gallo Estrada against Chocolatito. Yet she made more money against Hammer than he did against... And then she says stuff about that crap. Like, no, you get what you generate in boxing. And it's that simple. Like, and it's an amateur sport as well, even though they're like, it's the same thing. They're wearing the same gloves, they're fighting the same length of time, and on top of it, like, females don't wear headgear anymore in the amateurs. So it's the same sport. You're just being paid. You're just doing the same thing at a pro level with extra rounds. Like, if you want to really get people to love the female game, put that crap to 3 minutes and take 4 ounces off those gloves.
Yeah, get some knockouts.
Get some knockouts. I'll watch more. But what do I think of her? I think she's a good fighter. I think she's a bit of an imbecile, but she's a good fighter.
Yeah. She reminds me of a lot of girls I went to high school with. I know a lot of girls just like Clarissa Shields.
I'll tell you one thing I genuinely like about her. The only thing in her career that I really, really enjoyed watching was her entrance to her last fight. I thought that was sick. The whole dance thing.
Oh yeah, who runs the Beyonce stuff?
I didn't care about the music. I just thought the choreography was class.
Oh, the choreography was underrated actually. I think I kind of overlooked the choreography because I really hate that song. I hate that song, man.
Yeah, I know it's got a political message. You know what I mean?
Yes, feminism 101.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of the feminism culture. Like, I'm not.
Me neither.
I mean, at the end of the day, any woman who says that men have more rights than us, at the end of the day, if I say something about you, everybody in the world is going to lambaste me. If you say something about me, everybody's going to support you. So
that's right.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. I'm trying to bite my tongue. I'm trying to bite my tongue a bit.
If we complain about it, then they're gonna say stop being a wuss and man up. That's what they'll say. If we point out something that's actually wrong, stop whining about it.
They go straight to sexism.
That's right.
You're supposed to be masculine. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, so it is what it is.
Yeah, we're not allowed to do anything because, societal pressure,
There's a lot of it. I saw one thing about I saw some interviews with Paris Fury. I think it was on I don't know if it was on BT Sport or Good Morning Britain or something like that.
She's a don. She's
awesome. That's a woman right there.
She's a don. The support she's given her man though, mate. The support she's given him is incredible. But she's a don.
Like, I was watching that today. I'm like, wow, there's actually good women out there still. It'd be nice. Maybe there is a bit of hope.
But you could also see with her though, if you ever pissed her off, she'd take a kettle to your head.
Oh yeah, she want all the smoke.
I have a feeling she's probably beating him up. No joke. I think she might have actually beaten him up.
Yeah. So supposedly Sinisa Estrada is here. Yeah, then they left. Go ahead, Mark. But no, there's this person, right? So like, I'm gonna fill you in on a joke. So like, I have anybody who watches these lives knows that I have like a big crush on Sinisa Estrada, and somebody that I know, and I know who it is. He's been joining the live under the name Sinisa Estrada to fuck with me.
We need to get you alive with Sinisa Estrada.
Yeah, I met her in 2016. I have a number. I just have to find a way to go to get to LA. I'll be good. Because she's all the way on the opposite side of the country.
That's probably a good thing for
her. For her, yeah.
For her, oh my god. But what else is there to talk about right now? Yo,
Jairo Galvez says, "What are your thoughts on Radio Raheem being on Joe Rogan?"
I
Apparently,
haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it, but I know about it because like Radio Raheem, like he has my number, so he texted me he just texted me the link to the interview, and I didn't even respond, but I saw that he was on Joe Rogan.
Let me say one thing about Radio Raheem. Dude is the biggest worker I've ever seen.
He's the what?
Biggest worker I've ever seen in my entire life. He's constantly working, traveling.
Oh yeah, he's crazy.
I'm not talking about working as in like the wrestling term of working over things. I'm talking like he actually works really hard. He's on it. That dude's everywhere. How does he get to so many places? Like he's just all over the place. Like, and it's just really him for so long. Like even on IFL, they have like a bunch of interviewers. It's just him soloing the world. Like now he's gone up there. He's gotten into the zone. Dude's made it, man. For what he wanted to do, he's made it.
Yeah, he's doing his thing. Raheem's he's a cool guy too. Like I met him a couple times. What's funny is like I've been at this for a minute. So like I remember like one of my good friends in boxing is media is I don't know if you know. Have you heard of Sean Tittel? He works for Fight Hype. He does like a lot of the interviews.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah. It's like me and Sean are like really good friends. And the last time I went to Vegas, I stayed at Sean's house. And Sean is also good friends with Radio Raheem. And Radio Raheem stayed in the same house as I did. So I actually stayed under the same roof with Radio Raheem for like a couple of days. It was pretty interesting.
That's a claim to fame right there. What's he like? What's he like to be around for that long?
He's like he's very I mean he's pretty much like what you see with him, what you get. Like he's pretty relaxed and calm.
I would say that he's a bit pedantic about his stuff from what I can see.
Yeah, but he comes off as a bit Hollywood. Like he is a bit Hollywood though. I'm not gonna lie to you. He comes off as a bit Hollywood about.
Don't incriminate yourself. Don't incriminate yourself, DT. Don't incriminate yourself.
Well, no, because he's one of his good friends is Dave Chappelle.
Fair enough.
So there was one night Kovalev Ward, I think Kovalev Ward 2. Yeah, Kovalev Ward 2. The night of that, he stayed at Sean's house and then he didn't come back because he was out hanging out with Dave Chappelle.
Fair enough.
He loves Dave Chappelle. But nah, he's cool though. I like Raheem.
Dave Chappelle's a legend though.
Yeah, I love Dave Chappelle. I used to watch Dave Chappelle show all the time. I still go back and I watch a lot of that stuff.
My favorite thing to do with Dave Chappelle ever is Juicy Smoulier.
Say that again?
Juicy Smoulier.
I don't even know about that. What's that?
Jussie Smollett.
Juicy Smollett?
Yeah, you heard about that, right?
Nah.
Oh, bro. I'm not gonna get into it. It's a long topic, but it's the guy off of Empire who got beat up in Chicago by two guys who called him the F word in FAG. Yeah. And they were wearing MAGA hats in sub-degree temperatures in Chicago in the middle of November at 3:00 in the morning while he was on a walk to Subway. so not exactly the most kosher of things.
Yeah, I understand. Ryan Lamb says MGTOW all day. He always comes in and says
then
that.
Go your own way, Ryan. Go your own. He's always in my chat doing the same thing as well. Just pops in MGTOW all day.
MGTOW all day. I don't even know why I know Ryan. I don't even know if he's ever said anything else on my chats but MGTOW all day.
Yeah. 083 is saying, is this chat more or less sided with Deontay Wilder or Tyson Fury?
It seems like it's more Fury. Well, I don't know. We've had people in here for Wilder too. Maybe it's slightly towards Fury.
May the best man win.
May the best man win. Personally, listen, if Wilder wins, good for him. Great for him.
Hell of a win.
It'd be a hell of a win. I mean, then if he actually goes in there and he stops Tyson Fury, then like his fans and his lovers group, who we won't name, they'll have every right to hype him up if he actually goes in there and knocks out Tyson Fury.
Well, you can still make arguments against it because we still don't know if Fury's that good anymore. Like I know, right. Let's look at it like this. He came in, he comes back, he beats Wilder, right? But he gets robbed. Does that mean that he's still an elite heavyweight? How good is Wilder? We still don't know. And this was a Tyson Fury coming off of a 3-year layoff in a fat camp for 2.5 years, and he gets busted up by Otto Wallin. So how good is he? We don't know. We don't actually know. And with Wilder, we don't know how good he is. But you can make those arguments if you want to deteriorate, like detract from Wilder. I'm not going to make them.
No, that's too much energy. I'll just give him his credit. If he goes in there and he knocks off, I just give him his credit. There's no reason to do that. Red Glove Militant says, "What up, True School?" And my boy Mark, aka Unrivaled Boxing Talking News. What's up, champ?
Big up, Red Glove. Big up, Red Glove.
Shout out to Red Glove Militant.
Yeah,
Red Glove. What do you think about who you got on this fight, man? Who you favoring? 083 says, "Great boxers. I've been watching some of Tyson Fury's background, and it's pretty impressive. The man seems like a gentleman with some crazy struggles that he's had to overcome to get here."
Well, yeah, like I said, cocaine addiction, bipolar disorder, mental health, obesity, 350 pounds, having to come back, gets back in the ring, fights against the second best cruiserweight in Albania and Safar Safari, who's so good they had to name him twice. Fights fights Francisco Pianetta, the Italian Pinata, and then he gets into the ring with the Bronze Bomber and he goes 12 rounds with him. He rises off the canvas. By the way, him coming off of the canvas, whatever count you have, the fact he was able to get up and finish the round the way he did, that is something out of a movie. That 12th round.
That was legendary.
I'll remember that until the day I die. I was there. I remember. I thought he was done. The way he went down, I thought it was over. The way he got up, I just about shot myself.
I can't imagine what it was like to actually be there and witness that. Like I would have, like at the house, at my apartment, I was going crazy. So I couldn't imagine being there.
Yeah, it was a real Rocky moment. It really was. The whole thing, and that's why I think Fury can beat Wilder, because people are saying, well, judge it by numbers. Wilder needs to be perfect for 2 seconds. Fury needs to be perfect for the whole fight. Wilder had 2 moments of perfection where he dropped him, and he didn't beat him. True. Which the only thing I know for a fact is that Fury is able to go for the 12 rounds with Wilder. I do not know for a fact that Wilder can knock out Tyson Fury because it didn't happen.
Nah, it didn't.
Those are 2 things we know for a fact, that Wilder didn't knock him out and Fury went the distance.
Yeah. There's somebody else that wants to get added to live. Let's see who this is. Geeky Gator. Geeky Gator, what's good?
I love the channel.
Okay.
That was sexually explicit.
That was really weird. Okay. We're gonna respectfully ban Geeky Gator. Okay.
Yeah, going back earlier in the chat, by the way. Duck. Don't call me a disgusting human. Where is this?
Go back. Who called you disgusting human?
Nah, Duck. Duck's fine. Duck's one of my moderators on my channel. He said that you're not a dirty degenerate like me or something like that.
Oh yeah,
referring to you.
Yeah, because he was like, because you thought that I went to West Brom for a female.
Well, why not, man? It's the internet. That shit happens.
It does happen, but I'm not one of those dudes to simp out and go to a whole other country for a woman. I mean,
I've not done it. But the only reason I'm saying it is because I have mates who actually did do it, and one of my mates went there and was completely catfished. Funniest thing ever.
I'm sure it was. I live in Miami. I live in Miami, so honestly, like going almost anywhere else is a downgrade as far as women.
Bro, I live in Ireland. I'm surprised I haven't gone to other countries. Well, I have, but not to meet specifically, just to go on holiday, and I have met women there. But I live in Ireland. Anywhere else I go is an upgrade.
Yeah, Red Glove Militant is he's here in the stream, so I'm gonna buzz him in. What's up, Red Glove Militant?
Hey, what up, True School? I didn't realize that this was an open.
Yeah,
it's I didn't realize yet. What up, man? Like, I'm proud of everything that you built this channel up, from scratch. So proud of you for that. Mark, he's a good friend of mine. I'm always proud of what he does too. So I love it when I see worlds collide like this.
Yeah, it's always fun. I like Mark's channel. Mark does good work. Mark knows. Mark's a boxing historian, pretty much, because
Not yet.
not yet. But his family is boxing historians, and they got you on track to being one.
Well, here's my rule with the historian thing, because I see a lot of people, even in the LDBC, calling them historians, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think reading stuff in the past doesn't make you a historian. Making a contribution to history is what makes you a historian. Write a book, write articles on it, or better yet, go into fighters and their profiles. I'm working on something with Jack Chase. I'm trying to add fights to his record.
Mm-hmm.
I've written stories on Jack Chase, unpublished, but hopefully one day will be published. So that's a contribution to history. I've looked at his census records, everything like that other people haven't. So I've gone really far in depth. Make a contribution to history, then you're a historian. Until that, you're not one. That's my genuine opinion on it.
That's rational. I'm writing a couple of books right now myself.
Oh, what are you writing? Like on what?
The boxing book. So one of them is like, so the first book is going to be, I don't know when I'm putting it out, but the first book is basically my experiences covering boxing. So there's going to be some interesting stories in there about fighters that I'm cool with, and just like some of the things that I've experienced traveling the world covering boxing.
There you go.
And then the second book I want to do is it's basically a book about all the boxing gyms in South Florida, like the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area, because there's actually like a lot of history here that's like not documented, and I'm just here, so why not?
There you go. That's quality.
Yeah.
I'll read it.
Yeah, because you'd be surprised how many fighters like in here. It's ridiculous.
Oh, there's lots. There's lots all over the place, man. Especially in like Florida.
Yeah.
That people don't realize.
Yeah, like sometimes like there's so many things going on here that I forget. Like I forget that there's certain fighters at certain gyms. Like I have to like remind myself, and my dad has to remind me.
Yeah. So what up, Red Glove, man? What up?
Yeah, I was gonna chime in on that. You know, like that's cool. Like, you know, I see a lot of people, you know, big up themselves, calling themselves hardcores or historians or whatever. And Mark, he's always kept it 100. You know, True School, you've always kept it 100. I even try not to call myself a hardcore because I don't really consider myself a hardcore. I consider myself somebody in between, you know, a casual and a hardcore, because I know that I don't keep up with every division, and I don't watch every fight. A lot of times I end up watching them after the fact, just depending. Like, for instance, that one on that card on Valentine's Day, you know.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia.
I missed that one live. I had to watch the replay because my girlfriend would have been pissed off at me if I did. So, you know, I try to keep it real with myself and everybody else. Like, you know, I'm not a casual, but I don't think I'm anywhere near a hardcore either. I'm somewhere in between. You know, I try to do this for fun.
I feel you. Hey, fair enough. I would consider I'm definitely a hardcore boxing fan. I went to Sugar Ray Robinson's gravesite in Los Angeles.
Well, there you go. I mean, I went to Charlie Burley's mother's home in Cork because Charlie Burley's mom was actually Irish. A lot of people don't realize that.
Well, I didn't know.
Yeah, she was born in a place called Kentstown in Cork. She grew up in a little small farm. I went up there just to see what it was like, and they have a little monument to Charlie there and everything, and he visited, and there were pictures of him, and got to see his signature and everything like that. So I got you.
Yeah, boxing now is in the he's in the discussion. He says concerns about Fury's state of mind and approach heading into this big fight.
Concerns? I actually don't have any concerns about Fury's state of mind. I'll ask you to go back and watch Chisora versus Fury 2 and Chisora Fury 1. Tyson Fury on the lead up to Chisora Fury 1 was the same with Wilder, but in the rematch after the fight, the way people talked about him, same with John McDermott, he was much more serious. Much more similar to how he is now, and saying that he has to get it done. He needs to take it out of people's hands. He needs to be more active, vicious. And he said that he wanted to stop them or hurt them. And that's what he was doing in those fights. And I think the reason Fury, people just don't believe him, but that's the problem. I think Fury, he's like a magician, but this time he's being very honest. He's saying what he's going to do, and nobody believes him. They think he's just going to do something. It's called the shock factor. I think he's got everyone fooled. Really do.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think his state of mind could be any worse than it was in the first fight. So it's not really. I'm not really factoring that at all because, like I said, I think his state of mind in the first fight was just worse than what it is now. So if that's what he could do in his state of mind at that point, it could only be an improvement in this fight, in my opinion. I mean, we'll see come Saturday.
Yeah, we'll definitely see.
I think he's more sure of himself in this fight than he was in the first. I don't think he actually really believed he was going to be able to win due to fitness.
Yeah. So, self-assurance is like a big thing for him.
Yeah, and now he knows that he can go 12 with Wilder. Wilder doesn't know he can knock him out. He doesn't.
That is true, and that will weigh more on Wilder the longer the fight goes on.
Yeah. And the only thing Fury needs to do is not get overconfident and start being stupid.
Yeah, and dropping his hands, sticking his tongue out.
He just needs to go in there and do what he really needs to do, and that's beat him.
Yeah. Hyrule says, will Fury likely retire if he were to lose?
Possible.
I mean, he's been talking about retirement a lot. Like, in all of his interviews, he keeps talking about retirement.
Win, lose, or draw, there's a possibility he retires because it's Tyson Fury. You never know.
That is true. Super unstable.
He's got the stability of a German girl in Auschwitz.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
I apologize.
That went over my head, but it's something funny.
No, I apologize. That was an offensive comment.
I'm sure they get down and dirty over there in Auschwitz.
No, bro.
Not anymore. They don't.
bro. If you don't know what it is, don't. Oh, bro, it's a concentration camp.
Is it? Oh, damn.
Yeah. I made a concentration camp joke by accident. I thought I was muted, and then I looked at my mic and saw it was on.
They're gonna say.
I thought you meant to have that broadcast.
No, bro. No, I'm not gonna do that on BT's channel, man.
Well, now they're gonna say True School Sports is anti-Semitic because of you, Mark. So thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
See, that's why we can't have nice things, Mark.
This is why I don't go on to channels that often that don't know me.
No, I like it. I like it. Be yourself.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Like, I mean, that's been done and over with for a very long time. In my opinion, at least, I think it's okay to joke about things like that. Moderately. I'm not saying just say whatever, but I thought that was a moderate enough joke where it wasn't in too bad taste.
Well, luckily there's not too many like snowflakes on my channel.
There you go.
I'm sure there are actually. No,
there probably is. I mean, I have a channel that's pretty much based on degeneracy, and at the end of the day, there's still snowflakes on my channel. So
yeah, that's true. Degeneracy is fun sometimes, though. No.
It's fun at all times, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, Mark. You already had your. Everybody gets one. You already had your anti-Semitic joke.
That's not offensive, though. The anti-Semitism is. Saying degeneracy is fun all of the time. It shouldn't be offensive. It's just a statement of belief.
I'm just kidding. But there's people who will still try to spin it. Like, there's people who want to be offended. Like they get off on it for some reason.
I feel like some people just wake up in the morning asking to be offended.
Do you know what we used to call being offended back in my day?
No, what did they call it?
Being offended. You just dealt with it. You didn't have 750,000 people tweeting you about it every 2 hours.
You had to be a man up.
Exactly. I mean, I literally saw a video where this girl was like, I wake up in the morning and I'm triggered. People say hi to me and I'm triggered. It's like, okay, then you got some deep issues. You know, the problem isn't the people around you, is you if you're waking up and you're triggered already.
I was with this girl for a bit, right?
Okay.
And this was how I broke up with her. Like the best way ever. She was constantly saying, I'm triggered, I'm triggered, I'm triggered. And then one day I just cracked and I went, you're triggering me. She's like, no, baby, how am I triggering you? I'm like, triggering reminds me of guns. My dog was shot. You're giving me flashbacks. Like I just went off and she just went crazy, fam, and she just like left. Never heard from her again. That was great.
Damn. So you really know how to push the buttons.
Easy, bud.
That's great.
It's easy to push buttons.
Yeah, but some people are better at it than others.
Nah.
Well, I mean, when you're dealing with somebody who is triggered by everything, it's not that difficult.
That is true. Like I have a couple of family members. Like I have a couple feminists in my family, and they're the easiest people in the world to trigger.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah. Well, no, I try to deal with them as little as possible. As little as possible.
Don't go on a date with a feminist or a vegan.
You went on a date with one?
I went on a date with a feminist vegan, didn't know beforehand, picked her up, went over, opened the car. She gets in, closed the door, go back around. She had a face on her. I'm like, what's wrong? And she's just like, you don't need to open the door for me. I'm able to do my own thing. I'm like, cool. And she kept doing that the entire time. And we got to the restaurant and she's like, is there vegan options here? I'm like, oh God, no. Fuck me. So I'm just like, oh God. And anyway, like I'm like, yeah, I'm sure there is. Yeah. In a steakhouse, yeah. But yeah. So I had to go somewhere else and I was fuming and she was still complaining the entire time complaining. So it was time to go home. So I got into the car and I drove off and she started screaming. So I reversed back and I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, aren't you going to drive me home? I'm like, thought you can do that for yourself. You're cool with me paying for dinner. You're cool, but you're not cool with me. You're cool with me doing that and driving you home, but you're not cool with me opening the door. You're not cool with me you're not cool with me rearranging things because you didn't tell me no, like you need a vegetarian or a vegan option. Like, what the fuck?
That was a great ending to that date, Mark. I gotta hand it to you.
You're a true romantic, Mark.
Huh?
You're a true romantic.
Well, if you want to know how my evening went, like texted my old FWB and I finished off with a bang. So
Oh man,
it was a good night for me at the end of the day. Because no matter what, like, truth be told, like, essentially you are paying for sex when you go on dates like that. So in the end, I still got sex. So it didn't really matter to me. I actually, in all honesty, it was great because I actually got to take out my frustration of the date.
So the plan came together. The night came together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry, Duck. Duck says, what have I walked into?
What have I walked into? You walked into true school degeneracy. That's what you walked into.
Red Glove, have you noticed the pattern? Whatever stream I end up on at some stage, degeneracy happens.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's funny because, like, somebody once called me like really PC, but the day before, you said that I wasn't PC. You said I was the most un-PC person you spoke to. So I guess
I said this.
Out of it. Yeah.
I don't think you're the most un-PC, but I don't think you're PC.
I think you were using hyperbole at that moment in time.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure that. I mean, you talk with Johnny Boy on a regular basis. I'm definitely not the most
Johnny Boy.
un-PC.
Johnny Boy is the most un-PC person.
I don't know, because I think
he's up there.
The only reason I don't know is because I think on certain topics, Johnny is PC. Like if you start talking about things to do with military and like holidays and stuff like that, Johnny gets very defensive of it. And I
Yeah.
respect him for that. He does have a strong. Whereas someone like myself, I just don't give a crap. But I try to avoid it.
There's only one Tyson Chicken Nuggets says, who remembers Romo Gonzalez fighting on HBO and then years later fighting in Japan in a Murata undercard at True.
I remember.
I remember.
Hey, I'm actually gonna go ahead and get off because I'm gonna have dinner with my girlfriend, you know. But I just wanted to jump on for a couple minutes. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Truth School. I'm sure I'll see you, Mark, somewhere else. But y'all have a good night. I'll probably catch the playback or listen a little bit while I'm eating.
All right, Red Glove. So there he was, Red Glove Millington. Shout out to him.
Yeah. I love Red Glove, man. He's a nice dude.
He is very nice. He's really nice guy. Oh, by the way, Mark, I guess that's a good question to ask you. What do you think about Romo Gonzalez versus Calify? What do you think about that fight?
I think it's interesting that Calify is the betting favorite. I think it's very interesting he's betting favorite. I don't rate him the favorite, but I mean inactivity from Chocolatito, aging from Chocolatito. Like, yeah, it's an interesting fight. I do favor Chocolatito. I mean, only person to beat him is Rungvisai. I only give Rungvisai legitimately one of those wins. The other fight was tight, so you can't really.
I thought Chocolatito won the first fight.
I did too, but I can see swings. I can't see swings, and I can't see a draw. But yeah, he starts them, and yeah, sure, he came back. He destroyed Fuentes, and he annihilated Diocles. But how good is he still? But yeah, how good is Calify? If we're being honest, like, I mean, I had him losing to Israel Gonzalez decisively, but Israel Gonzalez is an underrated fighter. He's a very good fighter, and he's coming off of a win over Sho Ishida as well. Mm-hmm. So he's definitely like a good fighter. But all in all, like, you got to rate Roman the favor. I think he knocks him out. But yeah, I think if the fight goes late, I wouldn't be surprised if Calify can nick a decision, maybe. And the only reason I say that is he has very good stamina. Very good stamina, Calify.
He's believe it or not, like I met Cal when I was in the UK, and he's deceptively big for the weight class. Like he's like,
huge.
He's huge. Like I didn't realize how big he was until I saw him in person. Yeah,
and he's very fit. He's very fit. Lots of stamina. He's roughly near enough the same size as Quadras. So, and Chocolatito, he's not really like big at that. He's tiny at that weight. But on top of him being tiny at that weight, he's kind of fattish at that weight as well. He's not ripped.
In between fights.
Yeah. So he's not like ripped. So I can see stamina issues having an effect, and your fight could take over. But I do favor Chocolatito.
Yeah, I'm favoring Chocolatito as well.
But
thoughts on Jojo Diaz beating Tevin Farmer with a nasty cut? What did you think about that?
I thought Jojo performed very well, and Tevin capitulated. Just fair play to Jojo. But what I will say is credit to both men, and also biggest credit in the world to Tevin Farmer, because in that 130-pound division, right? I know Hearn's gone down and he's called out Berchelt, right? But for a long time, there was nobody calling for unifications or calling out the other fighters. And the worst of all of the champions was the guy calling out for unifications. Like, that's crazy to me. And I'm not trying to say Farmer's a bad fighter, but realistically, he was fighting people close to his own level when he was fighting John O'Carroll and when he was fighting Francois and he was fighting... When all these guys, like, he's not that much better than them. He's not a world-class fighter, but he's an all-right operator. And he was calling for Tank. He even called for Berchelt, and he called for Herring at one stage. But nobody was willing to do the fight. Yet people are giving him crap. Like, fair play to the dude, because we want to see the best fight the best. And whilst he's not the number one of those guys, like, Berchelt would knock him out in a round if he wanted to be honest. Berchelt needs to go and fight at his natural weight up at cruiserweight. He's huge. Like, he's monstrous. But Jojo did well. Out-volumed them, threw punches, and yeah, like, and he got cut. It happens. Cuts happen in fights.
Yeah,
So, what were your thoughts on it?
I was there. It was really good fight. I thought JoJo showed a lot of toughness, and
Yeah.
he proved he was a better fighter. Like I'm with you. I never thought Tevin Farmer was this elite 130-pound fighter. That's why, like here in America, like you get around certain people and they say, "Oh man, Tevin Farmer is this, he's that," and I'm like, "No, he's not." Like I was talking to somebody at the fight that day, and they're like, "Yeah, like before the fight, they said, oh, Tevin is this, Tevin is that." I said, "No, he's not. He's probably gonna lose this fight." And the only thing that surprised me was that he didn't get stopped, because I thought Tevin Farmer, because he has a bad habit of sitting there and trading when he shouldn't trade, and he's not really like as good of a defensive fighter as everybody makes him out to be.
No.
So I thought he was going to get clipped really badly or get broken down in the later rounds at some point. So that was the only surprise to me, that he didn't get broken down or stopped. So that he actually gained credit for not getting stopped and not getting clipped, despite the fact of me having other thoughts. And then that same person that told me all these things about Tevin after the fight, I told him, I'm like, I told you, Tevin is not as good as you think he is. He's decent, but he's not, he's not elite.
No, he's not elite. And is he world class? I depends on what you want to label as world class. But in a way, I think Tevin Farmer is like a top 8 guy. But that's all he is a top 8 guy.
Yeah.
Like, when you get to the world class, like Burchelt knocks him out. Herring will out jab him. I think Herring would just out jab the guy. We saw Jojo Diaz beaten through accumulation. Leo Santa Cruz would probably beat him on accumulation too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, truth be told. But yeah.
Duck says, BT, do you see Makabu versus C-Slack? Funniest and best fight I've seen this year so far. I did watch that fight.
No round was the same length of time. No round was the same length of time. There was even a 2-minute round. There was a bell rang in the middle of the fight, and then like Cieslik stops and Makabu chins him, and the referee calls it a legit knockdown. They keep fighting. Like, that was funny, man. That was funny.
It was funny. And then like even before the fight started, like you had all the stuff with like because Makabu had signed to Don King late last year, and then they try to make the fight behind Don King's back, and then and then Don King sends WBC a cease and desist letter to try to stop the fight, but then the fight goes on anyway. And then
Cieslik's team get robbed in the Congo, and like apparently they had 2 fake policemen rob them. That's just madness, bro. It's legitimate madness, that fight.
I wish an American reporter covered that fight. That would have been hilarious to see like Radio Raheem in the Congo.
Oh, that would have been. Could you imagine him like just rocking up Radio Raheem here in the Congo? He just rocks up in a full suit, and they're all like, the fuck? They'd all be like flummoxed by him saying Radio Raheem. just the way he says it.
Radio Raheem.
Oh man. I'd love to see him do it. I think he's crazy enough to do it though.
He would. I'll tell you right now, he would.
If there was a big enough fight, he would. Like, he went over to Saudi Arabia, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Michelle Phelps, I think Michelle Phelps went to Saudi Arabia.
Yo, fair play to her.
Yeah.
That was the best she ever looked as well, wearing that.
Dressing modest.
Yeah. It's actually the best she ever looked.
Yeah. I met her for the first time a couple weeks ago when they had the fights here.
Look, we're not gonna get too much into. I have controversial views on Michelle. But what I will say is I've met her as well, and I'm just gonna say this thing. She has a lot of filters on Instagram. A lot of filters on Instagram, and you can back that up.
Yes, correct.
There is at least 70 on top of the 70 shades of makeup. There's 70 shades of filters. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that's all we're gonna say. I mean, I'm not saying this out of hate. I like Michelle Phelps. She was nice to me. So
yeah, she wasn't bad to me, but like, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
What you see is not what you get.
Correct. Well, that's what most girls on Instagram. That's why.
Yeah, but this is like expertise level.
Yeah, she's got this down to a science.
Oh yeah, she does. And even then, I don't really think her Instagram's that good either, to be honest. But no, she's okay. She was okay to me, like when I met her. So
I mean, I thought she was more attractive a couple years ago, like 2014.
2014, yeah.
Like 2014 Michelle felt was something nice. Was something really nice.
Well, nowadays I'm having to bite my tongue on talking about different people because I'm trying to get into the field myself.
Yes, that's true.
So, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to write articles as well. So
I feel you. Well, I always figure if any of them see me talking about them and they have a problem, they can't whoop me anyway. So there's no reason to worry.
I feel the same way, but at the same point, I don't want to be ousted.
That's true. You don't want to be ousted, but yeah. No, that's true. I mean, I've got my channel to a certain level. I mean, I'm not like the biggest channel, but
No, it's up at a certain level.
Huh?
It's up at a certain level, though.
Yeah, it's at a certain level. Like I'm going to fights now. Like I'm gonna be at the Well, I don't know if I'm going as media yet. I'm still waiting for the confirmation. I'm gonna get it in 2 days, 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, I'm trying to get confirmation for media for Daniel Dubois versus Joe Joyce. Actually,
That'd be sick.
yeah,
That'd be a great fight to go to. If I was in the UK, that's the kind of fight I'd want to go to. I'd love to go to.
Well, you see, it's my birthday week, right?
Yeah.
Like on the 22nd of April, and the 18th to the 25th, we've Casemiro Inoue and we've Dubois Joyce. So my birthday week is set.
That's pretty sick, man.
So I'd love to be able to go cover that as part of like my birthday. Like, I don't have the money to get out to Vegas right now. It's just too expensive.
I might go to Vegas.
It's not the hotels. It's not the flights and the hotels. It's just the cost of food in Vegas, man. It's so expensive. I've been there before.
Yeah, it is expensive. But honestly, when I go to Vegas, I just go to In-N-Out Burger when I'm there. That's all I eat when I'm in Vegas. I become a complete fatty when I'm in Vegas. Just eat In-N-Out Burger all day.
I'm actually hungry right now, man.
Yeah. All this food talk. Duck asked an interesting question. He says, "What grade would you give her, Mark?" See, he wants you to objectify her.
And, hey, I've done worse.
I know.
Michelle Joy Phelps.
Oh man.
I'm gonna put it in the private chat. I'm not gonna say it, and you'll understand why I can't give it because this is being honest.
Okay, I'll
so
yeah, put it in the private chat, and I won't say anything.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the private chat right now. Oh man.
that's my honest opinion. So I can't do it.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay. We'll leave it at that. Y'all don't know what he said, but it was pretty damn funny.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Duck actually knew. He's heard some of my comments.
Yeah. So is this censored, Mark?
Yeah, actually, this is be very censored. Very censored.
Mark's commented down.
Like, this is actually the calmest I've been, really.
Why are you so calm?
Oh, because, mate, I don't want your channel going the way of Toyan.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you never know these days.
Like, pretty much, if one of the worst case scenarios for you today would have been having Toyan on here because I would have went hell for leather with him.
Yeah, they probably would have said, "Oh no, this guy's affiliated with Ty and Booth. We got to shut him down."
That'll get you ousted from the media, though. That'll get you ousted from Matchroom, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if I'm going to get my press pass because I asked Eddie that question.
Be interesting. Look,
Like,
at least there's one question I know of that you could ask Eddie Hearn that'd be way worse. I'll put it in the private chat again.
Okay. All right, man.
This is the worst thing you could ever ask Eddie Hearn.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
But you don't want to say that, Lloyd.
No, I'll never say that, and I'll never go to any of his fights. But everybody else in Matchroom, like that runs Matchroom, I get along with. Like the Frank Smith, who's like the CEO. I get along with him really good, actually.
But that's good. There you go.
Hoping that I get to go, because either way, like I already bought my plane ticket for the Romo Gonzalez Calia 5 fight. So
you want to go to that?
No, I'm gonna go. I'm either gonna go as a fan or go as media. But either way, I'm gonna get some sort of content because when I was in the UK, I went to Cal's gym, the Max McCracken gym, and I interviewed Cal. I interviewed his brother Gamal. I interviewed Raza Hamza, who trains there, who's a prospect. So I could always just hit them up.
I'll tell you now though. Interview Jay Harris when you're out there. He's fighting against he's Martinez's opponent.
Oh, the Mexican guy, right? The Mexican guy.
He's fighting him. Like, I did an interview with him over the phone. He's a really nice kid, genuinely talkative, easy to talk to, really excited about the fight. So beforehand, try and get a convo with him because he'll give it to you.
I'm sure you will. I like interviewing the prospect. It's usually more fun.
Well, he's a European champion, Commonwealth champion. Like, he was rated highly in the IBF.
Yeah, I like people who are on the way up. I should say not the prospect, but people who are on the way up, because like once they get to a certain level, it becomes like a pain in the ass to try to get interviewed. Yeah.
Like, I should have named my video from Disneyland to World Title because he got the call when he was at Disneyland Paris with the family. Yeah, he was over in Disneyland Paris. So it's actually a good little narrative to go with as well. You know what I mean?
From Disneyland to the title.
Yeah, and also you can also talk to him about Cal because he's been sparring with Cal.
Okay, yeah, all right, I'll do that.
So, yeah.
I gotta get around. I need to buy a mouthpiece soon, and then I need to bring some hand wraps and some boxing gloves, and I need to spar his brother Gamal because I don't know if you saw. There was a video on my channel where I let Gamal Yafai punch me as hard as he could with me wearing a body shield, and he punched the shit out of me. And then I mean he did the same thing too. Like, he had the body shield for me, and then we actually agreed we wanted to spar, and Max McCracken was gonna let it happen. So I gotta get my round.
What size is your boy, Gamal?
Gamal's a bit bigger because I'm about the same size. I'm about the same size, maybe a bit taller than Cal, and Gamal's a bit wider. Gamal's a bit wider, and he's bigger. He's more stocky than Cal. So Gamal, I'm gonna say he's about maybe 5'6.5" ish, or something like 5'6.5". 5'5".
What weight would you say he is? Like, I can't remember his weight offhand.
Oh, he fights at 122, so he walks around probably somewhere around 140.
Aren't you a bit bigger than him? Gamal
Yafai?
Yeah.
I might be a bit taller than him, but he's more like stocky and wider than I am.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm more like lanky and rangy than he is, but I was definitely bigger than Cal.
I'll tell you now, they probably wouldn't let me spar them, bro.
Why you say that?
Because I've got about a foot on them.
You got your foot on them?
I've got about a foot of height on them. I'm 6'5". So.
Are you 6'5"?
Yeah. Right now I'm 226. I was like 260.
You're a big guy. You can spar Wilder.
I'd spar Wilder. The difference is, unlike Zelenoff, I'll try and knock his ass out.
That's right. I told Isaac Chamberlain one day because we were talking and we started trash talking and stuff. I told Isaac, I said, I want to spar you one day because I've seen people worse than me hop in the ring with you and box you.
That's harsh, man.
I told him because what happened was we were at one of the local fights, right? And the card was taking forever to start up. So there's this there's this young Brazilian kid who trains here. His name is Daniel Arujo. He's like 1-0. So Isaac was like, "Oh, there's no boxing going on. You guys should go fight in the ring. You guys about the same size." And then I told Isaac, I was like, he don't want that smoke. He don't want to fight me. And he's like, Isaac was like, "Oh no, he'll batter you. He'll do this. He's this and he's that." And I'm like, and I told Isaac, I said, I know you're gonna be biased towards him because you guys train in the same gym, but I'm telling you right now, Isaac, it's not happening. And then I got mad and I was like, yeah, one of these days I want to hop in there with you. I want to see what you got. I was like, I know I'm not the worst person you sparred.
Fair enough.
I was going in, but nah, Isaac's cool though. There's only one Tyson Chicken Nugget says he sparred with Usyk. Yes, he did spar Usyk. He sparred a lot of people. He sparred Michael Cieslak, the guy that fought Makabu.
Cieslak, yeah.
Cieslak.
Yeah. Isaac's got experience. He's got serious experience.
He's got a lot of experience. Lawrence RBE says, BT, what's good? I am of the belief that Wilder will KO Fury in 3, and we won't have a part 3. Will AJ step up or will he hide behind his mandatory? This is Lawrence.
He'll take his mandatories.
He'll definitely take his mandatory. I think he'll take his mandatory. I think he'll fight Pulev and then he'll fight whoever's the other mandatory.
And Wilder will fight Kovnatsky.
Yeah, Wilder's fighting Konoski for. I think regardless of what happens, Wilder's fighting Konoski in 2020 at some point.
For 100.
That's a very strong belief I have, because like I told Mark earlier, I think it's one of the only chances he's going to have to sell a fight at Barclays Center.
Absolutely. That's sad, though.
The Polish come out. I mean, Konoski's putting like 7,000 to 9,000 in there by himself.
Mm.
And then
Wilder's doing the same.
Wilder's doing the same. Well, no. I think recently he put about 10,000 in there, so he's increasing a bit.
Kovnacki getting more views on Fox than Tank.
Damn, did he? Did he really?
I think so. Yeah, against Areola, I think that shit did 800K.
Yeah. There's no undisputed without AJ making sure he has all those belts. We'll see. Are you excited for his upcoming fight with Kubrat Pulev?
It is what it is. Makes sense. Like, you understand politics and boxing. Like,
no, I understand it. It's just like, man.
Yeah, but like, I know I'd rather see him fight Usyk of the two mandatories, right? You would, I would, everyone would. But truth be told, if he gets stripped of one of those belts, it's better for the WBO to be stripped, because it goes between Usyk and Parker. Both of them are on Matchroom. If he loses to IBF, it goes between Kovnatsky and Pulev, so it goes to ESPN and PBC. So you got to pretty much take the Pulev fight him, which is a fight you already wanted. Am I excited for it? No. Do I really care? No. Can Pulev beat him? I'd say anything can happen. But especially now, I'll never be sold completely that AJ is going to beat anybody. Just can't be after what happened with Ruiz, because I was convinced he was going to beat Ruiz in the first fight. So, but having said that, am I excited? No. Are you excited, bro?
No, hell no.
It's hard, unless it ends up like Bogdan Dinu Pulev, in which case that's a cracking fight.
That'd be sick. Yeah, and then what's gonna happen is, like, when he fights Pulev, he's probably gonna stop him. And then when he does, I know he's gonna sell a lot of tickets, because it's either gonna be at the Tottenham Stadium or the Emirates. I was hearing either the Emirates or Tottenham.
I think it'll be at the Tottenham Stadium. I mean, they could put this on at the Principality in Cardiff. They could, but they want to do it in London. So I don't think the fight's big enough for Wembley. To be honest, Pulev just isn't an attraction, mate. He's just not. So 62,000 seats at White Hart Lane sounds pretty good to me, and that's a beautiful stadium. Have you seen it?
Yeah. I follow the Premier League really, really close, so I know all about the stadium.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous stadium. Stunning. Yeah. Regis Prograis was at that.
He went there. I was like, what the hell is he doing that with a Tottenham kid on?
Promotion.
No, it's promotion. I know why. It was just funny, because it's like, you don't ever associate the two with each other. It's like Tyson Fury went to the Las Vegas Golden Knights hockey game the other night. I was like, what the hell? Tyson Fury's in a Golden Knights jersey.
I don't even know what that is.
The Golden Knights they're NHL, like their hockey team.
Of course, the big fat white man went to a hockey game.
That's the hockey game. You'll never catch Wilder at the hockey game.
It could be more interesting to see Fury like courtside. You know what I mean? That'd be interesting.
Say that again?
Courtside would have been more interesting than them going to a hockey game.
Yeah, he should. Well, he probably will. Well, actually, no.
If he was going to be smart, he should have went to a Bruins game.
The Bruins game?
Yeah, aren't they from Boston?
Yeah, the Bruins play in Boston. Yeah, I can't stand them.
Yeah, but it'd be smart. Think about it. He has the Irish heritage. He's got all of that. Go to Boston.
Yeah, it's true. He should have did that. That would have made a lot of sense, actually. I know he went to the he didn't go for promotion, but I know he went to like a Lakers game when they fought.
They fought. You know we watch too much boxing when you say that teams are fighting each other.
Yeah, the Lakers are playing the Golden Knights.
No, they're fighting. They're fighting, bro.
They're
The
fighting.
the Lakers are fighting.
Yeah, the Lakers are fighting against the Celtics and the Hornets.
I got the Lakers in 6. Nah. Fair.
Galvin says, BT, I saw your video on Pulev kissing the reporter live and the little rap you made. Yeah, I made a little rap. That was pretty cringe. I watched that recently. That was pretty cringe.
See Red Glove earlier today responding to somebody who's a Danny Garcia fan. He sang a song to them. He wrote a song. He wrote a version of Roses by Outkast.
Did he?
Yeah. Actually hilarious. Genuinely hilarious, man. You gotta check that.
I gotta check that out. What do you make of Danny Garcia in his run at welterweight?
It's
Or his jog at welterweight.
his jog at welterweight. I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head.
He fought
no, I know. Like I'm just going backwards in my head. So like he moved up. He fought against Salka, Peterson, Malignaggi. Then he beat Guerrero. Like the Peterson fight, kind of tight. The Guerrero fight, kind of tightish. Then he beat Sammy Vargas, and yeah, he loses to Thurman. Beats Brandon Rios, loses to Porter. Beats Granados, beats Ivan Redkach. Not exactly a murderer's row, was it?
no. I mean, his best win at welterweight, in my opinion, is probably Granados.
I mean, Lamont Peterson.
I mean, yeah.
Name validity. Name validity. Lamont Peterson. The actual way the fight went, I'd say probably Paulie is his best win, and that's not good. That's not good. I mean, that's my thoughts. Like overrated.
Yeah, because every time he fights, he has like this. He has this arrogance to him where he's like, "It's a Danny Garcia show. It's a Danny Garcia show. I'm coming to make a statement." I'm like, "What statement? We've been waiting for you to make a statement for like 3, 4, 5 years now. Welterweight. When is the statement coming?"
Just listen to how I'm sounding right now. Like, I actually think Danny's a good fighter. Like, he is a good fighter, but it's just he's not as good as Pete. Look, there's a reason he's called Cherry Garcia. There's a reason we call him Cherry Garcia. I mean, his run at 147 leaves a lot to be desired. He's got a good chin. He's got a good left hook. He's good at watching his opponent's feet as well and reading them. But yeah, and you're right, by the way. His best performance was Granados because he looked amazing in that.
Yeah,
he took Granados' head off, man. But no, man, I'm sorry, I can't rate him that highly. Like if it hurts as well because I want to give him some credit, but I can't. Every top tier fighter he fought against, he lost to Porter, Torment. I mean,
he should fight. Ugas, like Doug says in the comments. I want to see him fight Ugas.
I want to see Ugas get robbed.
You don't want to see Ugas get robbed again?
I wouldn't say he got robbed against Porter. I think that fight. I think the reason I can't say he got robbed is because that fight was close.
It was close. It wasn't a robbery. I thought he should have won though.
I mean, I don't know. I can't even remember. I remember watching it like 4 times and scoring it 4 different ways. So,
yeah.
But I think he'd get robbed, Ugas, against Danny.
Of course he would. And then people would say they'd call him Danny Gift Garcia.
Cherry Gift Garcia.
Yeah, Cherry Gift Garcia. Who was I forgot who I was. I was watching somebody recently, and they were talking about Danny Garcia, and they said, "Man, this guy he lost to Puerto Rico because he fought Herrera in Puerto Rico."
He did lose to Herrera. He did. He got beat up against Herrera, man. That's a robbery. That was. They were trying to sell him as a Puerto Rican. Dude don't even speak Spanish.
That's right.
He don't even speak it. Like, come on now. And the Puerto Rican people, they're pretty primal about that.
I know.
So, well, at least from what I hear. So, like, yeah, that's honestly my thoughts on it. I can't show him love even if I want to. I just can't. I can't do it. It's hard.
Yeah,
I think he's the most overrated fighter in boxing. That's my thoughts.
I think so. But my best friend in the entire world, he's like the biggest Danny Garcia fan.
Oh no.
He was my roommate for like 3 years. I love the guy. Shout out to Paul. But he like anytime I say anything like hypercritical of Danny Garcia, this guy's like I would like criticize his style. Like I would say like, oh well, I don't like how Danny Garcia sits there and he'll throw a nice counter shot and he just admires his work and just postures. Doesn't do anything after it.
Yeah, he really loves his own work, doesn't he?
Oh my God, he'll throw the most beautiful counter you've ever seen in your life. We counter anything, and then he'll sit there and just look at it. I'm like, what are you looking at?
Yeah. Look, do you rate Danny Garcia one of the 5 best welterweights in the world right now? Because I don't.
One of the best 5? No. You got here. Crawford, Spence, Pacquiao,
Thurman and Porter.
Thurman, Ugas.
I rate Ugas above him and probably Vesputin too.
Oh yeah, Vesputin. I always forget about Vesputin. Like he's just there.
I'd like to see Danny Garcia versus Mikey Garcia. That'd be a nice fight.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad.
Or maybe Jesse Vargas even.
Yeah, the winner of that fight.
Yeah. Who do you think's winning that fight?
I think Mikey.
Do you know what I genuinely think?
I want Jesse to win though, but yeah, what do you think?
I think no matter what, I think if this goes to the cards, no matter what, I think Jesse's winning because Mikey's on a 1-fight deal and that'll be a big boost to Jesse and Jesse's on the zone. So
That's a great point. I honestly I don't even care about I don't even care about that particular fight that much to think about it that deeply. Because
I don't care about it.
The way I look at that fight is like I look at it as one guy who's never gonna do anything at welterweight in Mikey Garcia. And then I'm looking at it, and then Jesse Vargas is a guy that he was trying to move up to 154. He's been talking about moving up to 154.
Who's gonna have more back knee in the fight, do you think?
Like who's gonna have more fans at the fight?
No, back knee. Back acne.
Oh, back acne.
Back knee.
Definitely back knee. I can put that together. Definitely Jesse.
I don't know, Mikey's looking a little pudgy.
Is he?
Looking pudgy.
We'll see. Do you remember when Cuadras fought Romo Gonzalez, how much acne he had?
Mate, it was...
That was insane.
I had to hold my tongue there. Yeah, it was really bad.
Yeah.
I was going to make a ludicrous comment.
I'm sure. There's only one Tyson Chicken Nugget says, how good is Rashidi Ellis, especially with his speed?
He's very fast. Very fast.
Extremely fast. I like Rashidi Ellis. I wish he would leave Golden Boy because then I get into no fights.
Hell of exciting. Very exciting to watch. Very interesting. How good is he? We can only wait and see. We really can with him because his defense is garbage.
Yeah. Let's put him there with Danny Garcia. Let's see. I want to see how good Rashidi Ellis is, and I want to see how good Danny Garcia still is.
I'd like to see Danny Garcia in there with Jaron. Boots.
That's not happening. That'll never happen because they're both from Philadelphia, so they're both friends.
I'd pay money to see that fight, you know.
I would though. I like Boots. I'm very big on Boots.
Why not? Put that fight on and at the same time put on Rashidi Ellis versus Ortiz.
Virgil Ortiz?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be sick. I want to see Boots versus Virgil Ortiz. That'd be a really good one.
I think Virgil beats both of them. I think he's too aggressive, man. That kid's savage. And like people underplay just how good his win over Antonio Orozco is. They underplay just.
That's a good one. Antonio Orozco is a tough guy, tough, durable, fighter. You know, I think that was his first fight at 140, if I'm not mistaken. Or
147. It was a
147.
second fight. It was a second fight. He fought Herrera at 147. Or Guerrero, whichever. I think it was Herrera he fought at 147. But the thing about Orozco is people are like, oh, he lost nearly every round to Ramirez. He was in every one of those rounds, even though he lost them. He was in every single round. He gave him hard work that night. So, and Virgil, he's exploded. Don't forget, it was Orozco's first fight up at 147 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, Duck says, let's see Ortiz versus Jesse Vargas.
Why not? Honestly, if Jesse wins this fight, I wouldn't be surprised.
Can't see Eddie doing a cross promotion for Golden Boy. Not to build up one of their fighters at the expense of one of his only marquee names. It's sad that that's a marquee name for Eddie, but yeah, it's a marquee name for him in the States, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. He's not marquee at all.
Like in the States, who's the biggest name on Matchroom USA?
Let me see. Is he? Yeah.
Does he do more seats than Boo Boo? Yeah. Golovkin isn't under Matchroom USA. You look at Goyo Estrada. Like
he's Mexican though.
Yeah, I know, but even if you put him in, it doesn't matter where you put him. Like he's still a smaller weight fighter. They don't get enough credibility. I mean, if you really think about it, Vargas is probably his biggest seat pusher.
He's the cash cow.
He's the cash cow on Matchroom USA and DAZN over in America.
What about Mikey Garcia? Because they could sign him.
They didn't sign him. DAZN signed him. It's not Matchroom USA.
No, you're right.
And it's a one-fight contract anyway. Like, I'm talking specifically Matchroom USA.
Say, okay.
Because Golovkin is promoted by himself. But Eddie looks... By the way, right, I want to ask you your take on this because, like, I'm going to be, like, I'm very straightforward about this, right? Eddie Hearn, he's a spin master.
Oh, he's great. He's amazing at spin,
yeah, he's the master of the spin. And look at the stuff with the Charlo stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Does it not frustrate you that he's calling out Charlo knowing the fight's not going to happen and saying that they're ducking unification, yet he's not mentioning Triple G versus Android?
Yeah.
It's on his own network. I mean, that's a fight that they could make. It's a good fight.
It's a great fight. I'd love to see that fight.
I'd love to see it. If it was anywhere I can afford to go to, I would actually go to that because I think that's so interesting. It's a fight that intrigues me.
No, it is. I just want to see Boo Boo in a big fight. I'm big on Boo Boo Android.
He needs a fight.
He needs a fight, man. You can't keep putting in there with the Luke Keelers of the world and
the Walter Cockandakwas. Walter Cockandakwa, man. Yo, I reckon Walter Cockandakwa would chin Luke Keeler though. I'm not even joking.
You know what? I want to see that fight. I want to see the Andrade leftovers fight each other.
To be fair, he has a good win though. Seleki's solid. He's a solid fighter. He gave Jacobs a tough enough fight.
Everybody says, I remember when he beat Selecki, they were like, Selecki's a bum. I'm like, okay, well, is Daniel Jacobs a bum? Because Daniel Jacobs was going life and death with a Selecki.
Yeah, they need to give my man a rematch. Like, not a rematch. They need to give my man a world title fight. They need to give Gabe Rosado a fight against Andre. My guy deserves another world title shot. Most robbed fighter in boxing. He's the most robbed fighter in boxing. This dude gets robbed a lot, man. He was robbed against Arias. He's been robbed all over the place.
Jalen Love. I think he got robbed.
He did.
Love. Yeah, and then you see him like it's funny too because like I like when him and Jacobs got into it before his fight. That was hilarious.
But my favorite moment ever with Gabe Rosado, was after the fight with Arias, right? And they said, Gabe, have you been robbed? And he just walks straight up to the camera, right into its face, takes off the sunglasses and says, do you see a cut on my face? Do you see a black eye on my face? They're like, no. He said, if I've no cuts on my face, I won. Because he's the most easily marked fighter ever.
That is true. Like, Waterfall. Every fight, Gabe Rosales gets caught with a grazing jab. He looks like Arturo Gatti right here. Bang.
Oh god. Yeah, shout out to Arturo, man.
Yeah, R.I.P. Arturo Gatti.
R.I.P. Arturo. We can't badmouth Arturo on YouTube. Johnny will kill us.
Oh, Johnny Boy.
Yeah, that's Johnny's. That's one of Johnny's 3. That's one of his 3 favorites of all time.
Yeah, fighter. I'm gonna go on his live and I'm gonna ask him next time I see him. I'm gonna say, so do you remember that one time when what's his name? Peter Manfredi he stopped or Angel Manfredi when he stopped Arturo Gatti?
He'll probably be like, yes.
Yes, I do. Why do you bring it up? And I'm gonna say, oh no, I was just watching Floyd versus Manfredi and they were bringing it up, so it came to memory.
All right. Now, I'm gonna say this. I've heard from some people that you're big, very big on a specific fighter, right? I'm gonna say the weight division, lightweight.
Lightweight?
A lightweight fighter that you're big on. He's coming up.
Yeah, TFE.
Yeah. Are you 100% convinced he beats Loma?
Yes.
Right. Let me ask you, as a boxing guy and like analyst and everything like this, how do you feel about the Philly shell going up against the Southpaw? That's an honest. Yeah, breaking down the Philly shell versus a Southpaw, so you're open to that check left all night.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup stylistically. If Teofimo is gonna have to really be able to time Lomachenko, his reflexes are gonna have to be like on another level that night.
And do you think he can win this fight on points?
No, I don't think
so.
I'm picking him to stop Lomachenko with a straight right hand.
Straight right hand. So you're going with the puncher. You're going pure puncher.
I'm going with the puncher in this fight. I know, generally speaking, like in matchups where you have like this, you generally favor the guy that has Lomachenko style. But I don't know, man. Like I just feel like Teofimo's catching him at the right time. I feel like the timing of the fight is perfect.
I think I have Lomachenko the favorite, and I think it's easy to, in a way, to pick Teofimo though as well, because if he loses, he lost to Lomachenko, and if he wins, you look like a fucking genius, right? But with Lomachenko, if he loses, he lost to a prospect with a belt.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Say he's overrated and he's not good, which, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Lomachenko's a great fighter, but I do think he is a bit overrated.
I think this is the hardest fight for Loma at lightweight just because of power and speed and size. I really do.
Size, athleticism, and not even just that. Like Teofimo, like a lot of the guys that fight Lomachenko, I kind of feel like in his own way, like he has like this thing about him, like where people are so enamored with the skills that when they get in there, they don't they just freeze up and they don't know what to do. I don't like Teofimo doesn't strike me as one of those guys that's just gonna freeze up and be in awe of Lomachenko.
There is one problem. There is one problem for Teofimo, and it's if Loma has his feet working and he's able to keep going out to the side and make Teofimo reset all the time. That's interesting.
That's like my main concern for him, because like if he can't time him and Loma's hitting those angles and constantly making him reset, then Loma's just gonna keep putting rounds in the bag. So that's my only thing about the fight. But it's a really intriguing fight. I just wanted to get finalized so I can make my travel arrangements.
I want to go to that myself, actually. I really do.
Teofimo grew up training in my area. That's why that's actually a big part of why I like him so much.
So do you know him?
I never met him. I don't know him, but I know people that like fought him in the amateurs and stuff like that. Like when I was training at my gym like years ago, I remember Teofimo. I used to hear his name all the time, like when he was in the amateurs. Like Teofimo won this, Teofimo won that. One of my friends fought him in the amateurs and lost to him. Yeah. So I mean, I followed him for like a while.
He's a good fighter. I think his win over Tatley is underrated by most.
Tatley was a solid guy.
Well, Tatley holds a victory over Yvonne Mendy, who beat Luke Campbell. He did lose to Luke Campbell, but Tatley's a good fighter, and he went 1-1 with Patera, one coming off of an injury and won the rematch. But Patera also beat Lewis Ritson. So there is notable quality to the work there. You know what I mean? There is notable quality there, and like how good is Comey? We don't know. He was hurt by Robert Easter, who's fundamentally feather fisted, but we don't know because like Raimundo Beltran gave him work as well, and Raimundo's shot. We just don't know if it's timing or if it's real. If it's real, he's gonna give Loma a good fight. If it's real and timing, it could be good, but Loma's the favourite for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
He's just way more proven, seasoned, and his boxing ability, like, if this goes to full 12, unless Teofimo knocks him down 3 times, Loma should be winning like 9-10 rounds easy. He is a better boxer. That's one thing that worries me about Teofimo, though, moving up in weight. When he eventually does, like, will his power transcend? Because I feel there are boxers up there like a Regis Prograis, who obviously has an amazing chin, and he's a skilled boxer and a big puncher who could give him terrible work, a terrible night.
Yeah, he's gonna have to really refine his style a bit when he moves up.
Absolutely, because power alone ain't gonna cut it at 140 with those boys. They are tough as nails.
Straight killers at 140. I mean,
Josh Taylor, Regis Prograis, Ivan Baranchik, Jose Ramirez, even Zepeda. I mean, all these guys are really good.
Still there too. I mean,
he is. Amir is still there, and he's still a very good fighter. But like, if you're moving up from 135, you're a world champion, you should be looking towards world champions as well at some stage, and they are killers. They are. Like, not one of those 4 boys that I called out who going up to like welterweight would be completely out of their element. All of them could give the champions real work at 147, and they're big enough as well, especially Taylor and Ramirez. They're big boys.
Yeah.
I was disappointed with Ramirez recently, though. He put out a tweet, not a tweet, on his Instagram page in his story. He said that I'll go down to 135 and fight Ryan Garcia. Yeah, and I was like, yo, hold up here. You got your mandatory riposte on. You got Taylor to. Why are you talking about lightweights? You're a 140 pound. Why are you talking about going down in weight? You've got Taylor up there. There are other really good guys in that division, like Subriel Matias. Like, that's
Subriel Matias is nice.
Yeah, rest in peace, Maxim.
Yeah, RIP Maxim Dadashev. You got Mario Barrios there too.
It's just a great division. It really is.
One guy, I can't remember if this guy's at 140. Isn't Arnold Barbosa or something like Arnold Barbosa in that weight class?
Arnold Barbosa.
You probably know Arnold Barbosa.
No, I do know Arnold. I just don't know if he's at 140 or not.
Look it up.
No, because I do know him. Like, he's been around for a while. Like, I think he is at 140. He beat Silva in his last fight, didn't he? Stopped Silva. Dude who knocked out Mike Alvarado, right?
One of those two. Let's see. Oxford. Yeah, with Silva. He fought them both. He beat them both.
Yeah.
And he is at
140, I'm pretty sure. Because if he fought Alvarado, Mike Alvarado, that would have been at 140 at this stage of Alvarado's career. He's got some good wins, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a couple. He fought Mike Reed, too.
Mike Reed, I think he beat Luis Solis as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I'm not looking. But he's a good fighter, man. Very solid. But, yeah, there's a lot of names out there.
Yeah, 140 is crazy. Someone said, Mike Jones asked, will you be at the fight Saturday? The Fury Wilder fight? Nah, unfortunately, I will not be there at that fight because I don't have the money to go to Vegas right now.
I would have gone, but I was looking at tickets the day they were released, and they were very affordable. So I was like, I'm going to wait a couple of days, just make sure I have everything in source. I'm going to look at everything. But did all my research, went back to get tickets. Boom, $750 minimum. Like, I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, I'm not spending $1,500 on tickets.
Yeah, this is a big Las Vegas fight, so.
Yeah, but it was originally $100.
Yeah.
And then they sold a lot of them, and then they scuppered up the price massively. So.
Someone said, will you be there in spirit? Yes, I'm at all the fights in spirit. And And then he also wants to know. He says, "What's up with 160 right now?"
Do you want to go on that, or do you want me to? I don't mind.
You can go on. Yeah, go on.
160 is an absolute clusterfuck of nothingness, which is sad. Like it really is because there's so much talent. We don't the Canelo situation. We just don't know anymore where he is, who he's fighting. Like we know he's probably fighting Billy Joe at 168, right?
Mm-hmm.
Golovkin, he's probably fighting Camille Cesare like which is just no, it's just not allowed.
I hate that fight so much. I hate that fight.
You've got Charlo fighting Keeler and Cockandakwa. Not Charlo. Andrade. And Charlo not doing much better and fighting Dennis Hogan and all these crap ass guys from 154. He's pretty much just continued his 154-pound reign in the 160-pound division. That's all he's doing. You've Eubank there and Derevianchenko. They don't have a fight lined up. You've still got. We'll see what happens with Korobov coming back and Selecki and Rosado, but we don't really see much of anything. There's not really anything being announced, and it's a sad point. We're not seeing unifications, and that's what we fundamentally need to see is unifications. Best fighting the best. You've got Murata, the regular champion there. We'd love to see him fight one of the main champions too, just because he's arguably one of the top 6 in the division, 7 or 8 or something. Arguably, very arguable. But at the same point, you're just not getting anything. And that's what's going on. You're having a lot of cross promotions being mentioned, but nothing on the networks actually happening. You have Charlo saying, well, if you want to fight me, come over here. Meanwhile, with the WBC, I said this on Montero's show the other day. We haven't seen a mandatory for the WBC middleweight championship since 2012 with Julio Cesar Chavez versus Sergio Martinez. That's the last mandatory to take place at middleweight for the WBC title. So what's going on with middleweight is pretty much a lot of step-asides, a lot of bums fighting against champions, and a lot of champions not fighting each other. And we need to see fights because it's arguably one of the best divisions in boxing per name.
That is true. It's just a bunch of cannon fodder opposition just being passed around at 160.
100%.
And then you got but you got some funny names in this division. Like you got Rob Brandt. Rob Brandt's one of those guys like you always forget that he's still active.
Yeah, I'll give you a fight right now that we should get. Rob Brandt versus Steve Ross. Let's go.
Oh my God, I want to see that. Rob Brandt.
That's a good fight, actually. That's competitive.
How about we have Jason Quigley versus Brendan Adams? Why not that one?
That's a good fight.
Yeah.
I think Brandon Adams beats him, The contender beats the Torino Johnson loser. I mean, listen to Torino Johnson. Oh my God, that was a sad day for me. But oh, that was a sad day for me. I'm like, oh my God, what happened there? But like, there is a lot of fights that can be made, and even like, I'll be honest with you, there's some really good fights to be made. Like when Korobov comes back, put Korobov or Kulkoy in there with Selecki.
Yeah.
Hell of a fight. Either one of them with Selecki. What a fight that is. Great fight.
How about Liam Williams? Because your man Duck is calling him the boogeyman.
I mean, yeah. He's looking good. He's looking improved. The Ingle gym is doing him wonders.
Yeah.
It's definitely doing him wonders. Dominic Ingle is definitely putting him through a lot of his paces. Yeah. Liam Williams is a good fighter, though. He has power and he's definitely improved. He got a good win over Atlantis Fox, and the way he killed Joe Mullender in the ring is still comical to me. But there's another great fight. Jaime Munguia versus Liam Williams.
That's a good one. I like that one.
That's a great fight. May the best man win. Winner gets Andrade.
Yeah. Munguia might not want to take that fight, though, because he probably doesn't want to fight Andrade.
Make the rematch, Duck. Yeah. Make the rematch, Kulkoy and Selecki. I know they fought. Make the rematch.
Why not?
There's just
I want to see Andrade versus Derevyanchenko. That's like one of the number one fights I want to see. One of the top fights I want to see in that division. But I know it's not going to
I
happen.
also want to see Charlo versus Derevyanchenko, to be honest with you.
Derevyanchenko versus anybody.
I want to see Derevyanchenko versus Triple G in a rematch. I think he deserves a rematch.
How did you score the first fight? Like, who did you think won?
I thought Derevyanchenko won when I watched it live, but scoring it back, I've had it a point either way twice.
Yeah, I've never went back and rewatched that fight, but when I watched it live, I thought Derevyanchenko won pretty clearly to me. But
yeah. No, I've watched it twice since the first time. Scoring it live, I gave Derevyanchenko twice. I've had it a point either way.
Raekwon Bell, he's got a lot of things to say. He says, "Hey, True School Sports TV, you duckface, your hairline is so damn ugly." I mean, the girls don't complain, so it's all good.
I mean, you've got a photo of Deontay Wilder as your avatar on YouTube with his bronze face, like wearing a mask. I mean, either you're like a real lover of hentai and a basement dweller, or like you're battling your own homosexual tendencies by commenting on another man's appearance, because that's very gay.
Yeah, it is. But hey, that's the world we live in. You know, we have a lot of effeminate men running around talking about other men's appearances.
Like, why would you be that's got to be off-putting that another guy's looking at you that much to pay attention to your hairline.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very erotic of you, Raekwon.
Yes. Raekwon's probably got a Bomb Squad membership card in his wallet, and he's probably wearing Deontay Wilder pantyhose.
Do you know what I was thinking of doing? I was thinking of doing like a forfeit thing, right?
A what?
So a forfeit thing on the stream. So because I'm so confident Fury wins, and it was if Wilder wins, I have to buy a Bomb Squad hoodie and do a face reveal and everything with that shit on.
Oh man.
But I'm not gonna do that because
you don't want to. If you bet they're gonna rob Fury, a stink controversy is gonna happen.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah. Will be a good fight. Sad it's going to be a trilogy most likely. No, I don't think that's a sad thing.
If the second fight is really good, then because the first fight was actually a classic to me. Maybe it's because I'm biased because I was there.
No. The first fight was a modern day classic.
Well, a lot of people say, "Oh, there was a lot of boredom in the fight." Listen. You do not watch heavyweight boxing to be entertained for all 12 rounds. You watch heavyweight boxing for the moments that can happen within the fight. Like a guy being dropped and coming back, or the other dude being schooled and then he knocks him the fucking... That's what you watch it for. If you want to watch pound for pound boxing, go and watch Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez. Go watch Casemiro and Inoue. That's what... You don't watch Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Well, Tyson Fury you can actually watch for pound skills. But you can, because he's 6'9", 260, and he moves like a featherweight.
That's right.
But having said that, you watch that fight out of pure morbid curiosity. That's what it is. And it's the moments that took place in the ring. And that fight was full of moments, wasn't it?
It was. Some amazing moments.
Like...
If Fury wins this dominantly, do you think people will be interested in a third fight?
I'll be honest. I think if Fury wins this dominantly on points, they can still do the trilogy. But if Wilder knocks him out in 2, they can't. And the reason why I say that is because no matter what, Wilder will always be deemed dangerous for all 12 rounds. And that's what they could do. If Fury beat him on points and couldn't stop him, and Wilder dropped him. If that happens, but Fury wins comfortably on points, they can still do the rematch, because Wilder, it's not about points, it's about can he knock him out.
That's right.
In a way like Canelo Golovkin, people will still watch the third fight. Golovkin can't win on points no matter what.
Golovkin, oh man. I don't want Golovkin to fight anybody but Bubu Andrade or Derevyanchenko. I don't care about Canelo. I don't care about no damn Camilo Schmerta. I don't care about none of that.
Is that how you say it? I thought it's Cesare Meta.
I don't know. Like that's how I heard that's how I heard them saying it on the DAZN telecast when I watched it.
Yeah, but nah, they don't say shit right at all. Todd Grisham, come on.
Yeah, they don't. So, but I was like, yeah, why not? Camilo Schmerta. It's fun to say. The money is in a trilogy. I hope it isn't fixed. Yeah, imagine Deontay Wilder gets touched with a jab and takes a dive.
Imagine it's a draw.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this:
A draw is good.
If Fury wins extremely comfortably on points, like every round doesn't get dropped, right? Mm-hmm. And they call it a draw. Will people want to watch the trilogy knowing the second fight was fixed?
No.
I don't think so. I think that's a worse outcome.
I'll protest it. I'll protest. I won't even watch the fight. I'll go to South Beach or something that day.
I'll watch it. I'll watch all boxing, mate. I think you're the same.
Me too.
Yeah,
but it would leave a really sour taste in my mouth if that was the case.
By the way, what fight are you looking forward to most this year? By the way, so far of all the fights named, I think it's Loma Tio, isn't it?
It's not actually. It's actually Romo Gonzalez Calio fight because I'm going to it, and Romo Gonzalez is probably my favorite fighter.
Well, you'll probably like the fact that I picked him as fighter of the decade.
Oh, did you?
Yes, of course I did, bro. Of course I did.
Yeah,
like he held the belt at minimum weight in 2010, right? Top. He was a 4-weight world champion. He spent the longest time pound for pound number 1. He went 20-2 in the decade. On top of that, he beat the most amount of former, current, or future world champions this decade. I mean, that is hard to fucking beat.
Yeah. But then they give it to Floyd Mayweather, who fought the UFC fighter.
Yeah, he fought half the decade, Floyd.
Yeah. Same thing with Andre Ward. Andre Ward was either fighting nobody or not fighting at all for like more than half the decade.
Did you see what Dougie Fisher did when that happened?
No.
Dougie Fisher abstained from voting on the Boxing Writers Association of American Awards because Chocolatito wasn't nominated. He abstained his vote. He refused to.
That's amazing. I didn't even know that. That actually makes me respect him even more.
That's big ups to Dougie for that. Because the dude wasn't nominated, he refused to vote.
Yeah, because I actually talked. I don't know if you saw, but I talked to a guy because when I went to the Bubu Andrade fight in Miami here a couple weeks ago, there was a guy from the Boxing Writers Association of America there. His name is Jack Hirsch. He's like an old guy with glasses.
I know.
Yeah. I interviewed him, and we were talking about fighter of the decade, and he asked me in the interview. He's like, "Oh, well, I think if Canelo would have got the decision against, or Golovkin would have got the decision against Canelo, that he should be the fighter of the decade. What do you think?" And then I told him, I'm like, honestly, all that is null and void, and it's extremely irrelevant because Romo Gonzalez should be fighter of the decade.
This is my standpoint on it, right? If Roman didn't get it, I personally think Manny Pacquiao should.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's the only person.
Because he fought the entire decade, he became the oldest welterweight champion in history. Leading into this year, he was becoming a 4-decade world champion. On top of that, like he had to come back from the loss to Hearn and recapture himself, and he beat the number 1 guy at welterweight when he's way out of his prime. Re-entering it and spending. Wait, hold on. Pacquiao is number 10 currently, right? In the 2000 decade, the 2010s, and the 20s, Manny Pacquiao is a 3-decade pound for pounder. The fuck, fam? Like, that's serious stats. And on top of,
he's the only fighter besides Romo Gonzalez who I can say, hand on heart, of the people they had on the ballot, that did something that was like truly unprecedented in boxing.
Yes.
Like Romo Gonzalez is the best fighter in the history of his country. He's the best fighter in the history of Nicaragua. He surpassed Arguello.
That's on resume. On resume, it's interesting. It's an interesting question on resume. I think Arguello's resume of the people that he beat is a bit better than Chocolatito's overall in depth. However, He achieved more, but Arguello was undisputed. Don't forget that.
Yeah, he was, man. Yeah,
And,
he's very underrated. I don't think people talk about him as far as like the
and
best fighter in history enough.
that's one thing that hurts Roman for Fighter of the Decade. No unifications. None.
Yeah,
That does hurt. And same with Pacquiao. That does hurt. And both Floyd and Canelo were unified champions in the decade. So, I mean, that hurts.
yeah,
But
that does.
I give it to Canelo over Floyd too, because he fought the whole decade.
That is true. I mean, even though he fought, like Amir Khan and whatnot, he still fought the whole decade.
But he did beat, like, whatever we want to say. He has a victory over Kovalev. He has a victory over Jacobs. He did beat Golovkin in the second fight. I mean,
yeah, I might need to take what I said about Raul Gonzalez back. Sometimes I forget like how many I forget all the fighters that Arguello defeated. Like I forgot that he beat Bobby Chacon and all these guys.
that's an immense resume, bro.
Like he's got an amazing resume. I mean, Roman's got an amazing resume too, but this guy really, really has an amazing resume.
Yeah, that's
Ruben
why I was like, hold
Oliveira.
the phone there for a second, because
Yeah,
like
I
this is
like Gonzalez a lot.
yeah the history fighters. That's kind of where I kind of like really get into it. Like, but yeah, Arguello's got a hell of a resume, man. He's one of my favorite fighters of all time as well.
Yeah,
But
one of my
Chocolatito is a very good fighter. World class, one of the greatest fighters. One of the greatest fighters of the last 20 years.
oh easy. That's easy money. He's one of the best of the last 20 years. I was there in LA the night he won. I went to the Quadras fight. It was one of the best fights I ever went to in my entire life.
Oh yeah, great fight. Do you know what? Huh?
I was gonna say, you want to know how you know Romo Gonzalez is special? How many fighters from like a small country like Nicaragua could go to somewhere like LA, like Los Angeles, fight a Mexican fighter, and then have more people from his country in the stands than the Mexican fighter in LA?
Very, very few fighters. Very few.
He
But
did that because the crowd split was about 60-40 Nicaragua that night.
And that's a poor country too.
Yeah. If Roman wins, we could see an Estrada rematch.
We could. Also, if Robert wins, he becomes a 3-decade world champion.
That is true. I didn't even think about that. He needs to win this fight. Then I need him to win this fight.
So that's the fight you're looking forward to most.
The most, yeah, because I'm going. Number one, I'm going to it. I used to actually live in Dallas, so I haven't gone to Dallas in like 6 years. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited for Dallas. I'm a huge Roman fan. I met him twice. And I just interviewed Calio Fice. Like I was just with him like in the UK like 2 months ago. So the fact that I was just in the UK, I interviewed Cal, and I'm a big Roman fan. It's just I want to see it.
Go. At least you're a lower weight fan. At least you're a lower weight fan. I gotta respect that.
Yeah, all the way, always. That's for anything. Like, even like for like others, like sports outside of boxing, because most of my teams out in other sports suck. They're horrible.
Yeah.
I stick with them. Let's see. Ioka is low key the best at super flyweight right now. Casasoto Ioka.
Yo, you know Ioka, fair play. Yo, I had a guy arguing with me about Ioka. So, my argument, he said that Errol Spence is definitely pound for pound top 5. So I just said, what about Kazuto Ioka? Just for lulz, because if you're going to do a pound for pound list, you need to know all the guys in consideration for like
Correct.
top 15, right? And Ioka's definitely one of the 15 best pound for pound fighters on the planet right now. His resume is sick. Unified 4-weight world champion. Like he was a minimum weight unified champion. Robbed against Donny Nietes. And you know yourself, Donny Nietes was ducked by a lot of guys. By a lot of guys, man. Nobody wanted that smoke. And Donny Nietes undefeated in title fights. Fact.
Mm-hmm.
Fact. So, like, so I just asked him, what about Kazuto Ioka? He's like, oh, I don't know him, bro. I'm like, okay, that's debate over. You don't know him, so.
Then your opinion is null and void.
Yeah, on pound for pound, yeah. If you like, what do you think of Ioka?
So I like him. I think
Hell of a body puncher.
hell of a body puncher. Honestly, he's like he's one of those fighters that like I don't think I talk about enough. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I know I did a video when he won his last world title. I think he became like the first Japanese fighter to become like I think a 3 or 4
he is
world champion.
I was commentating that live. I think you were too. I don't know, but I commentated that fight live, and he became the first Japanese fighter to become a 4-weight world champion. And that's serious. That's a serious stat for him.
How big the country
is. And look at the fighters that are there even right now. You've got Tanaka, you've got Ioka, you've got Inoue. Like, these boys are sick. You've got Junto Nakatani coming up at flyweight as well, and he is a beast. Like that. You've got Kenshiro, you've got Ryoichi Taguchi. They've just got so many, man.
I like Kenshiro.
So like, there's just so many of them around right now. And the fact that he's the first one to go and become 4-weight world champion, not Inoue, but Ioka, is tremendous. Because Inoue could have done it if he didn't duck flyweight. No, flyweight. No, yeah, I'm not talking about ducking Roman Gonzalez because he was already a world champion at 115. I'm talking about at 112. Because when he moved up, he moved up the WBO route.
Roman was at 112 when he moved up to 115.
Yeah, I know.
That's why he moved up to 115.
Yeah, but Roman was WBC. He wasn't. He could have went after the WBO champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I look at him as just ducking the entire division. But I'd say he really ducked 115 as well because he beat Narvaez, which is a hell of a win, by the way. People don't give Omar Narvaez enough credit. He was a great fighter himself. 27 defenses, tied Chavez. A lot of those Mexican fans don't read. They say who is the most title defenses, and I always just say to them, Omar Narvaez.
Yes.
Omar Narvaez. They always get really upset. Like they're like, "Who's that?" No, Chavez. Chavez has 27. I'm like, "So does Omar Narvaez," but I know you were going to say Chavez. That statistic is gone. That statistic is gone.
Because I'm different. More Narvaez.
Omar Narvaez, man. But like, Narvaez gave Nonito Donaire a hell of a fight in Donaire's prime.
Yeah, he did.
So, Donaire's. By the way, I want you to do it because I was thinking about this when I was doing Fighter of the Decade and looking at all the names. Right? Mm-hmm. Win, lose, or draw. Go on to BoxRec right now and go to 2010 up until 2019 and look at Nonito Donaire's resume, and it's gonna blow your tits off. It's
the names you talking about: Rigondeaux, Walters, Inoue.
Win, lose, or draw. Watch that entire thing from 2010.
Magdaleno.
You're gonna be like, what? Watch this. Just watch it.
Did he fight Victor Artinian in 2010? I think that was 2010. Was it?
Oh yeah, he fought him then. Like, where do you see this? Moving up and down weights as well.
I'm on it right now. So you got okay. Henry Marquez, Omar Narvaez, Fernando Montiel, Jorge Arce, Rigondeaux, Victor Artinian, Cesar Juarez, Nicholas Walters, Magdaleno, Carl Frampton, Ryan Burnett, Inoue. Oh my God.
That's a dawn resume, isn't it?
Yeah. You can, listen, as a boxing fan, Nonito Donaire is one of the only fighters you can, like, nobody can say anything bad about Nonito Donaire. The guy, he was like the first fighter to do 365 year-round VADA drug testing. He pays for it out of his own pocket.
Yes.
He fights the best fighters.
This is my own opinion on Nonito Donaire. Outside of Pacquiao right now, yeah? He is the main first ballot Hall of Famer I have. Main one. No matter what. Because that resume, of active fighters. The main one, no questions, Hall of Fame. No questions asked. That dude is Hall of Fame. Because there's nothing shady about his entire career. Not one thing.
And a sport that's extremely shady. There's nothing shady about him.
And for him to be towards the top of the game, and he's still getting mandatories. He's fighting New Bali next, fam. He's fighting New Bali next. What the fuck? This dude's coming off of a war with Noah Inoue in the Ring Magazine Fight of the Year, and he's like, "Yo, throw me in Throw me in with Ubali.
With the strong Moroccan.
Just put me in there with this strong Moroccan who beat up Inouye's brother. I'll avenge the Japanese for him. And by the way, did you see the moments after that fight? The beauty of the sport was truly shown. Inoue he waved his hand like, "Nah, get that WBC diamond belt away from me." And then like on Nonito's like Twitter page and everything, like with his kids, and they're like, "Thank you, Mr. Inoue, for like letting our dad take home the trophy." It was true sportsmanship, true class from both men. It was the epitome of what boxing should be.
That's true. It was like that fight. I wish I could relive that fight every single weekend. That's how great that fight was. But yeah, man.
It's a true modern classic. It's a true modern classic, mate.
It is. That's why for me, like last year, fight of the year wasn't even I didn't have to think twice about the fight of the year. In fact, after that fight was over, I said that's the fight of the year.
Well, I mean, Josh Taylor and Prograis put up a good effort. They put up a good effort.
That was a great fight.
That was a great fight. One thing that really pisses me off about that fight, BT, man, like, and you'll get this yourself. Fans walked out after the Chisora Price fight because that's the fight they wanted to go see. And they missed out on arguably one of the best fights you'll ever see on British soil.
Yeah.
That's sad. That's sad for the sport, the casual market.
That's sad, but like that's the way casuals work. Like when I went to when I was at the Boo Boo Andrade fight, like not KSI, Jake Paul and Gibb, they fought, and like 33% of the crowd was gone before Boo Boo even made his ring walk.
Yeah, but I get that because it's YouTube, right?
Yeah,
I don't get it if you're going to a boxing event and it's Price Chisora. That ain't no Josh Taylor Regis Prograis.
That's true. Well, they probably they're casual fans, so that they probably weren't informed on Taylor and Prograis, even though everybody knew in the promotion there was number one versus number two. But some people don't care if it's number one and number two. Derek Chisora had a point. He said they don't care about the little guys; they care about the big guys in the top 10. Even though Price is not in the top 10 and Chisora is not in the top 10 either, really.
No, but Chisora's going to rate himself top 10, isn't he?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, Chisora lost to Pulev.
Yeah, he did.
But he also...
Hyro says, what is USA overplaying boxing theme compared to UK Sweet Caroline? So he's asking, what songs do they overplay in the US like Sweet Caroline?
I've heard a lot of Live to Win at boxing events in America. A lot of Live to Win. Heard it a lot.
A lot of what?
Live to Win, like live to win, live to fight. I've seen that a lot.
Yeah, I've heard that song a lot too. I don't know. I can't really. There's not one song that really sticks out. Like, what song would stick out?
There definitely is no Sweet Caroline one though.
There's no Sweet Caroline.
There is no anthem.
I don't want there to be no Sweet Caroline though. That's a British thing. I
know, but like it's. Hold on, it's by Neil Diamond. Where's he from?
He's from America. But I'm saying, yeah, and they do sing it like the Boston Red Sox in baseball. They sing that song like all the time, every couple innings.
But I mean, it is a very big, like in the UK, like singing and partying is a very big thing.
That's what I was gonna say. Like in America, we don't really like do the singing as much. I mean, I like the singing. I think it's cool, but like in America, it's not really like. They don't sing. It's just not what we do.
We got to get you over here for a boxing event again, man.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan.
Like,
very soon. I think my man Marcus went out. But yeah, we're here. Listen, man. We've been here kicking it for 4 hours. You know what's crazy? I'm not even tired. Oh, there's Mark again. Let's add Mark to the stream.
I'm sorry about
you're
that.
Back.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a protein shake, man.
Okay.
I know.
Get it in. You gotta get
I gotta get it in, yeah.
But yeah, no, I want to go to the UK for a fight.
But it needs to be worthwhile going to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if it's a big fight or a small fight. I'll go. But I just like going to boxing event. It's fun.
I'm hoping. I'm gonna do everything I can to go to Usyk Chisora or Usyk Parker.
Yeah, do it, bro.
That's my guy, by the way, Usyk. That's my guy. We
That's
all
your
have
guy.
it. That's my dude. Like that's the dude I'm rocking with.
I mean, he's amazing. I like Usyk. I had him as the pound for pound king of boxing at one point.
I had him pound for pound number 1 till he moved to heavyweight.
Yeah, me too.
Because I do not do heavyweights in my pound for pound rankings. Never have, never will. The pound for pound ratings were set up originally to be able to compare a fighter to a heavyweight, but they were to differentiate and give more name notoriety to fighters outside of the heavyweight division because it was so spectacular. Now, the very first ever pound for pound matchup was between a heavyweight and Ray Robinson.
Correct.
Yo, I'm about to turn my camera on, fam.
Yeah, it's a nice cabinet.
Yeah, bro. That's a beautiful cabinet. I made it myself.
The face reveal here.
No, I didn't think my face got on there, bro.
Huh?
I don't think my face got on there.
No, it didn't. I'm saying you could. Okay, he's out. He went out again. Hyro Galva says the stream can't end without your dad. My dad's at work right now. He's chilling. He's at work, so I'm not sure when he's going to be out. You know what? I'll text him. We'll see what he's.
That's annoying. That's very annoying. Got locked out twice.
Yeah, but yeah, you could do the face reveal on here.
No.
Unless you have a face for radio.
No, I have a face for radio, bro. Nah.
I might actually be going. I mean, I'm not sure right now. Like right now, it's probably a no. But there's a possibility I might actually be covering a fight on Friday because there's a small card going down here in Miami on Friday. It's on Spanish television. It's on Telemundo.
Do you speak Spanish?
Nah, man. I gotta sharpen up. I understand it. I understand it perfectly. So like when I get around my Hispanic family, like sometimes they think I can't speak Spanish and they'll talk shit about me right in front of me, and I'll respond to them in English. And they say, tú hablas español. I'm like, yeah. But no, the guy that the Robeisy Ramirez, the one that beat Shakur Stevenson in the gold medal match, he's fighting in Miami on Friday.
Robeisy Ramirez.
Yeah, he's fighting him. He's fighting on Friday, and then there's a couple other fighters too, and then like some local fighters. Like it's a small card, but it'd be cool to go to. I like going to small cards.
There you go.
Who saw Devin Haney confronting Hopkins? I saw that. Do you see that when Devin Haney was confronting Bernard?
Right. Yeah. Devin Haney can go fuck himself. I'll give you my reason why. I'll give you my reason why. Make the man Garcia fight. Yo, motherfucker, you didn't win your title in the ring. Yeah? Fortuna and Campbell is your focus. Win it back legitimately. Become a real world champion. Stop being a playboy.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I do not like that. I don't like someone who says they're happy being awarded a title over an email and then not willing to back it up. Look at Andrade. He got awarded the belt, but what did he do? He fought people. He solidified himself with a win over Selecki.
Yeah, it's like who was it? Yeah. Like when he got awarded the title, he went on Twitter and he was like, "I'm the youngest world champion in boxing."
No, you're the youngest email champion in boxing.
Yeah. Devin Haney, man.
I do like the fight between him and Ryan Garcia. I think it's interesting, but at the same point, wouldn't a win over Campbell, if Campbell beat Fortuna, really solidify him?
It would. But Luke Campbell's a dangerous fight for anybody at 135.
Height, reach, boxing ability, boxing IQ.
Amateur pedigree.
Solid, decent power as well, off the counter. He ain't easy for anybody. And when he's on it, he's on it.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, like they're interesting because like they're like friends. Like they're on social media all the time talking about fighting each other. And like even when they were trash talking each other, there was no hostility. It was like, I'm turned up right now. I'm turned up.
Oh, that shake's nice.
What do you think about Ryan Garcia's development?
Development.
Yeah.
You're making it sound like puberty. Ryan Garcia's his progression. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Like, a lot of people didn't rate Fonseca as an opponent. I did, to be honest, because he's someone we know. We know what he brings. He can be very, very awkward at times, Fonseca. That's a hell of a knockout. Hell of a knockout. Romero Duno. Okay fighter. Not amazing, but okay. Has power, allegedly, against no one. But, yeah, he beat him. Like, how's he going? Yeah, he's a prospect, isn't he? He's fighting okay guys. Nothing spectacular yet, but he's looking spectacular doing it.
Yeah.
There you go. There's a real media response for you. A real media response for you. He's looking spectacular doing it. He's getting people there. He's a star.
He's a star. He's really marketable.
He's got the face. He's a mini Oscar. He's the full package. Now let's talk boxing for a second. Yeah, this kid's chin. Look, this kid has not progressed fundamentally one iota. He's the exact same fighter he was in his first fight. That chin is up, man. That chin's Amir Khan waiting to happen. It really is. Again, could you imagine a big puncher? Right, he's at 135. Could you imagine what'll happen if Teofimo landed on him? He'd take his head off his body. Look, Comey would take his head off his body. These guys will knock him clean out.
What if he fought that kid that he was that he had beef with Rolando Romero, Rolly?
Yeah, Rolly. Yeah, another dude who's beating nothing but bums.
Yeah,
but apparently he's beat him in sparring, bro. Oh, sparring rumors.
Rolly's a sparring world champion. Didn't you know?
He's beating everybody in sparring, man. I heard he beat Evander Holyfield 27 years ago in sparring. Yeah, actually, by the way, speaking of Evander, have you listened to that full interview yet between him and Mike Tyson on Hot Boxing?
I've seen it. I want to click on.
They only have 20 minutes on YouTube, but if you click on the link that they leave in the thing, right, you'll be able to go to the full thing. It's about an hour and 10 minutes long. It's fantastic, bro. It's fantastic to listen to those two talk. And the knowledge and the stories and everything. So many stories. I was like, wow, that's so good. That's my second favorite episode of Hot Boxing ever. I love Hot Boxing, man.
To be honest with you, like I haven't really got around to like watching his podcast like that. I know there's a lot of good stuff on there, but I haven't got around to it. I'll probably watch the Holyfield one though. You know, I've done lots of interviews with Evander. He's really cool with me, so I like Evander. And he's a great fighter. He's Evander freaking Holyfield. He's the man.
And it's Mike Tyson as well. It's Mike freaking Tyson as well, man. Yeah, Iron Mike and the real deal.
Hyro Galva says, BT, how was your sparring partner's pro debut? Okay, he's talking about my friend Gabriel Chacon. He fought on a card up in Daytona, Florida, and I was there. He lost. He lost a 4-round majority decision. He fought a guy named Anthony Sevilla or something like that.
Okay.
And the guy was bigger than him. The guy was significantly stronger than him, and he just fought the wrong fight. Like he had flashes of brilliance, but he fought the wrong fight. He laid on the ropes. The guy leaned on him, outworked him. He won most of the exchanges, and he lost a 4-round majority decision. I think the judges' scores were 39-37, 39-37, and 38-38. So he's apparently gonna get a rematch with him on their next card. And it's funny enough, Hyro, I haven't told nobody this, but I'll say it here. I'm actually probably gonna help him spar for that next fight. And I'm getting in shape for it right now, actually, because when he goes back to the gym, I'm gonna try to help him spar for his next fight.
Try and mimic that guy as much as you can as well.
I will. He's a very the guy was like a very come forward fighter, and like when I box, I like to come forward.
You're an engager.
Yeah, I like to engage. I like to be on the inside. I mean, I could fight on the outside if I have to because I have good legs. I'm pretty quick and agile, but it should be fun.
Going there literally to train him for that one fight, like just
no, I am.
Really,
I am.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go in there and try to, compete with him or beat him up. It's sparring. Like you gotta mimic a style and help the person.
And just pretty much do that style to the best of your ability, pretty much to make it so that he can have it down.
Yeah.
Good luck to him, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's actually the person I'm talking about. His name is Gabriel. He's actually my friend that fought Teofimo Lopez in the amateurs. He lost to him. Everybody around the area was losing to Teofimo Lopez in the amateurs.
Well, of course, he's the number one from the area.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Fantastic fighter.
There's no shame. Look, listen. Just tell your friend this. There's no shame losing your pro debut. Do you know why?
Oh no, I told him that. In fact, we did an interview. It hasn't dropped yet, but you'll see it. It'll come out probably like maybe in about a week or so. I scheduled it. Like I forgot when it's coming out, but it'll be out. And I told him in the interview, I was like, "Yo, Bernard Hopkins lost his pro debut."
Bro.
A lot of fighters.
Robesi Ramirez last year, arguably the upset of the year. 2-time Olympic gold medalist in 2 different weight divisions, debuts and loses a 4-rounder to Adnan Gonzalez. Yeah. This stuff happens. It does happen. Like, look at Henry Armstrong, one of the greatest fighters of all time. Ever. One of the greatest fighters ever. He lost 3 of his first 4 fights.
Yeah.
And like you said, Bernard Hopkins. One of the best middleweights of the last 40 years.
To me, that's the best example you could give right there.
I mean, to me, I think the best example is Henry Armstrong.
Okay, Henry Armstrong because he's a better fighter, but But see, the thing is, the first boxing match I ever watched was Bernard Hopkins versus Felix Trinidad when I was 6 years old. So that's why it's the best to me.
Hold on. Bernard Hopkins and Trinidad. Bernard Hopkins and Trinidad. Like
Mark was a disqualification, Duck.
Huh?
Duck asked me about Marquez. Juan Manuel Marquez. I believe it was a disqualification.
I'm just trying to remember. What age did you say you were?
When they fought?
Yeah.
I was 6 years old when they fought. I'm 20. I just turned 25 a week ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you're younger than me. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, you're 26, right?
Yeah, I'll be 27 in April.
Oh, okay, so you got a couple year and some change on me. Yeah, I just turned 25, like literally a week ago today on the 11th.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the first fight you watched?
Yeah, when I was a kid. My dad, he bought HBO pay-per-view and we watched Trinidad versus Hopkins because that was my dad's Puerto Rican, so my dad, he loves Trinidad.
You know, you've actually been watching live boxing longer than me.
Have I? Well, the thing is, when I was a kid, I watched like fights here and there, but I wouldn't say like I was a big boxing fan when I was a kid. It wasn't until like maybe like my adolescent years where like I really began to like follow the sport like hardcore because.
Yeah, I know, but your first live fight to watch was a year before the first live fight I watched.
Oh, because yours was you said Lennox Lewis versus Tyson, right?
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch. So like, I was watching boxing in 1997. Not 1998 was the first time I ever watched boxing. So, but yeah, that's 22 years now. It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But like that, I actually got hardcore into boxing very quickly. Like I just loved it. Like most kids knew who was on every Premier League football team.
Mm-hmm.
I knew everybody who was a world champion in the last like 10 years.
Yeah, fair enough. When I was a kid, my favorite sport was baseball. In fact, that's what I grew up playing was baseball. So I watched a lot of baseball. I watched even to this day I follow like tons of different sports. Like I follow tons of different sports besides boxing. Boxing is my favorite, but there's tons aside from boxing that I follow. So, I followed other sports more than boxing, but like I would say around like 11, 12, 13, that's when I really started to get into boxing. I started watching like Manny Pacquiao a lot and Floyd and Bernard Hopkins and Kawasaki. And
so who's your favorite fighter that you've ever watched?
Romo Gonzalez.
Outside of Chocolatito.
Oh, outside of him, probably Pacquiao.
Pacquiao, yeah.
Yeah, I love Pacquiao. I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a Pacquiao. I got a Pacquiao T-shirt on my wall.
There you go. I have a Hitman T-shirt somewhere.
Tommy Hearns.
Oh.
Hyro Galvez asks, when is Living with Chamberlain Part 3 coming out? Talking about the next Isaac Chamberlain vlog. I'm not sure yet. He's not in Miami right now, so he's gonna be here. I think February something. I forgot when he's coming. He'll be here soon. So whenever I see him, I'll talk to him about it.
Can you think of anyone else called the Hitman?
Wait, there's There's Hit. I know there's Tommy Hearns, right?
Yeah, but someone else.
There was another Hitman.
Yeah, more around in the mid 2000s to late end of the 2000s. English fighter.
Ricky Hatton.
Exactly. I'm from Ireland, man, not too far from Manchester. I'm a Man City fan, so I'll say that was my guy. That was my guy as a kid.
Yeah, Ricky Hatton. Ricky Hatton was awesome.
He's still awesome. He'd still knock out everybody. He's gonna come back and knock out Errol Spence tomorrow morning. Watch.
They robbed him against Floyd.
They did with the referee, yeah. With the ref.
That's right.
But I'm biased as hell, right? Look, I'm biased when it comes. Ricky Hatton won that fight against Pacquiao via knockout. They made them wear masks of each other. That's what happened.
Yeah.
No, I was a real Ricky Hatton fanboy. Actually, the first fight I ever went to in person was him versus Kostya Tszyu. My dad took me over because I was begging to go, and like in where I'm from, like I'm a gypsy. We used to do these things called how do you explain it? So it's like pocket money allowance and everything, right? We actually earned that through bare knuckling. That's how we earned it. It was through bare knuckle fights, yeah, as kids and everything. So we were learning to fight early on, and so I had saved up over a year period €950 at the time, and we went over to the fight. And my dad, my granddad, my great granddad, Hatton was the outsider against Tszyu. You know what I mean? He was a big outsider. And I said, he's going to beat him. I've stylistically broke it down. I want to put all my money on it. And my dad was like, no, you're not giving away all your money. But my granddad, the dumb fuck, right, was like, no, let him. This is 2 lessons for him. That you lose in life and never to gamble again. So I put all my money on Hatton, all of it. And I was up $2,000, and my dad had put down 200 on Tszyu. And we're walking out of the arena, and I'm there pumped. I'm like, yeah, with my ticket. And my dad just slaps me saying, shut the fuck up. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that moment. I'll never forget that night. Like, the arena was deafening. I actually had to have earbuds put in my ears halfway through the fight.
Damn.
So.
That sounds like an awesome experience to be at
that
fight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Like, I'll never forget. And as an actual fan of the guy, you know what I mean? Like, I have a shirt with his name up in my attic, but, like, I have one of his merchandise shirts signed by him from when I was a kid. Because on the pre-lead up to the event, like, I got him to sign it, so I've still got that there. And it was from the Tszyu fight, which is the most iconic one for Hatton. That's the most iconic victory for him, Kostya Tszyu.
That's the pinnacle of his career.
Oh, yeah, hands down. But, like, I know everything about Ricky Hatton, man. Everything. I know what he's eating. I know what he's eating right now.
What's he eating?
Nothing. He's asleep. It's 2 a.m.
Oh, man. So you were in the crowd chanting, "There's only one Ricky Hatton."
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was going wild.
I'm sure. I remember when he fought Floyd in Vegas. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen. When all the Brits, what was it, 12,000 Brits came, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like
we didn't have the money to go because the tickets were so expensive. Otherwise, we would have actually went. He would have taken me to that as well.
I'm sure of it.
I'm glad I didn't go.
Oh yeah, you would have seen Ricky Hatton get knocked out in person.
I would have been trying to climb over the audience to kill the referee.
And Floyd.
No, just the referee, not Floyd. The referee. I'll be honest with you, like, my dad's still angry at me over that fight because at the end of it, I literally picked up the TV and threw it across the room in anger.
Damn.
I was pissed. I was pissed, man. Furious. Broke that TV. And that was just at the time of like the plasmas being really plush at the time, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
were like, so it was like,
Everything.
oh, this was a 52-inch plasma, and in Ireland at the time that was huge, especially in a caravan, mate. I just picked that up and threw it across the house. Oh, they were pissed. They were pissed, mate.
TTTTT says, "What the hell is Bomb Squad? He is one person. A squad is several people." Got a
No,
point.
because he's got his brother and his family and everything, and they all say it too.
Yeah, but his brother got knocked out by Journeyman.
Two journeymen.
Dude, yeah,
What kind of name is William Dietz?
he lost to a guy named D.
That was a meme as well. He lost to a guy named Dietz. You know, as much as I don't like Marcellus, right? I do feel in some ways sorry for him. And you know this yourself, seeing people come and go and whatever. Like, there's no reason he should have had so many eyes on him at that stage of his career. Do you know what I mean? Most fighters never have to deal with that, and that's a sadness. It really
Yeah,
is, because it is justice like prevails because he's a big shit talker and all this stuff. Do you remember when he said that I'm a real one? I beat you in the ring, and Tony Bellew nearly pissed himself with laughter. Tony, can you thinking about the fact he got knocked out by Dietz? Imagine what Bellew would have done to that.
Bellew might have knocked him into the. Bellew might have killed him.
Bellew would knock him into this next round. Bellew would be able to be him and William Dietz in a tag team handicap match. Like he really would. Like Bellew's leagues above them. Leagues above him. I like Tony Bellew. He's an underrated boxer actually. He's
He is,
underrated.
and that Macabre one is looking better and better for him as the years go by.
you, you mean Makabu with the no round is the exact same and everything. That
Yeah,
Cieslik fight was tight though. That was a good fight.
it was sick. None of the rounds were the same length.
2 minute rounds, 2 minute 30 rounds, 2 minute 57 second rounds. I seen one round that was 3 minute 21. Like it was like they were trying to add the time back on. Like 2 of the rounds missed.
Stoppage time.
Like what was going on there?
Doug says that they should make Tommy Fury versus Marcellus Wilder. That'd be sick.
I think Tommy Fury would chin him.
Yeah, I think the Love Island boy would do him in.
But
Kill him.
Tommy grew up fighting. And like in the gypsy culture, you do actually do that. You fight a lot as a kid all the time. Like, and that's how you settle disputes as well and arguments. You don't bitch about it and go home and tell mommy, no, 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 no. You go home and if you go home and complain, the next thing you know, your dad's got you by the neck and you're being dragged down, and the two of you are fighting for money. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
But it's a way of solving conflict.
the best way to solve conflict.
Yeah, just put it up and go.
I,
I wouldn't say
I-
bare knuckles the best way, but that's how we do it. Just wraps. Just throw a pair of wraps onto your hands and go.
Yeah. That's why I feel like in the schools here in America they should have boxing. They should have boxing in the schools, so that way these kids can just fight each other and settle the disputes instead of shooting each other.
They had it in Ireland for a while and they got rid of it. I was very disappointed.
It's the pussification of the world.
The reason like they got rid of it in Ireland, right? It wasn't because of danger or anything. It was because you pretty much had the kids on the boxing team turning into actual bullies in the school. Yeah, and that's it. That is a bit of a problem because the ones who aren't there and they're being picked on, they're no longer being picked on by kids who are kicking football or shooting hoops. They're being kicked on by kids who are trying to punch you in the head.
Yeah,
And that's a bit of a problem,
yeah,
which is kind of sad because that's not what boxing is about.
not at all.
So, like, I don't want to fight anybody on the street who isn't trying to fight. Do you know what I mean? It's just unfair.
Give me one second.
I was actually going to drop off, though, to be honest.
Okay, go ahead. All right,
Have a
All
good
right,
one,
Mark.
man. Peace.
Good talking to you. Do it again sometime.
You too, bro. Take care.
I'm back, and I have some absolutely exceptional news for you guys. So my dad just showed up. He's here. He'll be out. He'll be here soon. So you guys will get to hear from my dad real soon, which is what I know. My man Hyro wanted to see my dad. So Hyro, the stars have aligned. My dad is here, but he'll be a couple minutes. Agent Apex, he says, this is all by design. Decrease the testosterone for males, turn women into men, lower the cohesion of the social fabric. It's all coming. Follow the signs. I agree. I agree. You want to get on the live?
Yeah, look on real quick.
Look on the live?
Yeah.
Doug says, I'm undefeated in the streets. I can punch. I knocked out 3 women. There we go. He's here. The camera's right there. Boom.
What's going
There
on,
he is.
guys?
There he is.
You all better get ready, because you know who's coming to town. Big Pops and Big T. We're going to let you know what's going to happen. Wilder will lose to Fury, just like WWF. So there will be a trilogy, whatever it's called, to a fight. I'm so tired of this. I want, it's all about money. It's all about everything. You all know that. Wilder and Fury are like the best of best friends now. and they just laugh and joke behind the scenes like they did their first fight to the bank. So y'all better wake up. But I actually got, honestly, I want Fury to win. I think Fury's still in the best shape of his life. I think he can win. But all of a sudden, when they came out with that trilogy, I don't know anymore. Boxing might not be like WWF. I'm telling you that right now.
It is like WWF. You see Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia?
You know, so no, I didn't see it. So for all you guys that are here, yeah, I think Fury will beat Wilder. I think he will again. And of course, they're gonna have the trilogy, whatever it's called, the trilogy, just to make more money off the fight. I mean, the first fight, we all know what happened. Fury got robbed. I feel he got robbed. And you might as well just call me the doctor of boxing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Jairo Galvez called you the president of the WBO.
Hey, thank you for the title. Just make sure you send me the paycheck.
SSB said that you might be crying on Saturday.
It's all good. I mean, I'll be crying, but you know what? There's been another fight, a third fight. So then I'll be laughing. So one way or another, I can cry this fight and be happy the next. Because I honestly think that Fury will beat him again. I think Fury will beat him this time.
How is he going to beat him?
I think he's going to do the same way.
Is he getting a decision?
I think if it's a decision, he's still going to win. I think he will. And I want to say it like this. He's going to get back up just like The Undertaker. Okay? That right hand that that Wilder has is great. And he's got that bomb. But Fury's coming out to make a statement. That's what he said. So, I hopefully he takes it seriously and actually does something with that. But I got Fury. I still think Fury's going to come back and beat Wilder. Even though Wilder has been a lot, his boxing has gotten a lot better. His jab, his punching, his style, he's vast improved. Even though he hasn't really defended the title as much, but that's what I think.
What if it's another draw?
Well, again. We already said it's going to be
a draw is good for business.
I mean, yeah.
A draw is the best thing for business.
Nobody loses. And then it'd just be like both of them will be what?
And then you know what they're going to do when it's a draw? You know I won that fight.
Yeah.
The world knows I won that fight.
Yeah, so I mean, I think honestly, even if it's a draw, somebody made up to be a three fight series, what do you want to call it? So that's where I have it set up. Either way, they're going to make money with 3 times. That's what they want to do. But like I say, Wilder and Fury, the best of friends. I mean, sickening as boxing is going to get with this WWF crap. Because I would have never come out and said, like, literally come out.
It's going to be a third fight.
Yeah, I would never say that because the mentality is okay. So,
but listen, if there's a draw in a third fight, you know who the real winner is? Who? The fans.
The fans. You tell me how, because I'll be honest with you. The fans, if you came out, if you already said that, then what did you do behind closed doors to Wilder and Fury to talk about the third fight already? So is one of them supposed to just drop and just take it from, make the money and go on to the next third fight, or what? So I just think it was wrong. I think they should have played it out for the next fight to be the biggest fight, and then go from there. See?
Get me on your show to talk boxing. That would be great. Love you guys on the channel. Okay, Johnny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna, since you asked, here we go. Johnny, all you gotta do is click this mother loving link, and you will get your wish granted.
That's it.
And in fact, any of you mofos watching right now, you click this link,
Yeah.
you will get your wish granted. Here it is.
And there's no hate in here. We're just
There's
talking
no hate. We're just talking boxing. We
for
just
this
chilling.
week, and that's it. And talking about, you know, what Fury's gonna do, what Wilder's gonna do, and we'll eventually find out Saturday night what's.
So Johnny, there you go. There's the link. You click on that, and you'll be all squared away. I'll buzz you in, or how your little box will pop up on the bottom of our screen.
Yeah, come on, Johnny. Don't name what
you missed it. Now earlier when I was here, somebody clicked the link and they signed in as Sinisa Estrada.
You go crazy?
Yeah. Doug says Dad was so convinced in his Ortiz picks twice.
Yeah, so I guess Doug, you're telling me the same thing about this coming out fight, right? That I was convinced that Fury's gonna do it.
You said Ortiz is. I was thinking an interview. Okay. Just Johnny, if you're on if you're on Instagram, are you on Instagram, Johnny? If you're on Instagram, hit me up on there. My Instagram should be on my about section. But Johnny? Are you on Instagram?
You want to have an interview?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go live again this week.
Regardless, can we talk some cooking? He said, "Can we talk some cooking?" Yeah. I mean, what you want? Steak, rice and beans. You tell me what you want, because the only cooking is gonna happen on Saturday night is gonna be the furious food, super punch, super power.
Honestly, like if Wilder wins, cool. If Fury wins, cool. But if I need my boy Amir Imam to win. That's what I'm really pulling for. To be honest with you, he's come back. We need Amir Imam to win,
and I mean, he's been through a lot, so he's coming back on the rebound. And I think he's gonna make some noise.
Johnny, that's me on Instagram. In fact, if any of you guys want to follow me on Instagram, that is my username. So that is my username. I'm on it all the time. Hold on, Johnny's on here right now. Let's see what Johnny got to say.
What's going on, Johnny?
Hold on. Let's get to this first. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, what's up, Johnny?
How you guys doing, man?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
All day. All day.
What's up, man? I love you guys' channel, man. It's such a genuine channel. I love the channel, man. It's great.
Thank you. We appreciate it, man.
Definitely.
You're welcome, man.
I'm not talking boxing, but talking Premier League. Who's your team?
I'm not really a football fan, to be honest. My family are Chelsea supporters.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Johnny, where are you at in the UK?
I'm from London, in central London.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess when my son goes there, you give him a tour of London then, because he was. Where were you at?
I went to the UK in December. I was in West Bromwich.
Okay. He's in West Bromwich. Have you been to central London, like Piccadilly, the tourist part?
Yeah.
Wow. So, being from over there, what do you think about Josh? What's Josh's next move? What do you think about the Callum Smith? Because he's a big disappointment to me when he beat so-called John Ryder.
To be honest, I thought John Ryder won the fight. I thought it was a very bad decision, but that's boxing for you.
Yeah.
They tend to give it to the guy with a bigger name, for the business side of it. But I thought John Ryder, I thought he won the fight. I felt it's sad,
Do you think there should be a rematch on that? I think just let it be and go on.
Well, I think that's a fair point, but I think in terms of Callum Smith, it wouldn't make sense for him. But I'm sure John Ryder will have the rematch. But I think Callum Smith should fight Canelo, or Billy Joe should fight Canelo. But I don't know what's going on with that.
Let me ask you a question: if Callum Smith did fight Canelo, will you take him to beat John Ryder? I mean, Canelo, the way he beat John Ryder, the way he came into that fight?
I've got to be honest. I think Canelo would kill Callum Smith. I think he would knock him out of a body shot. I'm going to be on from the UK, but I've got to be realistic. Usually, that level of British standard is good, well level, but it's not elite level. And I can't see them beating. I can't see him beating Canelo. The form Canelo's on, it's not impossible, but I don't think so. What do you guys think?
I think, I'm with you. I've always said that if Canelo Smith fought Canelo would knock him out of his shoes.
What do you think? What do you think about the Triple D, Daniel Dubois versus Joe Joyce?
That's a good fight. I think Daniel Dubois is going to knock him out.
Yeah. Do you think? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's all right. It's a bit slow, the connection. So when I'm speaking, I'm hearing it a bit later.
Do you think that? Do you think Daniel Dubois is ready for the big fights now, or you still think that he has more time to develop?
Do you know what? It's funny. Usually at his level, I would have thought he's not ready, but there's something my intuition tells me that he is ready, that he's that good, that he doesn't need loads more fights. But I could be wrong, but I think he's going to beat Joe Joyce. It's going to be a close fight. I think he's going to knock him out. And then I think he'll be ready for the bigger boys. What do you guys think about what you've been talking about, the Fury Wilder fight? What's your prediction?
I like Fury. I think Fury will still. I think he's in better shape than he's been in the first fight. I think he knows what to expect from Wilder, and I think all the way around, all skill wise, I think that Fury will dominate that again.
Yeah.
So what do you think? That's interesting. I feel like the feeling in America is most of the Americans thinking Wilder's going to knock Fury out. Is that the case? That's from what I've seen in the media and the channels. It's like
it's pretty, I would say it's like it depends on who you talk to. It's pretty split, honestly. It's pretty split. I don't think
right.
Favorite more than the other. I think, but for me personally, I think Tyson Fury is going to win pretty convincingly. Actually, I think he's going to stop Wilder. Yeah,
I hope so. I'm a big Fury fan.
I think
I'm worried for him.
He's at least going to drop him. He's at least going to drop him at worst.
Yeah, and like I said, the thing about Fury is he's been through so much that he's going to get back up just like the The And if he gets knocked out, the Undertaker and wrestling, how he got back up, I don't see Fury playing it out the same way. I think Fury's going to be a smarter fighter. He already knows, like I said, the right bomb from the Wilder, and I think that he's more a better skill all the way around than Wilder. So that's why I got him winning the fight again. And that's not taking away nothing from Wilder. Wilder's got the right hand, but again, they both know each other's game plan. They both played each other already, so they already know what time it is. But I got Tyson Fury. That's who I got.
Let's do it, the Gypsy King. Let's do it.
Yes,
Listen,
yes.
Man, I just want to say I love you guys' channel. I discovered it a couple of weeks ago. It's very honest. It's genuine. I like it's just different. I like it, man. Your channel is great. I hope it keeps growing.
Thank you so much.
Me too, and I appreciate.
God bless you, your family. Stay safe, and thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that a lot.
You guys are welcome. We should do an interview because I've got quite a big YouTube channel. I think my guys would love you.
You had like 32,000 subscribers or something like that?
Yeah, and I sort of help people with mental health, anxiety. I love boxing, so if you wanted to, you don't have to if you don't want to. We could do like an interview, talk about boxing, talk about life, and I can put it on my channel. It's up to you.
Yeah, that'll help each other.
Are you you're on Instagram, right?
I am. I'm not as active on Instagram, but yeah, I've got an Instagram channel, and I'm a big boxing fan. And a lot of the guys who follow my channel, they love boxing, so I could interview you about your channel and being a YouTuber and boxing and stuff.
Are you on Instagram? Are you a Johnny Burba mentorship?
That's me. Yes.
Okay, I just followed you, so just follow me back. I'll message you.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. And I really appreciate your content. I watched quite a lot of your videos. I enjoyed it. It's great, man. Keep it up, man.
Thank you. God bless.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, man. God bless you, man. See you guys soon, man. All right. Awesome, man.
Stay safe.
Sure, man.
That's good. Enjoy that.
Right, so there you have it. That was Johnny Burba coming to you live and direct from Central London. He was from Central London. So shout out
to UK.
From the UK in the building. Oh damn! I didn't see that question. I should have asked him that.
Was that?
SSE wanted me to ask him about the Wilder versus Fury promotion in the UK. I can't speak about the UK, but I can tell you about the US. They're promoting the hell out of this thing in the US. I mean, you go on ESPN. You can take it out. You go to ESPN. You go to Fox. You watch pretty much any sporting event in the US right now. This fight is being promoted. They ran an ad on the Super Bowl, and just listen for my
That's crazy.
my non-American viewers right now. That's huge.
That's big because
it literally costs you. It'll cost you like somewhere just south of $10 million to run a Super Bowl after 30 seconds.
And the thing about it is that Super Bowls, because a lot of nations are watching these worldwide, all over the world, it probably was the best way to advertise the fight, if you ask me.
It's the best way. Well, to be honest with you, the Super Bowl is more of an American thing. To be honest,
okay.
You get out this country, it's not as big. You go to where Johnny's from, the UK. Most people ain't talking damn NFL. NFL is not that big.
But the betting companies are.
Oh, the betting companies. You go to the UK.
Put that money out there.
There's a betting company on every corner.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. Someone said he's not a football fan. He said you can't be English. That's messed up. Listen, I went to the UK and there's a lot of people that don't like football. They don't like soccer.
Gotta run like Curtis Harper.
Do you know who Curtis Harper is? Curtis is that guy that walk out the ring.
Oh, so he's not even getting in the ring. Let's go, champ.
Oh man, TJ Ford says Pops works at Jackson Hospital. Big up, Pops.
I work in a hospital.
Not in a hospital,
but it's called the UM hospital.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's a UM actually. It's a UM cancer hospital for cancer patients that come in for get radiation and all that therapy they need. So it's really sad to see, but it also makes you appreciate life and take advantage of what you can, because you don't know what tomorrow might bring.
You don't know what tomorrow might bring. So listen, we're happy that 16 of you guys are here with us.
Yep.
Live.
That's right.
In the flesh. Direct.
Yeah.
We're here on StreamYard. I decided let's go live on StreamYard. Let's use
let's try it out.
The fancy blue snowball microphone. So if you guys are wondering why the audio is so good, because we're using this wonderful blue snowball microphone that I paid.
Yeah.
Okay, money for.
What's the other on the cards on the Fury Wilder fight? Who else is fighting on that card is decent? Any of you guys know?
Johnny wanted us to know that he said that he's half Irish. There you go.
The luck of the Irish.
Johnny, you missed it. I was live with a guy from Ireland for like a good 3-4 hours. Rob 87, what's good, champ? How you doing? What do you think about the Fury Wilder fight, the rematch, the big rematch? Things are not on the up and up here. Think illegal glove manufacturing. Think directed energy weapons. Think psychic vampirism. The answers are all there. Okay. Caleb Plant is exposing Canelo's bullshit tactics. Live it. Alive it. I don't know the last part, but yeah, I agree with the first part. Yeah. He is exposing Canelo's bullshit. Did you hear about Caleb Plant? What happened with him and Canelo?
No.
So after his fight, right? He was Canelo was brought up on a press conference by Marcos Villegas.
Okay.
And Caleb Plant, I don't know if he doesn't like Marcos Villegas or he has something against Marcos Villegas, but he had this hostility towards Marcos Villegas in the press conference. Anyway, he was saying that he just did like an 8 or 10 week camp for this fight, and he just got done with a fight. He said, I'm not Sergey Kovalev. You're not gonna Sergey Kovalev me and offer me a fight after I just got done fighting.
Oh,
like, if you're gonna fight, if you're gonna offer me a fight, make sure you offer me a fight, when I'm rested.
Yeah.
When I can actually properly prepare.
And so what was Canelo's response to that?
It's not gonna be nothing. He's probably gonna go fight somebody else who will succumb to the bullshit tactic.
Yeah, Robert 87. I got Fury winning that fight. But I'm already prepping myself up for my decision. But I'm already preparing myself for the third fight.
For the third fight.
Yeah.
So the real question is, who you got in the third fight?
I'm sticking with my man Fury.
Yeah. Caleb was only 27. He's in his prime.
Did Canelo say anything about it? About it though? Did Canelo come out and say anything?
Doug said, check Caleb Plant's Twitter right now, BT. So okay, we're gonna go check Caleb.
But what Caleb just came out and say he will fight Canelo, but he'll fight him, give him some time to rest. And what did Canelo say?
Hold on, let's check Caleb Plant's Twitter.
I'm just tired about Canelo. Don't get me going on Canelo.
You don't like him?
No, I'm not one of his biggest fans, so I'm not.
Let's see, Caleb Plant.
A bit more than to watch my close.
Let's see, Caleb Plant. All right, Caleb Plant. Oh yeah, he's going off right now.
Is he?
He's going off. Caleb Plant. He said, "Okay, here's what Caleb Plant said."
Golden Boy's not going to say nothing until like 5 weeks later or something.
He said, "Never said I didn't have time to train. That's 9 weeks away, and a full training camp is 8 weeks. So I rest for a week and go right back to work. LOL. It's not the fight that was hard. It's not having the time to let the body rest and train. Don't let them fool you. These dudes, they want to act like they are blessing you with the opportunity of a lifetime, knowing that they are just trying to yank me. I'm a world champ. Come with a correct offer, not 9 weeks away when I just fought 2 nights ago. They did the same thing with Kovalev. He did it for the money, and look what happened. Overtrained. Fans hate a fighter who only does it for the money, right? And then get mad when I don't jump on a fight for just the money. I'm a 7-figure fighter, not scrounging for pennies like most fighters.
I have to agree with Caleb on that. I mean, Canelo's camp, they need to put on the jock strap and actually do things the right way and fight the right people. I think last I heard Canelo wanted to fight Murata, the Japanese guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not no disrespect to him because he's real good. He's quick and he does this and that. But come on, Canelo, stop bullshitting the real fans and fight the real people. You, De La Hoya, and Golden Boy, you're all full of it. Talk is cheap. Action speaks louder than words. So, like I said, you need to go ahead and put Canelo on there to fight the big dogs of the division or where he wants to go. But don't sit here and go ahead and cherry pick from the farmer's boy or the farmer's backyard or whatever and pick whatever apple, orange off the tree or whatever pear you want, because I'm tired of you, Canelo. Get up there and grab your jock strap if you have one and prove your self-worth and get in the ring.
Did you hear the rumors about how Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders is almost close to being a done deal for May 2nd?
Yeah, I've heard that's going to happen, but I haven't heard if it's confirmed. I think it could happen. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I just want to see. I want somebody to whip Canelo's ass. That's what I want. I'm tired. I mean, somebody got to humble Canelo. He's got all. I mean, yes, he got the opportunity. He's a $300 million man, whatever you want to call him. But he needs to fight the real fighters and stop making excuses and having dehydration clauses and whatever you want to call it. Get in there and fight. That's what I want. I want to see you fight the big dogs. I don't care who you fight. Just fight the big names in any division that you're able to fight and stop running away.
Stop running.
There's only one Tyson Fury. Woo! You guys know.
Are we still going to Delray to watch the fight?
Why wouldn't we?
I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
All right. So we're still going to Delray Beach. Canelo versus Pacquiao would have been a war. You know what? If he had cherry pick a welterweight, I wish he would have cherry picked Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao would have went in there with guns blazing. We saw when Amir Khan fought Canelo.
Yeah.
Amir Khan looks, until he got clipped, Amir Khan looked the best I've ever seen him in my life.
Yeah.
He was putting in some serious work against Canelo.
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, as far as Canelo goes, he needs to do better than that. I'll be honest with you. Who else fighting on the card besides
Fury Wilder?
Yeah.
So you want to go for that? Okay, we can go for that.
I just want to see who else.
Okay, I'll pull it up for you.
Yes, I just want to see.
You got Amir Imam fighting
good. We got that
Javier Molina, who was a former Olympian.
Yeah, I remember that.
He's 21-2 with 9 KOs.
Okay.
It's not like a big puncher, but
all right.
it's a decent fight. You have who else? You have Rolly, your boy Rolly's fighting.
Oh, okay.
But he's fighting a guy that's trained by Derek Santos.
Oh man,
I was talking to my boy Giant last night. We got to argue about that. I don't know who to cheer for. Do I cheer for Rolly because you're my friend, or do I cheer for Derek Santos?
Derek Santos, what's his fighter's record? Decent.
5-0 with 2 KOs.
Okay.
He's from a kickboxer.
I mean, nothing. Rolly is the beast, though.
Rolly can punch.
Yeah, Rolly's got some power on those punches.
But listen, if the Derek's fighter wins, that's another win for South Florida.
Yeah,
another upset for South Florida.
South Florida stand up.
South Florida stand up. But these are the fights. So you got Charles Martin versus Gerald Washington.
Are you serious? Who you got on that one?
I got Charles Martin.
Yeah, I think so too. Nevada is fighting who?
Stay busy fight.
Okay.
Amir Imam versus Javier Molina. You got Isaac Lowe versus Alberto Guevara. Yeah. He's the guy that fought Shakur Stevenson last year in Newark and got destroyed. Remember that fight?
Okay.
We're live for that fight. You have Sobrio Matias. He's the guy who, unfortunately, on accident, killed Maximilian Dadashev.
Gabriel Flores is fighting.
You know about Gabriel Flores?
Is he like the lightweight?
Lightweight.
Just, who's he fighting? Those?
Matt Conway. Let's see. I like this fight right here. Sebastian Fundura. He's a 6'1", 154 pounder.
He sounds like he's Japanese or something.
No, he's not Japanese. He's like, but this is the card. So, Is there any fight on this card the undercard that stands out to you? What do you think?
Just not. I like. Mom's probably the best. I like Narate, but if that's the opponent like that, just stay. I don't like that. I do like Flores. I don't know if his opponent's going to be.
I think Sebastian Fundura fight's going to be good because this guy Daniel Lewis, who's 6-0, 4 KOs. Apparently, he was an Olympian for Australia. for whatever that's what he's moving for Australia. So maybe he might be pretty good. I haven't really done any research.
But we always pick these fights, and we always pick one out. We never hear about it. It turns out to be pretty good anyway.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna watch the fights.
Yeah, that's true. It's not really
I want this guy to win. So my boy Raza Hamza from Birmingham in the UK can get a fight with him. Because my boy Raza, the video hasn't even come out yet, but the video of my boy Raza calling this guy Isaac Lowe out.
Wow.
He's managed by Tyson Fury. He's the only fighter Tyson Fury manages.
Tyson Fury's manager?
Yeah, Tyson,
oh my God,
Tyson Fury is this guy's manager.
What does Tyson Fury do? Don't do. Are you serious?
Yeah.
When did he become a manager?
When? He's been managing him.
That man's crazy, man. He's not,
but he's the only fighter he manages. He doesn't manage other fighters.
Oh, okay. So there's only certain ones he does. Wow. So yeah. So
here's a good question for you, Dad. This is a good question. I answered this earlier, but
yeah.
Do you think Fury made the right move getting rid of Ben Davison? What do you?
No, I've said that before. If it's not broken, why try? What's the saying? Don't fix something that's already, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it. No, I just totally disagree with that. I think Ben Davis played in a very important part in his psychological, everything else that went wrong with him. He was there on the side of the ring to make him champion, to do what he's got to do. He's been supporting him since then. For him to just come out of the blue and do that. And lately, a lot of fighters been doing that. Right before a big fight or something, they've been switching their trainers. What's their record like anyways? Like, a lot of fighters at the last minute, they changed their trainers. Look what happened to Dominic Brazil. He changed his trainer, and these guys asked,
yeah, but he changed his trainer to Virgil Hunter. He might as well just fought by himself.
Yeah, but lately a lot of fighters been doing that, and I'll be honest with you, if it hasn't been a real reason why you got rid of him or whatever, a legit reason, you just want to just change manager of the clear blue, I think you shouldn't do that. I think you shouldn't pick something that's the voice there.
They mutually agreed to it. It wasn't like one where you mutually
right, but I think it was more. I guarantee it was more Fury. I don't think. Of course, Ben Davis can push it down. I'm telling a lot of things about trainers. Trainers, whoever they're training, they just become political. I'm gonna say political correct or politically appeased, whatever box they're working for. Because why? Because any wrong move they say, anything they can do, guess what? I truly believe that they'll get fired right away, and then they lose that money or percentage they're gonna get. So I don't like that from a lot of box. I think trainers should just come out straightforward and say how I really feel and stop placating to a lot of the boxers just because they don't have a job.
He jumped vocabulary was again. He said placate.
You've been
hanging around with you too long. He said placate.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, literally, I don't think if I was in your corner, like I'll say one thing. There is some trainers that I feel that could be changed. I think I'm just gonna throw it out there. Angel Garcia and Denny Garcia. Angel's great, but he's just psycho and crazy. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to decide what you really want to do for the father and son or on the voice, change that voice a little bit. Change is good too, don't get me wrong. But I just feel that if you've got a good trainer that's been there for the whole time, and that's been the voice that's been taking you where you're at, when you were good and when you're down, why are you changing them? What's the reason you're changing them? Because you don't want to pay them the percentage? Because what's the reason why? I mean, honestly, what? I mean, I think didn't Ben Davison and after that fight, Davison and the guy from California, the older guy, that trained Manny Pacquiao for the longest time.
Freddie Roach.
Yeah, Freddie Roach. They had some type of disagreement with the whole thing, and that cost the whole rift and everything in the fight. Blah blah blah. When you have to train and whatever. So honestly, if I'm a fighter and I'm used to got a good voice and the voice is leading me the right way, is making corrections to me, is doing everything, and I've been through up and down, and I've still been standing there for you, there is no reason for you to make a change. What is the reason you're making the change? You're still Tyson Fury. You're still going to do your skills you got against Wilder. You've been through a lot of stuff, and this guy stood in your corner until he really, really screw you over. Then you can do that. We can go to the now. Let's flip the coin. Let's look at Ruiz and
Emmanuel Robles.
Robles didn't do nothing to Ruiz. Ruiz just didn't have no discipline. I understand the trainer's got to do so much, but at the same time, the boxer got to take responsibility for himself too.
Facts. Well, I actually disagree with you.
On which one?
I would agree about this. I actually think he made the right decision.
What reason?
Yeah. Okay. He got dropped twice by Deontay Wilder in the first fight. He fought Otto Wallin, and he got cut, and the fight was way more competitive than it had to be. And I don't think it's just down to him having a bad night. I think it's down to Ben Davison's philosophies on boxing. What is his philosophy? Listen in the corner. He always tells Tyson Fury, stay on the outside, use your jab, do all that stuff. And listen, staying on the outside and using your jab against Deontay Wilder, staying at the end outside of
Yeah,
Wilder's punches
right.
is going to get you hurt and damn near put in a coma. So
what?
I think
what
he
kind of
made the right
train-
decision.
Okay, what kind of train would you like to have?
He hired
Tyson
him.
Fury,
He hired him.
And hold on.
He hired him. Somebody he was familiar with, who comes from the Kong boxing gym, who's going to train him to try and knock out Deontay Wilder. Will he do it? We don't know, but that's why we're going to watch.
So you're saying that was the best move for Fury?
I mean, he said it was best move for him. Forget what I said. He said it was best move for him. Fury.
Of course, Fury does, because that's what he wants. I
mean, I don't know if he really wants it. He said he misses Ben Davison in camp, and he said his camp has been a lot more serious.
I don't think I could tell us what he says. I don't think that you should just get rid of Ben Davison just because you just feel you need to change or whatever. I think you also, as a fighter, while you're in the ring, you gotta take responsibility for yourself in the ring, whether you have a voice in the corner or not. Okay, you've been through that. You know this man. The man knows you. You know the same thing.
Well, he also knows Sugar Hill.
Oh, I understand.
That's why I hired him.
Right, but how long ago? Why did he leave Sugar Hill in the first place?
Well, he never left Sugar Hill.
Something happened?
No, he was never with Sugar Hill. He knew him because he was working with Emmanuel early in his career. He had spent a limited amount of time with Emmanuel Stewart early in his career.
Right.
And then later on in his career, he found Ben Davison. They had a good thing going. But listen, if he felt that Sugar Hill, and by the way, just so you know, they maintained a friendship the whole time way before he even hired him. So it's not like he's hired some guy out the blue.
No, I'm just saying in general, I still don't believe that. HB says that'd be a great fight. HB, I've been dying to see that fight. Benavidez in the plant. I've been dying to that to happen because I think Benavidez is a beast. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, so I don't think if he says that Fury made the decision, I totally disagree.
But yeah, I'm going with
Tyson. When we get that,
soon enough, Hyro.
We're gonna get him. Don't worry. Yeah, that's what I feel. A lot of things. I feel that literally. I think that Charlo just changed one of his trainers. I forgot which one it was. A lot of boxers like coming onto this thing now where they want to change trainers all the time, and I don't.
The MTK Golden contract draw was today, so the next.
Who's you fighting?
Well, Logan Yu's not in the tournament. He's on the undercard, but he's not in the tournament.
Oh, okay.
The O'Hara Davies is fighting. You know that one. You know that one guy who fought early in the card, and he had like 2 fights in 10 days. Remember that guy?
Okay.
You probably remember him.
No.
He fought early in the card.
Okay.
He fought 3 times.
Oh, and he fought pretty good though.
He won. Yeah.
Yeah.
O'Hara Davies is fighting him, and then the guy Tyrone McKenna, the guy with the Ninja Turtle.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
He's fighting. He's fighting the guy that Roy Jones picked in the tournament, Mohammed Mamoni or.
That guy that we seen after. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. So the winner of that goes to the final.
Yeah, I'd like to see that rematch too, Harold. Laura was hurt. I'd like to see that. Gigi should have never left Abel Sanchez.
HB is putting it on you right now. You see what HB saying?
What?
Read it right there. Lions in the camp. Lions in the camp.
Oh shit! You talking facts there? You right?
Do you think Anthony Yarde should keep Tunde Ajayi? But he's taking him. He's taking him to where he's got to.
No, but there's a big difference between Yarde
why is it different?
and Fury. Let me tell you the difference.
What's the difference?
This. You all know that Fury went through all kinds of mental issues, right? And he went through all kinds of depression state, all kinds of stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
This man right here, Ben Davison, was there for the good and the bad.
Lion.
And even his wife, I think his wife even came out and Fury's wife even came out and said that. So she even came out earlier and said that Ben Davison played a big part in it. So you can't compare Lions in the what's it called?
Lions in the camp.
Yeah, in whatchamacallit, Yarde is trained to what Ben Davis has done and what type of impact he's had on Fury's life. Even when his wife came out and said that. This fool over here is always posing and doing all kinds of stuff, being a clown. And when Yarde was fighting, getting his ass whooped, he was talking throughout the whole week. But when he was in the corner, what Brendan's saying, it was like a silent movie.
Oh, he was silent as a church mouse.
So you can't compare both.
That's right. We're firemen.
Yeah.
We live in the heat.
You guys are crazy.
That's Teddy Atlas.
Yeah.
The best one.
Isn't he training? Who's he training now? I heard he was training somebody new too. Teddy Atlas.
Bozic.
Was it him? Yeah. So
he trained to getting his ass stopped by BWF.
You got a fireman. You're gonna burn the fire.
Yeah.
You gotta save your family. What do you?
The best one was Povetkin.
What is it?
You say it's gonna be a history.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna be a family's history.
He's crazy. Some of these trainers just come up with some crazy stuff. But yeah, so let's see. Lions only promotion. My own boss, Charlo Twins. Okay.
That's what they say.
Yeah, Lions only
Promotions.
Yeah, but you know what?
But then when
Charlo needs to go ahead.
When Andrade ran up, when Boo Andre ran up on him, they said, "I'm not a matchmaker, bro."
Yeah. Right off the bat. I mean, you want to be a real lion, you need to get out there and fight the big dogs that are there. Like I always been saying. So yeah. And Laura and Hearn, I'd like to see a rematch with that.
Would you know?
I would love to see it. I think I like Laura. I like that. And when you talk about Rigondeaux too, Rigondeaux was didn't he just fight won some type of title you said or something? Did he?
Yeah.
Rigondeaux?
Yeah.
And the Lomachenko thing, I can't wait for that.
Oh, apparently, according to Bob Arum, Marcia Inoue sold over $100,000 worth of tickets in the first 24 hours after his fight was announced with Casemiro.
Wow.
Yeah, so he said he's pleasantly surprised by how well he's selling.
That's good.
And then what else? Isaac Chamberlain has 2 fights scheduled. March 28th in Coventry and April 25th in London.
Let's go, Isaac. We're a big fan of you. Come on.
Oh.
Put that mean speak on.
What's his name? There's only one Tyson Chicken Nuggets wants to know. He wants to know, are you going to Roman Gonzalez Kaya 5?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
You'll be there.
Yes, I will be there. We will be there. And we're going to have, I can't wait for it. My son's a big fan of him. It's a very special time for him, and I want to be there for that special time. And I want to hopefully get to talk Roman Gonzalez and translate and have a nice video with him on how great he was and what he's done for lightweight. Still.
And the new
P4P.
That's right.
True School Sports. Forever live True School Sports.
That's right. But yeah. Honestly, I'm getting really tired.
Yeah, I just got back.
If you want to stay alive, if you want to keep talking, you can keep talking. But listen, guys, I've been live for 5 hours. I've been live for 5 hours and almost 30 minutes. So listen, it's been a pleasure.
It's Tyson Fury, guys. You all better vote for the Gypsy King. Because I'm telling you, he's coming hard. He's coming to let you guys know I am the man from the UK to come here and take the WBC belt from you know who, from the Barnes Bomber. Where it happens, we don't know, but I'm taking Fury. That's all I gotta say. God bless. Have a good night.
That's all I gotta say. And with that being said, guys, hope you guys enjoyed the 5-hour live stream. Not sure when the next one's gonna be, but you'll get a notification when I schedule it. So till then, like I say in every single one of these videos, you can love me or you can hate me, but I'm just a kid from Dania. So until next time, take care, guys.